I said, you do know that he sings of a fashion. Together with, it was Hoddle and Waddle years ago, and the hit was Diamond Lights. And so they both pranced around on top of the pops. It was quite funny to watch, actually. And there you go. Glenn Hoddle and Chris Waddle back in 1987 got to number 12 in the singles charts. I think actually that was, I mean, they were both sort of considered good looking. I mean, they're both sort of fairly ancient now. And so for some strange reason, Hoddle turned up the other day. He was dressed as the clock, the grandfather clock, kind of fixed, sort of set it in place, didn't it really? But I remember them appearing on Top of the Pops. It was like sort of a sort of karaoke type thing, you know. But I mean, it was okay. At least they did it. It was in the days when footballers had longer hair than girls, and they were all sort of sporting mullets and stuff like that. Also, Amy Tapper in a candid interview. You won't know who she is. You've got no idea. If I tell you she was the one who every time they went to her on Gogglebox, she was eating. And the whole family, I think the whole Tapper, who aren't on the television anymore, they opted out of Gogglebox, I think because they wanted to sort of get her life back. Except Amy, who has no talent whatsoever, so they've shoved her on a skating programme. It's got the naffest lineup you've ever seen. It's not the skating one where you've got Rebecca Vardy on, which is considered fairly naff, who apparently is going to put a smile on your face. Yep, well, there you go. Out you go, first week. That'll be a good one for us. Amy Tapper's in something you've never heard of before, with a load of people you've never heard of, including poor old Amy Hart. Remember Amy Hart? That was the I'm a trolley dolly. Then she spent loads of money having her teeth done because somebody had told her her teeth didn't look so good. And she's still dragging out this torturously dreary thing that's laughingly called a career. So Amy Hart, oh, lovely. What talent do you have, dear? Nothing. So, shall I put that in the overhead locker for you? Thank you. Anthony Costa's on it. I mean, he can do better. Somebody called Kelsey Stratford. Not a clue, but you can tell by the look of her. She's obviously somebody off of Love Island. So she's what? Nice lips. Yes, nice lips. So we've had those a bit Botox, haven't we? All pumped up with air. Somebody called Nolay. Although I doubt that's true. Shauna Phillips, again, not a clue. Tanya Bardsley, another one of those drearies from the Housewives of Cheshire. I mean, seriously, dear God in heaven, these people are about the worst people in the entire country. Amy Tapper's on there, and somebody called Woody and Kleiny. I'm sorry, what are you, 3 years old or something? What's your name, Woody? What's your friend called Climate? What do they do? Nobody's ever heard of them. The dynamic British entertainers. They spent 8 years on a mission to make the world laugh. Yeah, I've looked at your picture. You're making me laugh. Ha, 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 ha. Apparently, each video whack create come from a place of deep understanding. Oh, God, honestly. Boring pair. You're not celebrities, love. I don't know whether you've ever realised that. How embarrassing to go on the television and actually appear on the programme. She's got the word celebrity on it. I mean, Tanya Bardsley, what a bore. Amy Hart, dull. There you go, look. She's an English model born in Wigan. Don't be so ridiculous. You can't be an English model born in Wigan. She's also the wife of a footballer. She's appeared on the cover of Zoo Weekly. Don't make me say it, please. Several times in FHS magazine. She presented 2 programmes on Sky One, and she appeared in an episode of Celebrity Fear Factory and had a small role in the French comedy film Double Zero, because we all remember that one, don't we? Hands up who's seen Double Zero. What a cracking role she had in it. Oh, look, woman in background. There she goes. Talentless. Amy Tapper. Claim to fame, she's been on Gogglebox, most recently seen on Celebrity Coach Trip. That's basically where you sit on your bum for about 3 weeks and eat. So she was good on that. She's been a guest on ITV's Lorraine. Oh, you've not seriously put that down on your CV. You've been a guest on Lorraine's programme. Yeah, A-list there. She's popular on daytime television. No, she's not. She's really not. They say she has a young and fresh yet mature outlook, having grown up in the limelight. I mean, so she just sits there and eats. That's not growing up in the limelight. Thank God you've got programmes like this on the radio that tell you the truth. None of this sort of rubbish. None of this rubbish. It really is. But anyway, she's looking fantastic at the moment. No, she's not. And she's propelling herself very slowly into greater things by the day with her new lease of life in health and fitness. Ooh, that's so good, isn't it? Listen, if you can't make a living out of flogging, you know, the fact that you've lost weight, what hope for you? What hope? But as I say, Woody and Kleiny, Shauna Phillips, if you just went out in the street and said, Kelsey Stratford, and people would go, no. All of these people, Kelsey, with her Towie co-star, Ella Ray Wise, She gained much attention after her debut on Towie. She's now amassed 130,000 followers on her Instagram page. She now endorses various fashion brands. You pay her, she'll flog anything. She's one of those. And she does modelling. Show me the picture again. What for? Car tyres? What's she modelling? Don't be so ridiculous. Models are attractive. You got to have some sort of look to be a model. You can't just go, what'd you do, darling? Model. Okay, what'd you do? Get my boobies out. It's as bad as that, isn't it? And who's Nole? All I know is she's got pink hair. Oh, God, she's got a CV. She exploded onto the UK rap and grime scene. She doesn't clean streets, does she, or something? What's that? Rap and grime. She's also organically garnered radio play. Organically. So she starred in Top Boy, and she reached in the number 5 of the German urban charts. Nothing in this country, of course. The German urban charts. Her talents have been praised by many big names in showbiz, including Grimes, Rag and Bone Man. Rag and Bone! Remember those ones? Singer of the hit single Human, Jamie T, the boxer, and actor Will Poulter, and hip-hop legend Havoc of Mobb Deep, who recently messaged her personally, quoting her lyrics. Oh, my godfathers, I'm so excited. You are so big and talented, aren't you? I mean, dear God in heaven, the German urban charts. Kind of says it all. Says it all, doesn't it, actually? I must just mention, actually, something very briefly, because I get lots and lots of texts, as you can well imagine, people wanting me to endorse various things. You know, can you endorse this, Steve? No, I can't. It's fat. And I'm not going to do it. And it was when I worked in Vienna. I used to go out there years and years ago and work for the Viennese radio. I used to take my holidays and go and work out there because over in Vienna they've got a very big UN city. So they decided to set up a radio station called Blue Danube Radio, which is quite right because the Danube flows through Vienna. And they used to get a lot of British presenters going out. I went out there for about 9 years. And it was a very long holiday, actually. I remember thinking, should I go back to work? No, maybe not. It doesn't matter. And I used to go out there, and so what you would do is they would issue you a contract, which you'd sign on the Monday when everybody's back in the office, but you used to fly off on the Saturday. I'd fly Saturday morning to Vienna. They would book you into a hotel, which you would pay for, and then you'd start work on the Sunday morning. So it was all a bit new to me, because I'd done music radio before, so it wasn't really a hardship. But over there, which suited me fine, you don't have to touch anything. They have what they call engineers, or Dr. Oetker. And all of these music technicians were doctors. You're a doctor of music, doctor of everything. Everybody was a doctor. And so they would drive and sometimes they were very ancient and didn't understand the English at all. But other times they were sort of young and they spoke English and they were great. And so you would start the record by waving your finger to start the record. I had a little machine in front of me where you put in the intro. It had it on every record, how long the intro was. You put it in, then push the button, so you could never miss. You never crashed the vocals. And I went out there for ages and ages, and we had really great fun, actually. It was really, really good. And one of the first girls that I met wrote to me the other day from Vienna. I've not heard from her it must be the best part of 38 years. And she said, it seems like 100 years ago. And her name's Uli Purtzel. And I remember Uli Purtzel. I mean, I've got no idea what she does now. She could be married with children, but she's given me her phone number. People do. And I shall try and get round to sort of calling her at some point. But where'd you catch up with on 38 years? You know, so what you been doing? Yes, still at LBC. Yep, still at LBC. But I was sort of they used to get lots of presenters out there who'd lied. They used to say, because they didn't realise that people over there were British. In fact, the woman who ran it, Telia, she was British. She married an Austrian, Fritz, who worked at the United Nations. And it was really interesting because you'd go through. I used to spend time in the. I'd get to the office, pick up a couple of coffees from the machine, which were it was very nice coffee, much better than you normally get in a machine. And I'd go through the box files of all the presenter applications. You wouldn't believe the lies people told. Oh, yes, I do interviews. I'm very successful. And I was thinking, no, you don't. But they didn't. People still do it now. People don't think that anybody checks your CVs. You can't put something down now without somebody catching you out on it. But some of these people used to say, oh, I can do this and that and all the rest of it. When they arrived out there, they were either alcoholics or they couldn't do half of these things. It was really bizarre. And so she'd say to me, do you know so-and-so, so-and-so? I said, oh, yes. What are they like? I said, not really very good at all. But they thought, because it was Austria, they didn't know anything about radio, and yet the place you were working for, the ORF, the Österreichischer Rundfunk, was the size of the BBC. As big as the BBC. It was state-run radio, and the building we were in was like, oh my God, it was enormous. And it had Radio 1, Radio 2, Radio 3, Radio 4. Just, U1, U2, U3, U4. And all of these, I mean, they had a record library of God knows how many millions of records. It was because they used to use records. I mean, now it's obviously changed for computers. But it was these people writing to Telia, thinking that they didn't know anything about radio, whereas in fact they'd been doing it for ages. And they used to have, in the place we were in, they had a concert hall, they would have big concerts, and it's enormous, in Argentinierstrasse. And I used to walk down the hill, which was great, except when it was winter, when the snow came down like you've never seen, and it was, you eventually stagger into the building, and they say, OK, come out of the building, go down Argentinierstrasse, left-hand side, you can't miss it. Huge. Enormous. The size of Broadcasting House. Easily. And I loved it. And so what you do is you'd work in the morning. Every other day, you'd do a lunchtime show as well. And the rest of your time was free. So occasionally I would go out in the winter, out into the out of Vienna. We get on a train, which was lovely. Or failing that, you could go and sit back. You can go into any restaurant in Vienna, any restaurant, and just have a glass of wine or a cup of coffee. You don't have to eat. They don't operate, and it's all done on a trust basis. At the end of your meal, the waitress will come over, and she'll ask you what you've had. You tell her, and then she'll tell you how much it is. But don't ever try and cheat them, because they've got memories like you can't imagine. Probably, yes. I mean, Vienna, they used to say, when you arrive in Vienna, set your watch back 100 years. All the shops will be exactly the same. Everything will be exactly the same. It's full of churches. I loved it. I thought it was a fantastic place. Really was. And you earned your money. And you'd come back to this country and just carry on doing what we did. But when Uli Purzel wrote to me the other day, I remember thinking, good Lord above, that was such a long time ago. Such a long time ago. I mean, a lot of water under the bridge, as they say. Morning, Shane says, Steve, one of your favourite movies was just on TV this afternoon, Mr. Holland's Opus. Oh, that was so good. Did you ever see that? Oh, it was so good. At the end, he loses his job. But they go back and they go, listen, we know you wrote this opus. And he can hear this music as he walks past the hall. He's just sort of leaving. His son, I think, is deaf. And his wife signs for him. And he goes, what is that noise? And it's the hall. And it's the most fabulous moment. You know, you get good moments in movies. This is a good moment with Richard Dreyfuss. And you get, what is that noise? And the wife goes, oh, I don't know, nothing, I don't know. She's in on it. And he opens the door into the school hall. And the whole school is in. It's so emotional, honestly. I get so emotional. I'm welling up now. And he opens the door and the whole school stand up and clap him in and all the rest of it. And I know, sorry about that. It did come out in 1995. If you haven't seen it by now, more fool you. But then he comes to the front and the headmistress stands up and says, listen, we're here to honour you, because you were part of it. And they've assembled the orchestra from when he first started. He'd been writing Mr. Holland's Opus, and they said this is the first performance of Mr. Holland's Opus. Get the film. If you don't listen, if you don't get the film out, I shall never speak to you ever again. It's as simple as that. There you go. There's an incentive not to buy the film. Oh dear, I love it. And another one here, which says, Steve, happy Sunday to you and the boys, says Matthew. Boy, we are just boy. And which was lovely. Joey says, I'm sorry to tell you, your mate Dale tried to chat me up in Earl's Court. I shouldn't think so. You can't spell and you don't sound the remotely literate. He said, I was quiet, offended. Nothing worse than people who can't spell, isn't there? Honestly, this time of the morning, quiet and offended, and tried to chat me up in Earl's Court, spelled E-A-R-L-E-S. Yeah, you must be fairly ancient, I should imagine, Joey, because he wasn't remotely interested in anybody unless they were much older. So there you go. So probably another fantasy, but never mind, it's quite good. So I've been quite ill, says Matthew. I thought Glenn Hoddle was good, covering Manilow's Smile. I didn't see it. So I've got no idea. I saw the clock, but I wasn't really particularly bothered who was in the costume. I couldn't care less. I think the programme is so boring. So boring. You've got sort of Jonathan Ross, who must be about 55, 60 by now. He's as old as, 60 at least. He's as old as Eamon Holmes, and the only thing he can get is adverts for orthopaedic shoes. And when you see him walking out there with Ruth, she looks like his carer. I'm quite embarrassed by the whole thing. Also, Denise Van Outen saying she's the fittest, and one of the papers going, she's just been taken off to hospital. Honestly, you have to laugh, don't you? What else we got? Thomas Markle making a documentary about his life and his daughter. That'll be interesting. Villages face being cut off by the snow yesterday. We've been lucky in London. We got a little bit of it. Zora Suleiman showed me some pictures earlier on of snow coming down in Leicester Square. But then, of course, within a matter of seconds, it's gone. It's pretty when it comes down and you get a nice picture, but there you go. Shamed Love Island star. This is the one who had sex on television, ladies and gentlemen, who got fined because she was trying to get out the country, whereas she should have been isolating, so she got fined a huge amount of money from Barbados. And now she's risked breaching COVID rules again. This time her and her mother. They must be a pair of idiots. A pair of idiots. You know, goodness sake. Also, Paul Hollywood's ex, can't remember her name, she's of no consequence, dragging out her 5 minutes. They only have to put down every time she went out with Paul Hollywood for you to think, my God, you're a bit tragic, aren't you? Very tragic. Steve, a wonderful, fun programme, which is good. And a year ago, I saw a lady in the street and said, you look like my infant school teacher. It was her lookalike sister. So she took my number. My teacher messaged me. We're arranging to meet after COVID. Oh, God, that could be ages. I'm now 51. 47 years of catch-up. Well, I mean, let's face it, we're going to be wearing masks. I said to Nick Abbott earlier on, I said, we're going to be wearing masks for at least a couple of years. And he said, you're probably right. You know, have to make sure that we can sort of get stuff going again. We can get the vaccine done. They seem to be ploughing on through that, which is good. Poor old Sarah Ferguson, I mean, she's aged really badly. Mentioned in Nick Ferrari's column. Funny, actually, she's doing a thing about a member of her family. No mention of toe sucking or, oh, look, here we are with the fake shake and all this other kind of stuff. And then Fergie losing her temper. Not pleasant at all. Really not pleasant. Chris Packham, he gets a bee in his bonnet every so often. He's got one now about the royal family. He says he wants them to listen and learn about trophy hunting. That's what Diana hated about the royal family. They go out shooting. For no reason. Yeah, they're a hunting, shooting and fishing family. The Queen Mother used to fish. Queen fishes. And the rest of them go out shooting birds out the sky. No reason for it. They just do it. But, of course, you can't tell them anything, can you? The Queen sells socks. Not her socks, obviously. In the shop, 69 quid a pair. Seems a lot of money for a pair of socks, doesn't it? They're socks. I don't know what they're... Woolen, I suppose. But they're £69, and perhaps you get the royal crest on there. E-R, oh, no, it's a different one, isn't it? Alexa Chung, you won't have heard of her. Nobody has. Dons a coat for a stroll with her boyfriend, who apparently is heir to Fry's chocolate, which will be an interesting one because it's been bought by Cadbury's. Did he get any money? No. So another load of old hooey, isn't it, really? What was the other one? Oh, the 100th anniversary, one of the greatest magic tricks of all time. And you can see it. You can watch the programme at 6 p.m. this evening. It's from the Magic Circle, and it's on Facebook. All you have to do is just go to the Magic Circle website, and you watch it for free. You watch it for free, and it gives you the history of sawing a lady in half, which was Selbit, but somebody had done it prior to Selbit. But we start at Selbit, and now you've got people like David Copperfield who do the buzzsaw and stuff like that, it's taken it to a new level. Before, somebody was in a box, and they would have their legs sticking out one end and the head out the other, and people would put ropes around them and hold them so they couldn't disappear anywhere inside the box, and then just saw it in half. It's as simple as that. And there was no blood or anything. It was amazing. And then you got the David Copperfield buzzsaw, which was David Copperfield's presentation of magic was sensational. You would have spotlights that go, do-do-do-do. A bit like I'm a Celebrity kind of thing, or the Celebrity, whatever it is. Any of these quiz shows where all the lights go, do-do-do-do, and they all pile in. Millionaire, stuff like that. It's similar to that. And this buzzsaw, a huge buzzsaw, on a thing, and he would put a thing there and go and lift it up and all the rest of it. Then they would lay him on this table and literally just put this sort of covering over him, and then they would start the buzzsaw, and then they would bring it down and go right through his body. You could see it, top, bottom, everything. And people go, like that. And then they would turn back time on the clock. Well, first of all, no, the table would then part. You'll see this on the programme at 6 o'clock this evening. And you go, well, that's unbelievable. There are his legs. They're still moving. There's his head. He's still moving and smiling and, well, not really smiling because obviously it hurts. And then the table would bring itself back together again. And the buzzsaw, they would reverse everything. So the buzzsaw, and it would reverse and it came back out of his body again. They lifted off the cover and he was perfect. It's a stunning version. Stunning version. You've never seen it before. It's very, very good. Yeah, of course. Well, everybody knows how it works. It's magic. It's magic. Yes, the buzzsaw, which is good. Steve Mahler, the composer, was quoted as saying, when the end of the world comes, I shall move to Vienna, as it's 20 years behind everywhere else. That's what they say when you land at Vienna. Welcome to Schwekat. Set your watches back 100 years. Because nothing changes. The same shops. Yeah, just 1 year. The same shops will be in the Kärtnerstrasse. Everything is exactly the same. Whether it's the same after COVID, I've got no idea. Becky says, I caught the tail end of you talking about a Richard Dreyfuss film. Yeah, Mr. Holland's Opus. Mr. Holland's Opus. If you haven't seen it, I mean, you're obviously not a Richard Dreyfuss fan if you've never heard of Mr. Holland's Opus. I mean, it's one of his most famous films next to Jaws, I think. There we go. It's lovely. Oh, it's very old-fashioned, Vienna. Oh, God, they've got those ghastly rickshaws. Boo! Sorry, I do beg your pardon. Oh, no, it's very old-fashioned. Very old-fashioned. I love it. And when you get snow in Vienna, it's ever so pretty. But blooming rickshaws everywhere. I wonder if they pay tax over there. Probably not. Probably not. And Roger says, thank you for making me smile. I've been down so lately. Well, sometimes people get down, then you pick yourself up again. Tony in Southampton says, Jonathan Ross is 60. He's too old for that programme. He's way too old for it. It should be for younger people. Who else is on the panel? The ghastly Rita Ora, you know, who doesn't know anything about lockdown, Davina McCall, and some bloke I don't even know who he is. I've got no idea who he is. I mean, I wish I could tell you, because I don't know his name or anything. I don't know if it's Mo. Is it Mo Gill? What does he do? Is he famous for anything? Comedian? Well, I've never seen him. I've never seen... Oh, they go, oh, what do you do, love? You're either a Page 3 girl, or you're somebody off Love Island, or you're a comedian. Phil Tintner gets in touch with you again. How would you feel if he did? I don't know. He's my memory of Blue Danube Radio, says Connie and Stockwell. And have you ever seen Always with Holly Hunter and Richard Dreyfuss? I haven't. I'm not a huge Richard Dreyfuss fan. I mean, I liked him in certain things. He came over here to do a show. Was it Springtime for Hitler or something like that? Yes, Masked Singer Judge Mo Gilligan has earned the nickname Mo Money. No, he hasn't. Nobody knows who he is. What do you mean? Because he's earning 100,000 per episode. What a pile of... I tell you, keep that quiet from the tax man, pal. They'll be clamping down on you. Well, you actually said you're earning 100,000. And they go, he's a comedian. He replaced the actor Ken Jeong. Did you see him? He was a worry. And so you've got Mo Gilligan, but I've never even heard of him. And he's supposed to be a comedian. Show me down. Yeah, who is he? Show Insider said the bumper pay packet for his debut series means he earns a little less than Rita Ora, but more than Davina McCall and Jonathan Ross. So he'll earn 800,000 for 8 episodes. He's proved a mega hit. I've never heard him say anything either funny or remotely witty or interesting. Seriously. Jemima says, my grandmother does nothing but knit. Every Christmas I get 5 new pairs of woolen socks. They're far better than the Queen's ones. Well, they can't be. They're £69 a pair. They're made for Her Majesty. There you go. Tom's a psychologist. No, you're not. No, you're not. You just lie, don't you? You just lie. Talking about magic tricks, Steve, check out this wonderful episode of Inside Number 9 called Misdirection. It's about a magician stealing tricks full of dark humour, says Dean. Oh, you can't tell me about magicians. I know everything about magicians. Everything. And, we got to take a survive. I didn't... Joey, I'm so sorry. I had no idea until a minute ago that you are gay. Goodness sake, I mean, honestly. I'm so sorry. Nice to see Tesco giving out free mask exemption lanyards. Are they? I don't think so. Why would they bother doing that? I mean, I can't quite understand why they're still allowing people in without their masks on. I'm sorry, idiots like that shouldn't be allowed out at all. Very embarrassing. Did you read about the Beckham boy selling his old hoodie online? It's not just any old hoodie, but this one's not even complete. It's got a bit of string missing. I mean, you know, to be honest with you, the family are ghastly anyway, aren't they? Brooklyn's just got himself into trouble, I mean, if it can be true, chartering a private plane. Unfortunately, there's still the poor relations when it comes to the marriage, isn't it, really? But, of course, they're not getting married this year. It'll be next year, by which time they've probably gone off each other. Matthew says, you mentioned Vienna. Nice enough, especially in the winter, but awfully expensive. You think? Oh, no, there's ways of doing Vienna on a budget. There are all sorts of hotels. You don't have to stay in Hotel Saka or any of the hotels on the Ring, which is where all the international hotels are. There's loads of places that you can go to if you're just looking for a bed for the night and you want to do the Vienna sightseeing. Also, there's places you can get cheap coffee. It used to be very expensive to go and get a cup of coffee in one of the coffee houses, but you can also buy a travel card, like over here. You go and buy a travel card, always take a little passport photo with you, go to a local tabac, and they'll do your travel card. You just get onto the buses or the trams, which go all the way around the city, and then you don't have to pay for anything, which saves you a lot of money. And just remember, it's a trust system. So if you buy a ticket and you go down onto the platform, you're supposed to put it into the machine and stamp it because they have inspectors. They're very, very hot on what they call black riders. People who travel on the underground who haven't validated their ticket, and they will take you off, and you'll discover there's probably about... I used to see them on a very regular basis because they seem to like Taubstummengasse, I don't know why, but you'd see about 6 of them. The train would pull in, they'd all be huddled together, and then they all split up, go to a separate carriage. The moment the doors close, out comes their little badge. Fahrschein, which is tickets. Fahrschein. And they go down the carriage. If you don't have one, they take you off at the next station, and it's a fine up to about 600 shillings, 2,000 if you're a repeat offender. So you don't mess with the Austrians. But it's the cleanest system you'll ever see. It's, you don't get, unlike here, where all the yes, and everybody wears masks, because they know how to behave. And another one here, which talks about, actually... somebody asking, are there any David Copperfield magic tricks that even you can't figure out how he did it? Don't be silly. I'm a member of the Inner Magic Circle. Honorary. Good Lord, no. I used to sit down with a friend of mine, Darren, and we used to watch every time a new David Copperfield programme came out in America. We would get copies of it, and we'd sit down and we would watch the show. Then we'd go back and watch the show again to work out how he did various bits and pieces. It was very entertaining, very entertaining. I mean, sometimes it would take you a little while. You'd have to go ask so-and-so, phone up so-and-so, ask them how that bit was done. Because I like to know, but I always think it spoils it. I think it spoils it for people, actually. Here's a picture of Tom Hardy. Appears to have broken lockdown rules after he was seen leaving a gym. Don't think there were any gyms. A sign on the door of Elevate Martial Arts in Richmond. This is by the station in Richmond, as you come out the station on the right-hand side. An onlooker says they appear to have been training there on Friday afternoon. He came out at the top level, but round the back there's a metal staircase overlooking the car park. Oh. Well, I thought gyms were all closed. I mean, that's what I assumed. So I hope that's not true. That would be not very nice, is it? Scousers. They are what? They're supposed to be closed, yeah. Perhaps he went up there thinking he could get in, and perhaps it was closed. Scousers think they're the UK's best lovers, with 1 in 5 saying they're a perfect 10. I don't think so. But it's very funny for them to join in and try and think that they're actually included. Tony Parsons talking about nothing can save Trump. Did you hear Nick Abbott calling him a baby? Oh, he's bleating away, isn't he? Poor old Trump, honestly. Nothing going on in his life. Businesses collapsing left, right and centre. Thomas Markle making a documentary film about his life and his daughter Meghan. I'm surprised he's still alive, He didn't make it to the wedding, did he? Mind you, not that I think they really wanted him there. And Frank Lampard gets the most negative comments of Premier League chiefs on Twitter. I did that more than a week ago. This is in The Sun on page 15. It's only a little tiddly bit. I did that a week ago. Scarlett Moffat, that's the one whose mother thieved 50 grand because she was addicted to online gambling. Now, I'm lucky. I've got an addictive personality, but I don't think I would ever get... If I got to that stage where I thought I was spending too much money online gambling, and I do buy tickets, I do the lottery, but I don't do anything else. But how you can actually... casino... Yeah, I've done casinos, but not on a regular basis. I mean, the last time... Well, obviously, they're not open at the moment. The last time we went was when there were loads... Me, Moyles... friend of mine who I'm not talking to, and a few other people, and we had a nice time. It was heaving, absolutely heaving, but we won. I walked out with about 600 quid. Because every time I won, and we were just doing red and black, it wasn't even particularly exciting, but there was a person on the next table, he won 20,000 quid. There was all of a sudden this noise, and he'd go, oh, shut up, trying to decide whether red or black. And he'd won £20,000. I played on the same table, I don't win anything on that. So I don't have a lucky number. No, 7 if it was going to be anything, but I think loads of people have got 7. Which is, I don't know. Do we have lucky numbers? I'm not that sort of person. It's like people you watch playing fruit machines. They put their hand over the reels, so they can't. I don't know. Well, why? I'm just assuming they're a bit sad. Also, here is an Essex postie in Chelmsford as the snow came down. In London, in Hampstead, and somebody goes out on a cycle. I mean, are they mad or something? You know. And then here it is. Somebody in Snetterton, which is in Norfolk, and. It slid off a road, the car. Well, of course it does. It's ice. Also in Leeds, an owner grabbing her dog's collar after coaxing off a frozen lake. Stupid person. Have you heard of something called a lead? That's what should put you on the lead. These people are mad, aren't they? Well, some bloke dived into a river the other day to save a dog. You don't need to dive in to save them. They get themselves out. The dog just paddles around going, this is fun. I like this. And the owner's going, I could save you. And the dog's going, go away. Leave me alone. Not so good. Kate Moss celebrates a birthday, which is lovely. And somebody called Maisie Smith. Oh, she was the one who was on Strictly Come Dancing. She's set to swap Walford for Hollywood. Yeah, of course you are, dear. Jack and Ori. Yeah. Paul Hollywood is that. Several high-profile record labels are interested in offering the actress a mega money. What for? Nobody knows who she is. What a load of old codswallop. And here she is, silly old Zara Holland, the one who's talentless beyond belief. The one who cheats the Barbados government out of, you're supposed to be self-isolating, so she rips it off. Anyway, having flouted pandemic laws in Barbados, she was snapped carrying clothing in and out of a distribution centre of her shop. She co-owns the business with her mum, Cheryl, who was also not wearing a face covering. What an intelligent family they must be. God in heaven, what is it with these people? So annoying, it really is. Also, Karen Brady, talking about Lily Allen, the pandemic, J-Lo, and Sex in the City. I think it's only women who want Sex in... I don't think men are interested in Sex in the City. I don't think so. I might be wrong on that one. And you ladies, you know what it is? Apparently, if you want naughty sex, you like your blokes to dress up. It's called fancy. Whereas men would probably say naughty nurse or something like that. Although, to be honest with you, if they're working on the COVID wards, I mean, I wouldn't think that was an ideal thing to do. But women have a list of what they want men to dress up as. This is hilarious. Seriously. I mean, I don't know where they got this from. It was carried out by a cleaning company. I'm not telling you who it is because it's so stupid. Number 5, a sailor. Well, I'm not sure about that one. White cap, neckerchief, fake anchor tattoo. Number 4, bin men, high-vis vest, steel toe-capped boots. This is what apparently women thinks turns them on. Number 3, a barman, stained shirt, bar towel over shoulder. Who are these stupid people? Number 2, wait for this one, an accountant, pinstripe suit and brogues. Can't wait to tell my accountant later on. He'll be thrilled. Sorry, you're a sexual fantasy, Stevie. And number 1, high-vis jacket, gloves and a broom, road sweepers. Are you serious? Road sweepers are your top... Women's fantasy is a road sweeper. Jack and Ori. There's no chance. No chance. Here she is, poor old Summer Montes Fulham. She's on a Tenerife beach. Perhaps she'll stay there. Mind you, if she's not back by 4 a.m. tomorrow morning, she's got to go and self-isolate. That'll keep her out of the papers. Thank God. And here's a timber merchant's coffin carried on his forklift truck by his son, which is quite nice. Although it's got Grandpa written on the side of the coffin. I haven't quite worked that one out. But anyway, mourners lined the streets to pay respects to Tony Carr. He said of the send-off, I stuck to my word. This is what his son Jeremy. He was 88, Tony Carr. They all do it, don't they? We had a milkman the other day. They put his coffin on the milk float. I don't know whether that reduces the price of yogurts or anything like that, but it's like quite a good idea, doesn't it, really? Also, the Duchess of Cambridge is more stylish than Kim Kardashian. I've got, a stiff teddy bear, which has got more More style than Kim Kardashian, thank you very much indeed. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Ken Jeong was in the Hangover movies, a real-life doctor turned comedian. Who's Ken Jeong? Oh, the ex-Mars singer. Really? As a doctor turned comedian. He just came across as, let's just put it this way, a little bit overexcitable. Let's call it that, shall we? And leave it at that. Very irritating. And somebody says, I spotted a woman waiting outside a shop wearing a face mask. And she had a lanyard and she was smoking. Well, yes, but you can have a lanyard and be smoking. I don't believe the lanyards. Most of them you can just print off the internet yourself. It's basically for people who are a bit simple. They shouldn't be going out. You know, if you're that ill, stay in, get somebody else to do it for you. You know, you don't need to go out and do it. You don't need to put yourself at risk or everybody else at risk. Get somebody to do it for you. You must have family. But some people just want to cause trouble, don't they? 14 to... Nice to be with you this Sunday morning. Kevin the Milkman must be upset he didn't make the fantasy list, says Brian in Vancouver. Oh, I should imagine he doesn't worry about things like that, thank goodness. Which is good. Thank you for the recommendation of Mr. Holland's Opus. I shall be buying it. Oh, it's a super film. Super film. I'm surprised everybody's not heard of it. But there again, it's always me to help people, isn't it? Another one which says... in my local shop, a woman was refused entry for not wearing a mask. She said she was exempt because she had asthma and had COPD and she couldn't breathe with a mask on. Do you know, they did this on the television the other day. It was very interesting. You can buy a thing which tells you how your breathing is affected by something. And so you breathe normally, and this machine will tell you it's whatever it happens to be. So they tried somebody who was asthmatic for breathing... with this machine, and they said, this is, you know, you get this much. Then they put a mask on them. It's exactly the same. Exactly the same. They can put a mask on. They really can. You know, it's a very good excuse. Yeah, some of them. But all they need to do is go and buy one of these machines. But as I say, if you don't wear a mask, you ain't coming in the shops. And the ones which are my favourite are in America, where these silly old bats argue, you know, I'm not wearing a mask, I don't have to, it's my right. It's my constitutional right. And they stand there arguing. In the end, the police turned up at this place. This woman is in a coffee shop. And she's quite clearly not the full ticket, as you can see by the outfit. And the woman goes, I'm not serving you. Put a mask on. I don't have to wear a mask. And she'll stand there and she'll argue. In the end, somebody says, oh, call the police, get her thrown out. So they call the police. This woman goes, give me your name and number. He goes, it's on my shoulder, if you can read. You want to be... Yeah, to the policeman. She's so stupid. In the end, they say, right, we want you out to the shop. They don't want you in here. It's a private shop. They don't want to serve you. Okay, simple as that. If you don't like it, tough. Well, she sits down on a seat, refuses to budge. So they literally drag her out. And then she starts screaming. I mean, this is an old woman. She's about probably 55, 60. Looks older, but about 55, 60. And it's a case of she was screaming at somebody else saying, they're actually trying to pinch my bag and all the rest of it. They're police officers. They're police uniformed and all the rest of it. They don't want her in there because she's got a few screws loose. Got quite a few screws loose, in fact. And she's going, I can sue you. I shall be suing you for not serving me. They go, they don't have to serve you. It's a private shop. Okay, goodbye. Shoo, shoo, shoo. And they push them outside the door. Then another woman phones the police and wastes 10 minutes of their time going, I want a police car down in immediately. I've been stopped by going into the shop because I won't wear a mask. And the policewoman at the end of the phone, because we can hear her, and she's saying, they don't have to serve you. It's a private shop. Just put one on. You want to be stupid? This woman was so dim. And she goes, I'm not putting one on. I don't have to. It's for religious reasons. And they go, oh, yeah, whatever. You could tell she was lying through her teeth. Ridiculous. Steve, thank you for recommending the series Duty Free. Oh, it's a very good series. A box set. Keith Barron and Gwen, somebody. Steve, I enjoyed the mini Vienna Vienna journey you took us on. Made me feel nostalgia for the days when we could travel, says Errol. Oh, it's lovely. Seriously, you could have a good wander about Vienna. I think it's fairly safe. As places go, you could take a fiacre, which is one of those horse-drawn vehicles, and you can go for it. It's not cheap. It's like going to Venice and going, oh, I think we'll have a gondolier. Oh, no, that was Mel Watts who said that, wasn't it? And she did. Mind you, notice he never bothered coming here. He's not stupid. You fly over, old woman. And so she did. Melanie Sykes, yes. Steve, we were just trying to think if there's a bigger waste of space than Brooklyn Beckham, says Mike. I don't think so. I just think the sort of the whole family's a bit naff. We still want to find out how she's coping with her business, because it can't be open. So she must be losing loads and loads of money. Dave's still single-handedly building a stadium. I think he's put down the first brick, so that's going very well indeed. Romeo and Cruz do something, and then you've got Harper, who apparently appears to be so magically successful. She can cook, she can do everything. She can probably design her own clothes. That's got to be a lot better than the rubbish their poor mother put her in the other day. Old lady clothes. What girl of that age wants to wear that sort of stuff? Ghastly. Steve, I started listening to you back in March, says Tony. I much enjoy your straight talk. I remember back in 67 in Hong Kong at 9, I saw a magic show where the magician performed cutting the lady in half when it went wrong. And they stopped the show. I was so young I didn't find it. My favourite, it can never actually go wrong. It's not physically possible to go wrong. They have to sort of have safety and things like that. But I remember seeing one particular magician on television, and it'll come to me in a moment, and he finished up with what they call a cremation illusion, which is where you put somebody into a box, cover it over, and then they set fire to it. Then all of a sudden the box springs open and there's a skeleton. But as opposed to then bringing the person back, they just closed with the credits of the show. People were complaining left, right and centre. It was hilarious. And I think you'll find that same man will be on the television this evening at the Magic Circle. It was just a magic trick, but they decided they would do something different. Normally, the woman's cut in half, then you put them back together again, and they go, la-da-da, And in this particular one, they didn't. They just went, oh, they've been burnt. And so they just then went to the credits at the end of the programme. People writing, are they all right? Are they all right? Bit like Tommy Cooper. Although he was a very nervous performer, Tommy. They've got loads of his stuff at the Magic Circle. Loads of his stuff. And his fezzes, because he had quite a number of fezzes and tricks and all the rest of it. And I think it was his brother had a joke shop, magic shop, as well. He was very... ball, glass, ball, glass. So it went on. It was lovely. So, but I've never seen it go wrong, actually. I've seen a couple of other things go a little bit difficult. And... somebody else, the same thing. Why do people who think they found the Holy Grail keep repeating everything? To the point of boredom. Oh, Steve, did I tell you about how I've cured my diabetes? Go away. Boring. Very boring and dull. And Sue says if people can't wear masks, they can wear a visor. No excuses. Well, they did a thing, I think it was in the Mirror the other day, where they went on to into a COVID hospital. They've got 700 beds, 400 are taken up by COVID people lying on their sides with their mouths open, with the oxygen going in. Young people as well. And it's basically, all you hear is sort of a lot of air going into people's bodies, keeping them alive. Take them off the air, many of them wouldn't survive, but they're there, and their job is to get people better again. And that's why when you hear these pathetics who sort of come out and go, oh, it's all made up, Remember that stupid woman we found the other day? Only got fined 200 quid for photographing a hospital and then showing, look, see, the government are making it up. You can't believe that somebody is that dim. But unfortunately, she is a dimbo. Absolute dimbo. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Everything we read on the programme, we don't miss anything at all. Everything. I mean, unless you're a complete bozo, in which case we don't bother with you at all. And you can always tell when somebody goes, what's this one here? Wind your neck in. You're a bit of a peasant, aren't you? Wind your neck in. Who speaks like that, love? Oh, John does. Oh, never mind, John. Don't worry, I'm going to put you out of your misery. Which is good, isn't it? I'm gonna do it right now at 04. Oh, I'm so sorry, John. Never mind. I'm sure you'll love writing to other programmes. Not. Such is the power that we have. Another one says, why has Matt Hancock been spotted on video with no mask on after Boris Johnson's plea to stay at home? I see people on a daily basis walking out without masks on. Seriously. Loads of people. Obviously, the ones who don't want to catch anything will be wearing their masks. But the people who want to spread it and don't know whether they've got it or not, because they're not the brightest pennies in the box, are the people who are going to go down with it. And then when they get to the hospital, it's a case of, I'm sorry, we didn't think you were in favour of this. No, of course they are. Steve, I've got a pulse oxygen monitor. I've got COVID. If it goes below 93 for a prolonged period, I'm supposed to go to hospital, says Brian. Well, I mean, they're running out of rooms. They had to take people out of London hospitals the other day, send them up north, because they're running out of space. But it's all a hoax, isn't it? As my producer Joe says, it's what people say. Oh, it's all just a hoax, isn't it? Why the government does everyone want to make up a hoax where you die? I've got no idea. But these people are so intelligent, aren't they? So intelligent. And I wear a mask every time I go out, Steve. You see people without them, says Josh. They just don't learn. Well, you can't teach the ignorant. The ignorant think they know. They think that they're better than you. They think they're better than the doctors. They think they're better than everybody. But unfortunately, they don't. They don't. So, final execution under Trump. This will be the 13th in 6 months. Didn't they have a woman the other day they executed, lethal injection? And they've got somebody else coming up. It's another person to be executed. This is Trump's final thing. What a marvellous man he is, isn't he, really? He's such a nice person. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think the death penalty makes the slightest difference. Some of these people have been in prison for ages and ages, but 13 in 6 months? Stretching it a little bit, I think. Robert Maxwell's last days before drowning. You remember Robert Maxwell, don't you? Pillaged the pension fund of the Mirror. That was, and then sort of fell off his yacht and magically drowned. I mean, that was an unbelievable one. But they've got all sorts of stories about him, as you can imagine they would have. I should imagine every single person in business, I remember him appearing on the Paul Daniels show when Paul Daniels vanished £1 million and Robert Maxwell came on. He was a big fat bloke. And he brought £1 million on a trolley. And Paul Daniels vanished it from a safe, which was lovely. It's a shame he didn't make old Robert Maxwell vanish. That would have been a very good one, wouldn't it? It's 5, this Sunday, the 17th of January, as the rest of the country bathes in ice, snow and freezing cold temperatures. In London, we're relatively unscathed. We seem to be okay, actually. I mean, so far, it's not freezing cold out there. We had a bit of snow the other day, but it all disappeared. And nobody's around on the streets, which is always good news as far as I'm concerned. Very, very good news. So, Dancing on Ice's Denise Van Outen rushed to hospital. It's always good to have a good story, isn't it, to put on the front page of the paper, And if you're doing a programme where people are on ice, I'm sorry, have you heard of ice before? It's very slippy. So people fall over. Good Lord above. Anyway, they had to carry her off to hospital. So that was good news. And unfortunately, she'll be coming back again. So you'll have to sort of suffer with that. Also... Dua Lipa says her boyfriend cooked his way into her heart. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? Have you heard of restaurants, love? You can get takeaways now and everything, really, which is not too bad. Also, Brooklyn Beckham, blasted for using a private jet after preaching on climate change. The budding photographer, oh, please do me a favour, warned it was causing irreversible damage to our planet after interviewing a green campaigner. Oh, what does he know? He doesn't know anything. Seriously. He added, climate change is obviously something that's freaking a lot of people out. Excuse me, freaking a lot of people out. What land are you from, darling? On Christmas Day, he hopped on a private plane as the Beckhams left Britain for Miami. The jets are much less carbon efficient than airlines because they've got so few passengers. He was also involved in David Attenborough's Netflix show. What for? Brooklyn who, they say? God, blimey, honestly. Mother with a business that's sort of struggling. Father trying to build a stadium. And the rest of them, God knows what they do. God knows. 9 million people are in their worst financial position this ever. And I did say to people, I mean, that happens every year. It's not new or, especially relevant for this particular Christmas, that people get, and this year, £2.3 billion Christmas credit hangover. Because people put everything on cards. Thinking that, oh, come on, let's have a nice time and then try and forget about it. And I sort of worry about it. A fifth of adults opted to buy now and pay later. Very unwise. Don't people take any notice of banks? Or don't they take any notice of the financial... I mean, it's, you have all the experts on the television, on the radio, about what to do with your money, and then they just totally ignore it. The producer spent loads, then it was cancelled. What was cancelled? Christmas cat, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I actually didn't sort of do anything for sort of Christmas because I didn't go anywhere, so it didn't make any difference. But, people who go out there and you go, I'm sorry, how are you going to pay this money back? And they go, oh, worry about that later. You think, I think not. Can't keep blaming COVID for everything. Steve, you're such a funny man. Yeah, ha, ha, ha. Very funny. I'm like Nick Abbott and everybody else. As somebody who works in a supermarket, I can't believe the amount of people who have the masks below their face. I feel so So unsafe, says Hadrian. How is the wall going at the moment? Is it going fine? But I mean, people don't know about putting it on. You know, When we were at war, Steve, and the alarm went out for a gas attack, I wonder how many people said it's my human right not to wear a mask. Yes, just leave it in the box, love. Oh dear. Yeah, right under your chin. You know, because the good thing about gas masks was you couldn't wear them under your chin because it covered the whole of the face. But you imagine people go, it's my human right not to wear it. I'm asthmatic. How they coped in the war, I've got no idea. Only just thought about it. How would you cope in the war going, I'm not going to wear a gas mask? Well, then you're not going to be going out anywhere, are you? I'm sorry, there are gas attacks. That's what happened. Wow. Steve, masks vital. What about supermarket bookings for home delivery or click and collect? Well, there's not enough slots. You know why? Because, I mean, a lot of people are taking advantage of the fact that they do click and collect. I think John Lewis have stopped it. They've stopped click and collect. You know, it's the way it goes. It's the way it goes. We just have to get used to it and get out the other side, as opposed to moaning about it all the time. Prince Harry, we're told, has grown his hair and now sports a ponytail. Did you see the other day? It was on... Oh, God. Who used to have a show on the television? It's been taken over by Jeremy Vine. Who was the... Matthew Wright. He's on a television programme the other day, and I'm watching him. I'm thinking, oh, it's Matthew Wright. He's aged a little bit. Then he moved his head. He's got a little ponytail at the back. Talk about camp. I've never seen anything like it. It was... I couldn't... Matthew Wright, ponytail. You might be able to find it. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't quite work out what he was having it done for. I mean, he's fairly ancient, but he's got grow a ponytail. Why would you want to grow a ponytail? It was ridiculous. But he had it, and every time the camera moved, I kept seeing this ponytail at the back. I think he was doing This Morning with Philip Schofield and Holly Willaboob. And I remember thinking, that is the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. Fans, but I thought it just wasn't me. Fans baffled as Matthew Wright debuts the Rodney Trotter tiny ponytail. Is that a bit camp to wear a ponytail of a man of that age, especially when you don't have much hair on your head? Very odd, isn't it? Who's the old bag sitting next to him there? She's fairly ancient, isn't she? Ooh, ghastly. But yeah, he's got a ponytail on. The TV regular is no stranger to the ITV sofa. Well, he's not really a TV regular now, is he? Because he's not on that show. Why do people have these? But apparently, Alison Hammond and Dermot O'Dreary got really good... look! Sorry, I'm looking at this, but do you think it's real or he is being a bit peculiar? It didn't shock me, I just felt a bit sorry for him because he's a bit old for that kind of thing. Perhaps he's sort of... It looks like a rat's tail, doesn't it? But apparently... They've got the audience figures in for Alison Hammond and for Dermot O'Dreary, and apparently they're doing much, much better than Eamon and Ruth. Even on their last show, Eamon and Ruth didn't really pull too well. So obviously it was a good idea to do it, much as though Eamon wasn't over keen on the idea. But if it comes down to ratings, that's what it comes down to. You can't do anything about it, can you? Nothing at all. So there you go. Higher ratings than Ruth and Eamon Holmes. I mean, she's 45 and he's 47. Alison and Dermot reportedly received 200,000 more viewers. Well, that's proof of the pudding. Proof of the pudding. Eamon will be fuming. He'll have to do another advert for orthopaedic shoes. The only way you're going to sort of get him through it. I don't know. I mean, it's only because it's an interesting thing to do, isn't it? You know, to actually change the lineup of something, especially on television where it's very, very visual. If you don't like somebody who is sort of, you know, fronting a television programme, it doesn't matter how good they think they might be. If the audience don't like them, click, off they go. So Steph McGovern's show, click. You know, they've done it for a long time. Steph McGovern's been on television about 3 hours, far too long, I'm afraid. So we have to get rid of her and then put in a load of other people to do it. I mean, it's just a total waste of time. The whole programme is just dire, I'm afraid. Steve, I'm in stitches about Matthew Wright. Well, you can't miss it. It's all over the internet. At the moment I watched it, I remember thinking, that's an odd thing to have. But perhaps it's fake. It might be... Nobody mentioned it on the programme. You thought that Pip, who notices things about men, would sort of be the first person to sort of say, where's the ponytail from? But he never mentioned it. It was almost as if people were sort of blind to it. Which is funny. Beckham building his stadium brick by brick. Well, I mean, he is. I mean, they don't really do anything, that family, do they? Apart from sort of, you know, dig out bits and... I don't know. I really don't know. Goodbye gluten. MasterChef winner Jane Devonshire shares her recipes. And Davina McCall says, if I'm frightened, I have to talk through my fears. Well, like Davina, what you see with her is what you get. She's no different to anybody else. She's very good. 1950 on this day. Well, actually, in a few days' time, George Orwell died from tuberculosis. He was 46, which was very young. Here we go. Megan Phelps Roper, former Westboro Baptist Church devotee, swapped her relatives for an incredible life of repentance. They are the most disgusting pieces of filth, that family, you've ever seen in your life. They used to go around picketing servicemen coming back. I mean, they're all going straight to hell, as we know. Anybody like that, straight to hell. And then I heard something the other day which upset me more than anything, which was the son of Nicholas Lyndhurst and his wife Lucy died quite suddenly. He had an illness. It's very rare. Apparently 800 people have died of this in a year. There's no symptoms. There's nothing at all. And it's like it's a brain thing. He was only 19, Archie, and he died in his sleep, which was very, very, very sad. Can you believe that his wife said that they got trolled by people? I mean, you almost can't believe, can you, that somebody's that stupid, that thick, and that sick. People like that should be arrested, thrown in prison. You can stay there for 10 years. I couldn't care less what happens to you. You're pieces of filth. Absolutely pieces of filth. It's just disgusting. Somebody says, did you have a ponytail back in the day? No. That's for girls' ponytails. Men don't have ponytails unless there's something the matter with them. Goodness sake, honestly. Daily Star today. Is this the biggest Burke in Britain? It's Lawrence Fox again, I'm afraid. Poor old Lawrence. I have to tell you, I like him. I know sometimes he says things. I think it's his way of sort of, fighting back. Also, the Masked Singer judges reckon the show's crazy characters are sexy. No, they're not. No, they're not. It's a sad... The Grandfather Clock, about as sexy as... Oh, look, a piece of paper. And Casey Batchelor, the model. A model? When was she a model? Apparently. And she's talking about her boobs. She's finally got her boobs under control. Since when was she a model? What year was that, darling? Do tell me. Oh, there you go. She's got her fitness in a thing that you can buy. Go to the doctors. You don't need to take any notice of these sort of people at all. Social media influencers, people like Chloe Ferry. I mean, dear God in heaven, have you seen Chloe Ferry? She's going to turn up on a dating programme in a mansion or something like that with Wayne Lineker. Must be about the oldest has-been in the world, Wayne Lineker. And then they've got Chloe Ferry on there as well. I mean, really, we've scraped the barrel, haven't we? Dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. Wayne Lineker. And then, of course, Gary Lineker's in trouble again. I don't know if you noticed the other day, they were doing a piece, Arsenal versus the NFUC, a bit of rivalry, and they're all pictured there with Lineker and Arsenal legend Ian Wright and Newcastle favourite Alan Shearer. What was on the table? 3 microphones, and believe it or not, doing his product placement, a packet of crisps. I mean, the BBC didn't do anything about it. Yeah, suckers. Honestly, fancy advertising crisps. It's the only packet next to Gary Lineker. It's just outrageous. Outrageous. Honestly, but there you go. That's the BBC for you. Steve. You don't call all my texts out, Steve. You'd suit a ponytail, says Jackie. I don't think so. Steve, have Dermot and Alison got 200,000 more viewers than Eamon and Ruth because everybody's at home for lockdown, says John? No, because not everybody turns to the television in the morning. And also, we've been in lockdown when Eamon and Ruth were there. For ages. I mean, they've been there for 14 years, something like that. So, no, it's got nothing to do with that. It's got to do with the fact that Ruth is a little powerhouse. I mean, she's basically keeping him going, I think. So they've got this advert, but she features more predominantly in it than he does. He sits there. And I don't even know how much this thing is that he's selling, but I should imagine it must come with a hefty price tag because you've got to pay their fee. Because I saw a very similar thing being advertised on one of the shopping channels. And I'm thinking, but of course, when you see Eamon come around the corner, and he looks like he's an old man. He's only 60. He should be bouncing around like Tigger. I Show is a Lifesaver says, oh, yawn, Rebecca Vardy. Apparently it's helped her. She says taking up skating has given her a much-needed boost and proved a lifeline. You never know what stories you're telling, do you, from one day to the next? Also, Denise in great shape for a rink rollout. Oh, I'll be glad. I tell you what, I'd just love to go. You're out, you're out, you're out, you're out. Oh, give it to them. Emmerdale actor, somebody called Joe Warren Plant, making his debut on Dancing on Ice tonight. These were filmed ages ago. They've been doing this for a long, long time. Who's remotely interested? Rebecca Vardy? No, not interested. Not interested at all. Robbie Williams said he's getting his kids' birthdays inked on his body so he'll never forget them. Lovely, dear. Well, there you go, rivetingly exciting. And Nick Ferrari, in his column in the Daily Star and the Express, talks about fact stranger than fiction for the Duchess. And this is poor Sarah Ferguson, who never has taken a good picture in her entire life. She's one of these people who doesn't photograph very well. And the latest Mills and Boon celebrity signing happens to be her. It seems fair to say the chance of any other 61-year-old divorced mother of two landing a similar deal are at best slim. Speaking of slim, writes Nick Ferrari, that reminds me that the Duchess of York was once an ambassador for Weight Watchers. The Duchess, or Fergie, as many of us remember her, has just published The Heart for a Compass for the nation's most popular purveyor of romantic fiction. The heroine of the story is a flame-haired, rebellious member of the upper classes. Remind you of anyone? Yes, Fergie has clearly drawn on her colourful past as a source of inspiration. I'm prepared to wager a king's ransom, writes Nick Ferrari, that Sarah's saga will not include any tales about sucking an ex-lover's toes, racking up a gargantuan overdraft, or reportedly selling access to a princely former husband to a fake Indian business mogul for £500,000. Absolutely. She is the embarrassment of the royal family, I'm afraid. Well, in between her and her ghastly husband. I think there are two great embarrassments. I love the way she seems to think that people are sort of taking any notice of her, whereas I would dare to suggest that they're not. Dare to suggest. Who is this one here? I don't know who she is. Oh, it's Holly Burns, said to spill the beans about her stint on a show called The Cabins. She's another one of these. Would you like to take your clothes off, darling? Yeah. Oh, they're off already, are they? Thank you very much indeed. So here she is, and now she's signed to appear on a spin-off show, The Cabins Returns Out of the Woods. And the host, somebody called Clara Ampho, will be grilling her about Will. She went out with Will McGregor. She claimed to fame, is it, love? That's it. You went out with somebody. What a shame. Never mind. I'm sure that one day you'll find that you've got some talent somewhere. Steve. Have you seen Toya Wilcox lately? Yes, we saw her the other day. She was in all the papers the other day. She's very good. Well, in fact, some people obviously look good for their age, and some people can't be bothered. Sarah Ferguson just looks dreadful. Dreadful. She, every picture you ever see of her, I mean, the clothes, apart from the fact, are just ghastly. But they seem to run in that family. Not a particularly nice part of the family. Also, we've got here, most of us, Kelly Osbourne out on the street. No mask on. No, she's holding it, so that's obviously as good as for Kelly Osbourne. And Rod Stewart's wife pulled a cheeky stunt at one of his concerts, tossing a pair of men's pants on stage. Oh dear. It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? Also, health workers slam booster delay. And here it is. This is in Salisbury Cathedral. Have you been to Salisbury? I've been to Salisbury Cathedral. It's lovely. Just you've come outside the front door, and just over on the right-hand side is where Edward Heath used to live. His house is, I think it's a museum. I think. Can't remember. Oh, look! Rebecca Vardy, again, in another newspaper. She tells of a plan to get Britain laughing. Nothing to do with you then, dear, because you're not funny and you can't get us laughing. Why do you think that you sort of think you can preach to us? Very embarrassing. But, as I say, you've done your best. We've seen you. Very dull. Very boring. Thank you. Goodbye. And Denise Van Outen says, yeah, I'm over 40. Oh, you're well over 40, love. And she says, but the outfits will be naughty. I'm going to be sick. Also, here's another bit of Rebecca Vardy. Don't you think we know everything about her? I don't want to know anything else about her. I really don't care. Thank you very much indeed. Here's a lot of, even at Bournemouth, they were, what do they call it? Surfing in the sea at Bournemouth. In this weather. Middle of winter. They should be inside. You should stay inside with a hot water bottle. Also, Kent, spray on the road. The trouble is, every time you get a bit of snow, the roads get filthy, don't they? Absolutely filthy. Which is not so good. Oh, look, another bad picture of Sarah Ferguson. She's, they said, Strangely, this is Mark Steele. He said, strangely, she studied the contours of his, this is what she wrote, of his sullen feature. Despite their wild, erotic exertions, she couldn't see one drop of sweat, not one. Should we go out for a pizza, he said, before adding, only joking, let's go and shoot a partridge instead. Poor old Sarah Ferguson. He's a marvellous man. Yeah, darling, of course he is. Of course you're living in his house. It's the only reason you are. Can you not cope with things? Very bad with money. Very bad with money. I wonder what she bought him for Christmas. I wonder. And Channing Tatum is planning an Oscar showstopper, hoping for a Fred Astaire moment. Catherine Tilsley, yawn, back again. She had an old picture the other day. Catherine Tilsley used to be in Coronation Street, but you wouldn't know. And every week there was another dreary story about her. And the other day, there was a picture of her looking very fat, as if she went into Coronation Street when she was fat. It was taken so many years ago, and she went, of course, I decided to lose all this weight. And I'm thinking, have you got nothing else to talk about? Nothing else? And the answer is, no, she hasn't. But there you go. Madonna's on safari in Kenya. That's lovely, isn't it? Perhaps she'll stay there. And who's this? A picture of Meghan Trainor. I don't know who Meghan Trainor is. Is she some... Oh, she's a singer, is she? Oh, right. Oh, it's all about the bass, no treble. Oh, is that one? Oh, right. How lovely. Fancy me knowing that. Fancy me knowing... I don't know about all these things. They had a funeral the other day for Jerry Marsden. So, ferry, cross the Mersey. Only 30 people were there. He was 78. I loved him. I loved all their records. I really did. Sir Kenny Dalglish, Liverpool's manager during the Hillsborough tragedy when 96 football fans died, was among a COVID-limited group of 30 family and friends. Jerry's wife said the family had been amazed and comforted by the tributes because people liked him. People liked him. Corrie's Kimberly in frisky mood for dating show. So here we go. What have we got? Let's have a look. And who's on this dating show? Kimberly has got some shot for Celebs Go Dating. For some reason, we seem to be putting Jeff Brazier in it. I thought he had a girlfriend. Or perhaps that was just made up, I don't know. Or perhaps this is a different one, I don't know. The Series C celebrities from Made in Chelsea's Sophie Herman to Strictly Start Kareem Zerroul to Love Island's Curtis Pritchard and Geordie Shore's Chloe Ferry. Have you heard of any of those people? No. There you go, because they're all has-beens. Has-been. Not their fault, is it, really? They can't help it. Syra Khan. She's marvellous, isn't she? She really is inundated with offers. Can't wait to see what they would be. I can't think of anything else, but she's constantly moaning. What we want to know, love, who didn't you like on Loose Women? Because I bet you anything we could find out from Loose Women which ones didn't like you either. Steve, after the cooking programme with Lisa and John on Saturday, nobody loves each other that much. Oh, they do. Oh, yes. Oh, we like Lisa and John on Saturday. Oh, yes. They're very good. I like any of their things. Steve, says Warren, is there a good picture of Sarah Ferguson? No, she doesn't take a good picture because she's not looked after herself. She really hasn't. You know, she started dressing up on some of her... bizarre. She's obviously not the full ticket at all. Very odd. But also say hello to Bonnie, who will be listening, actually, which is nice. She'll be listening, and Cliff will be listening. All your fans are listening, says Warren, who's got computer problems again. You're going to have to buy a new computer. It's not good enough, is it? There's Sarah Ferguson. Look, when she's all been done up. But, of course, I mean, that's the result of airbrushing and everything else you can think of. Yeah, Quality Street. This was in 2018, where, you know, she was much younger. Now, she's so old. I mean, she's only 60, though. Sarah Ferguson's exciting news ahead of Prince Eugenie. And we don't know what it is, but I don't know why she's let herself go. But the funniest thing... watch the interview on Australian television. Sarah Ferguson having a bit of a strop because she doesn't want to answer a question. You know, they asked her a question. He goes, but you've written about it in your book. We're here to talk about the book. Yes, but I've dealt with that, goes Madam. Oh, she's having a right old mare of a day. And then she said, can we cut that bit out? I'm thinking, who do you think you are? You're nobody. You're not even married to anybody. Grow up, for goodness sake. Somebody says she looks like she gets her outfit for one of those drop-off points. They've got no sense of fashion. The only person who's got sense of fashion was Diana, William's wife, and the Queen. They're the only people who look good in fashion. And yet you get sort of... I mean, she looks like, you know, Ivana Trump. Looks like a bad chocolate box put together. They can't help it. It's not their fault. Somebody says, would you like to wear this? It's like some of the stuff that Lewis Hamilton wears. Where do they get them from? They must be having a joke somewhere. Let's see if we can get him to wear this outfit. And they do. It works. It works. The TikTok stupidity, they will find this person. They've got the car number plate and they've got the CCTV footage. You are in big trouble, mate. Big trouble. I'll tell you exactly where it was. Wait a minute. Honestly. This was in Bromley Cross near Bolton. What they did, they just parked a car on a railway track. And the caption says, would you take the risk to get the shot nobody else would? You're going to prison. How stupid. How really thick and stupid. But there again, didn't they have another load of people the other day at some funeral? I think they've issued like 200, was it 100? 100 sort of penalty notices. A right bunch of thick people. Right bunch. Steve, says James, Matthew Wright does look very old, but I can't quite work out the ponytail. I don't get the ponytail at all. I don't mind somebody having a ponytail, but I'm just a little bit perturbed by it because it just looks a bit peculiar. Perhaps he's having a crisis. I don't know. I can't think of any reason why he'd be wearing it. He's never done anything like that. Perhaps it's no, it's not cool. It was never cool. Believe you me, it was never cool. It's like men who sort of grow their hair long and then they tie it up and they've got the Bam Bam look on the top of their head. Those people. Have you seen Pete Wicks, a man bun? Pete Wicks in Put the Bloke Not Blessed with Height or Talent. But he did have a 2-year fling with old Chloe Sims, where the old woman came out of hiding and finally admitted, yes, they'd been having regular How's Your Father? Not very good, is it? Phoebe Dinivore, whose mother is Sally Webster, is the thing. I mean, she's in every paper and all the rest of it. I mean, she goes, what I've learnt about sex on Netflix's Bridgerton. Is your mother really pleased with the fact you're talking about things? Shouldn't you be concentrating on whether or not you can act or not? Or do you just think you're too big for everybody? Do you think you're another Judi Dench or something? Gosh, truth, honestly. But every time you read about somebody, they have to talk about their sex life. And apparently, the latest thing is, I'm bi. And you go, well, rivetingly fun for you. Unfortunately, you can't act for toffee. They all think, if you've been on a soap, that's it, you're the best actress in the entire world. Whereas, in fact, most of them are so bad, it's embarrassing. And most of them, if you took them out of Corrie and put them on stage, they would die on their proverbial because they cannot act. They can only... Can you read some words here? Yeah, Dreary Fergie gets mentioned in Nick Ferrari's column. That's good. OK. Can you do it to the camera? Can you try and remember it? That'd be useful. Oh, could you write it down for... No, you're supposed to remembered it. These people couldn't do any of these things. I mean, to be honest with you, I was trying to think. There was a very good book that came out by Hilary O'Neill. It was a TV critic. In fact, she's the girlfriend of Alma from Coronation Street in real life, Amanda Barry. And she wrote a book called Is There Life After Soap? And it turned out there wasn't. For very, very few people. Very, very few people. But the majority of all these people, they're all competing with who can actually get their boobs out quicker. And you think, should you not be concentrating on your acting skills? Because, that's what you're supposed to be paid for. Helen Flanagan spends most of her time talking about, oh, I'm pregnant again, oh, I'm this, oh, I'm that, and all. And here's another, oh, here's me holding my stomach. And you think, I'm sorry, you were an absolutely diabolical actress, as indeed were most of them in that. But the rest of the cast must sit there. You can imagine Rita sitting there with a fag on going, I don't know, Ken, I don't think they'll ever survive, these people. Because it's all changed, the business. It's all changed. I remember talking to a famous actress some years ago who had been in a long-running programme, and she went into some show and there was somebody in the show who was famous for sleeping with somebody. And when this show finished, the person who was famous for sleeping with somebody who was more famous got loads of job offers. Whereas this other actress said, it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. No, I should tell you who it is, because they also made a film. Christian Mitchum says, Matthew Wright looks a bit of a Burke. No, I don't think so. I mean, I'm just curious by it. I'm just curious by the whole thing. Steve, I got a new pair of gloves today, but they're both lefts, which on the one hand is great, but on the other it's just not right. Thank you. Get your coat, leave now, because you're not coming back on the programme. You're barred. What do you think about the cream egg adverts? I don't know. I've really got no idea. Somebody says the most talented thing about Rebecca Vardy is her agent, says Dominic. I think you are right. Fergie's latest photo shows her with a headband. And there's a Fergie relation in LA, a ginger, says Nick, with a ponytail. I don't mind you. We like ginger. We think ginger's a lovely colour, thank you very much indeed. We've got a producer who's ginger, so watch your mouth. Otherwise, you'll be having to buy another telephone because you won't be able to contact us. And the new Cadbury advert received complaints. It's inappropriate for children. Oh, blimey, people complain about everything, don't they? Is there something the matter with it? I'm not sure about that. But it's because apparently it's due to the fact it features two men kissing. No! The TV advert, made to celebrate the Golden brand's Golden Goobly, celebrates 5 decades of cream eggs, introduces viewers to a number of characters. No! Gay people eating a Cadbury's egg? No! They've had 40 official complaints. You can imagine, can't you? Go on, move in next door to them. Start snogging over the garden fence. Hello, watch us eating an egg. Yeah, some of the complainants have raised various concerns. The ad is offensive to those who share Christian beliefs, particularly in the context of Easter. They're nothing to do with Easter, these cream eggs. I hate to break it to you. And also Christian beliefs. What are you telling me? There's no gay Christians? Hello? The ad is offensive, as one scene shows two men eating one cream egg, which is inappropriate for children to view. Is it really? You don't think children do that? The ad is too sexual, particularly the scene in which two men eat one cream egg, which is inappropriate for children to view. Is it really? The ad is irresponsible on the grounds that it encourages people to break current public health guidelines as the men are in close contact. There might be an item. What's got to do with you nosy old baggage? Honestly, when people complain. So it's offensive to those who share Christian beliefs. I'm sorry, Christianity and a Cadbury's cream egg. Where'd you get that from? What's that got to do with it? It's got nothing to do with it. Were they having that in sort of Galilee and Bethlehem? Did they have the Cadbury's? Of course they didn't. Honestly. Ian says, you're right about soap actors. Look at Maureen Lipman, who can act. Acts everybody off the set. Yeah. They must be, they must be literally, can you imagine Maureen Lipman going, oh, yes, I'm going to get my boobs out for yeah, but honestly, it just wouldn't happen. It wouldn't happen. It's very embarrassing, isn't it? But there again, I suppose if you're talentless, might as well start making up some stories. Also, why did I save this one? Oh, the final execution under Trump is the 13th in 6 months. Which is not very good. Some of these people have been in prison for ages and ages. Plus, Andrew asked online troll to help discredit his sex accuser, they say. Duke's advisor and Fergie aide in desperate approach to ex-model who claimed damning picture was faked. And but she informed the FBI. It's just not going away, is it? I mean, it really is not going away at all. And a source close to the prince... Probably the prince, I don't know who a source close to him would be. The exchange with Molly Skye Brown was not out of the ordinary. It'd be very easy to over-interpret the subsequent conversations. Can they speak English, these people? What does that mean? The plain fact of the matter is none of this went further than an initial discussion. Oh, right, so it did go somewhere. It did go somewhere. Can't win, can you? Mind you, he's still not had a word with the FBI. He could answer so many questions for them. So many questions. David says Phoebe's not in Coronation Street. We didn't say she was. Why don't you wash your ears out? We've just told you her mother is Sally, and her real name is Sally. We know she's not in Coronation Street. We've just told you she's in Netflix. Girl, blimey, honestly. Why do I get the dim ones on a Sunday morning? It's only 20 to 6. Have you had your medication? Take it now, please. Steve, David says, I recently watched about 10 minutes of The Cabins, and also, unfortunately, Housewives of Cheshire. Ye gods. No wonder radio's king. I know. That Tanya Bardsley, horrible person. In fact, actually, just about everybody in the Housewives of Cheshire are ghastly, including that Dawn, whatever her face is. Oh, my goodness me. Greetings from Ireland. Hello, Christine. How are you? She says, I think Matthew's got a ponytail because he probably didn't get to the barber shop before the lockdown. Listen, you can't just grow a ponytail, believe it. Mind you, it could be fake. And you know why I say that? Because when Cliff Richard did the show Time at the Dominion Theatre, he had a ponytail which they put on. They fixed it onto the back of his hair. And he liked it so much, he kept it for ages. There you go. I must get one, actually. Perhaps you could probably go out. I bet if you go fake ponytails, I bet you can find them, can't you? Can't be that difficult. So. Oh, actually, I was so excited this morning. The postman delivered some DVDs, which I'd ordered the other day. Unfortunately, he left them outside and it rained. So consequently, when I went to pick the box up, they all fell out the inside. The box collapsed. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I don't care. Listen, I never complain about things. As you know, I'm not the sort of person who complain. Some people complain on the radio. They complain about people not wearing masks and stuff like that. There you go, the original clip-on man bun. Dear Lord, but how much is that? How much are they looking for? 27 quid. Oh, I'd rather not bother. You can get all sorts of things, actually. Scrunchies, they're called. Are they mainly for... Do you remember when Dave Beckham had one? No surprises there at all. I'm surprised Brooklyn hasn't had one. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Sarah Lancashire and Joanna Lumley both went on from Corrie to greater things. Oh, goodness sake. And Steve, Aldi are selling punnets of light cheese. Well, I don't need to buy a punnet of light cheese. I just go and buy normal light cheese. 59p for the next week or so. They're lovely. I love them. Most people have never had them before. Light cheese. You never had fresh light cheese, have you? Producer's never had them. It's the kind of thing. It doesn't, I mean, it's not going to change his life if he does have them. But it's amazing how many people will say, what's that? And you go, it's a lychee. Lychee? And you go, yeah, you probably had them in a Chinese restaurant with ice cream over them or something like that. And you go, oh, right. Don't they come in a tin? You go, this is the fresh version. This is the fresh version. Very nice. Very nice indeed. A little bit messy to eat, but still very nice. Also, another fine mess for Quintessentially's Ben. I've got no idea what that story is. I've got no idea, and I don't know why I started reading it. It was ridiculous. Also, more than half of American voters believe Trump is racist. Yeah, I would think so. I would think so. Only half. We thought 3/4. At least 3/4. Cream egg adverts almost makes me want to convert, Steve. Well, I mean, I love the way that people complain. 40 complaints about it. So we do Christianity. Since when was the Cadbury's cream egg anything to do with Christianity? I mean, Lord, I was in a choir, but I don't remember ever that coming up in conversation at Sunday school. Vegans looking for love should avoid Yorkshire. Apparently a new poll reveals that folk from the county, famed for its Wensleydale cheese, puddings, smoked fish and game, are the least likely to date a vegan partner. I would have thought, it's like people who wear glasses always go out with other people who wear glasses. Have you noticed that? That's very odd. And they sometimes have matching anoraks as well, God forbid. Next week's news today. My lungs are as bad as my dad's, who's 72 and smoked all his life. And here they all are. The face mask that stops you mumbling and the loo that gives you a health MOT. There's all sorts of things. There's a robot that can target coronavirus, the patch that scans for COVID, and a pair of glasses. You just click it on the top. It's a dial, and it can go between reading and long or short distance. It's even possible to adjust one lens at a time if prescriptions differ between the eyes. The Void glasses are currently available online, voidglasses.com, for 60 quid. Seems quite reasonable, doesn't it, really? So I quite fancy that idea. They're a little bit thick and heavy, but it obviously moves the lenses, so you can... I've never understood... I mean, sometimes you spend ages, don't you, trying to find the glasses. Is it... I can't see properly. Are these the right strength? No, they're not the right strength. I don't know. Rodney Trotter's ponytail was fake too. I seem to remember Cassandra thought it was a rat. Very funny. Yes, we remember his ponytail, don't we? And I think Del, what's that? Old Rodney thought he was so trendy. So trendy. Piers Morgan, My Life and Other Celebrities. He said, the one positive thing to my dad losing his taste after COVID, he said, I can drink £3 wine and pretend it's a 1961 Latour. It's quite clever, isn't it? It's quite clever. We like Piers Morgan. I know not everybody likes him, but we like him. That's all that matters. We don't worry about other people. Well, not just yet, we don't. The Express today will come round to. Prince calls for everyone to get jab like Queen. Yes, we'd like it, William. Thank you, darling. We'd like it. Read the newspapers, for God's sake. Don't show ignorance, please. We all want a jab, OK? There might be a few people that don't want one, but don't treat us like complete and utter idiots. Goodness sake. Have you had your jab, I wonder? Or are you just waiting to go and queue up in line? Or have you had it already? Donnie says, you a fan of Kew Gardens? Not particularly, no. Not particularly. It was okay. It was all right when it was a penny to go in. Then it was well worth it. Now it's quite expensive to go to Kew Gardens. So I only liked it when it was cheap, I'm afraid. Siegfried and Roy are both dead now, yeah. Siegfried died the other day. He was 81. I think he had cancer. actually. And, and Roy died a few months back, actually. But you won't see their like again, but you can find them on YouTube. If you've never seen what they were like on stage, I saw them a few times, as did Mr. Neil. We went to see them in Vegas, and they were Vegas. I saw Lance Burton in Vegas. I saw quite a number of magicians, because that's what you go to Vegas for. For some reason, Vegas became the home of magicians. And Siegfried and Roy's was bigger. So, in fact, if they brought an elephant on this side of the stage, there was another elephant came on the other side. Everything was done so they each could do the trick. But, of course, the main one was a big case, a glass case, which Roy would stand in, and they would hoist it over the audience with a curtain round it. Then they would drop the curtain, Roy had vanished, and there was a fully grown Siberian tiger. And then they would bring the cage back down, open the door, and the tiger would walk round the actual cage. Something did happen. One of the lions attacked him. He said it was trying to protect him, but it didn't look like it. I mean, it completely ruined his life. Completely ruined his life. He had to learn to walk and talk again. I mean, you've been attacked by these things. They're enormous, these things. Bearing in mind that they didn't train them. They were trained by other people. If you read the book about Siegfried and Roy, it's a very interesting book, that they had these lions and tigers, and they were trained by other people, and then, from an early age, then they brought Siegfried and Roy in, and some of them lived in their house. The mess must have been unbelievable. And they used to start every show with their lovely house in Vegas, with lions and tigers sleeping on the couches and things like that. It was all very campy camp. But there's these huge lions and tigers. And then you could go after the show and see them. They sort of went outside and sat in this sort of area which had a pool and everything else in it. And it was a big show. Big show. Mind you, the whole of Vegas was... I'm not even sure if Vegas is open again yet. Is it... they haven't opened everything, have they? Not properly. The ex-courtiers start warning to the royals. Harry and Meghan face failure, the brand. Because what they should do is actually live a life of sacrifice and service. Oh, no, they want the money. Filthy lucre. Give us the filthy lucre. That's all they're interested in. So far, they apparently have made about 200 million. Are they happy? Of course they're not. Of course they're not. But she's enjoying this little bit of world domination, but unfortunately their popularity has plunged to almost zero. Not so good. And they're also facing fresh family turmoil over an embarrassing new book about to be released in America, which comes at the time as Meghan will learn this week whether she's to face the ordeal of a full-blown trial over her legal action against a newspaper that published excerpts from a letter she wrote to her father, who is now going to be making a TV programme about himself and about her. They do lurch from one disaster to the other, but poor old Harry, as I say, who's he got to ask? Nobody. He's got nobody at all. Nick Ferrari talking about... Oh, good Lord, here's another picture of Sarah Ferguson dressed up in another peculiar outfit. And with Watney's Party 7 making a comeback, Vesta Chow Mein with crispy noodles, Aztec bars and avocado bathroom suites must be just around the corner. Oh, do you remember? Avocado bathroom suites. Ghastly colour. Now, everybody had them. I know, everybody had them. Also... there can be little surprise, writes Nick Ferrari, that Britain's Got Talent was last year's most complained about TV show, but the margin is extraordinary. There were more than 31,000 complaints, with 25,000 specifically concerning Diversity's Black Lives Matter routine last September. The gap to the second highest offender, Good Morning Britain, was huge, as that show talked up 13,000 complaints. Producers of Britain's Got Talent need to realise people want to be entertained on a Saturday night, not preached to or exposed to blatant political messaging. Yes, I mean, it took over. It just took over, and everybody was talking about it, and then they've all done it, and then somebody complained about Alicia Dixon with this. You know, terrible. Steve, you look cool in a baseball bat with a fake ponytail. Baseball cap, sorry, with a fake ponytail poking out the back. I don't think so. And I agree, soap stars never make it in the big acting world. Whatever happened to Catherine Tilsley? Nothing. Disappeared completely. Yeah, lots of offers. You can always, whenever you read, they've had loads of offers, and you think, yeah, well, why are you not doing them now? Also, Kevin says, hope you're well. With train companies cutting services because of lockdown, does that affect you? No, I have about 6 trains an hour that get me home. No trouble, loads of trains. And during the week, they're not cutting back at all. I mean, they're not hugely busy, but they're at least they're getting people on there. Great piece in the Express today on the 100th anniversary of one of the greatest magic tricks of all time. I might dispute that, actually. I've got other favourite magic tricks. But this is Thomas Selbit. P.T. Selbit was the first man to saw a woman in half. But in fact, the history books show that Percy Thomas Tibbles, who was P.T. Selbit, but they think somebody did it earlier. And I'm looking at some old photographs, and they've got a lovely picture of Mike Cavaney. He thinks it was performed in the 1870s because he's got an advert for a performance at Winchester Music Hall, South London, reading "Startling sensation soaring a lady into wonderful resuscitation." So we'll have to wait and see. But it's on this evening. Mike lives in California. He appeared on one of my Christmas shows some years ago, and he's writing "Soaring a Lady in Half, the astonishing history of magic's most iconic illusion." And so the Magic Circle Unlocked Facebook page at 6 p.m. today will show you this programme. You must watch it. It's free. Doesn't cost you any money at all. Just go to the Magic Circle's website and you get I think there's a code, and then you just go and you watch it from 6 o'clock this evening. You will not be disappointed. Not be disappointed. What else was in the papers today? Oh, there are loads of people climbing up the Savage Mountain. This is the Himalayas. I mean, it's amazing, actually. K2, the world's second highest peak. And there's a record number of people who've gone up there. There's also a couple of people who've died this year. You wouldn't get me up there. I can't think of anything worse. I did speak to somebody who had climbed mountains, very big mountains, and said that the thing you've got to be careful of is crevasses, because some of them go down like 2 miles. So in other words, if you fell into a crevasse, there's no chance. You're just waiting to die. Steve, wouldn't the Sigmund Roy tiger just use the litter box when inside the home? I don't think so. I don't think you can train them to use a litter box. It's a nice idea, but it would be absolutely enormous. Absolutely enormous. Steve, talking to Maureen Lipman on Corrie, amazing, but rate the guy that plays Roy Cropper, says Matthew. Yes. Do you know that's his mother's bag? His mother who died, and he wanted to use that, so he uses it on the show. Because he was the one who married Hayley, who used to be called something else, Harold. See, even I can't remember that. She was called Harold, was she? Oh, right. And did they meet in Amsterdam or something like that? Yeah. I mean, how embarrassing. There you are, a female actress, and they go, "We think you look just like a man who's changed sex into a woman." Brilliant. And I don't know what she does now. Chris Quentin from Corrie did well, did he? Chris Quentin? What did Chris Quentin... I don't even know what Chris Quentin does now. He must be in his middle to late 60s. Do you not think so? Married to Gail. Brian Tilsley, yeah. He was married to Gail. Here he is. He's 63. Started his career as a dancer. He used to spend ages getting him to take his shirt off on the programme. 2020 appeared in an episode of Hollyoaks. Oh, right. He now works at Stringfellow's erotic nightclub in London. Is he still doing that? Wow. But he has a daughter, and he's got a partner. She's an ex-Stringfellows dancer. He was like hot property. He covered for me one time. I went away on holiday, and they brought in, loads of celebrities to come in. I mean, loads of celebrities came in. I think there was a different person every night, and Chris Quentin was one of them, which was good. It was good. But I don't know. I was on holiday. I never heard it. I think I was in Vienna, actually, again. I don't think I ever got round to sort of doing anything else like that. Sunday Times, pies. I love a pie. I'm really quite obsessed with pies. I think they're very good. Unfortunately, I don't have them. Also, serial killer Dennis Nielsen, the family of his victims, have expressed anger about the decision to publish the memoirs of one of Britain's most notorious serial killers. His autobiography is to be released this week after the Home Office banned its publication for many years to stop the murderer cashing in on his crimes. He's dead, of course, thank God. But he was the one who murdered at least 12 young men. And he used to pick them up in London pubs, take them home, give them drinks, strangle them, and then, dreadful things befell them, I'm afraid. And then after a while, he would cut them up. And I didn't see David Tennant's show. Was he playing? Oh, that's right. He looked very similar, didn't he? Phenomenally similar to him. But, and he only got caught out because somebody complained about the drains. The drains were smelling, so they went there and they started and then they suddenly realised what was going on. And that's when, arrested in 83, jailed for life. He wanted his autobiography published in 1990. But, disgusting person. He was a psychopath. He spent, years, about 10 years, trying to overturn the ban, pursuing his case with the Court of Human Rights. Ugh. After his death, his notes were passed to the man he named as his next of kin, a graphic designer who befriended him after writing to him as a prison pen pal. Slightly bizarre. This man here, a married father of two, has edited the papers and found an independent publisher. I don't think I'd be remotely interested in discovering anything that Dennis Nielsen had to do with it. I'm really not remotely interested. Here we go. Even on the front page of The Observer, Phoebe Dinavore. Bridgetown is what people need now. I mean, how many more blooming stupid articles? God in heaven. And apparently, low-paid families shun the COVID test. Why? High cost of self-isolation. Well, doesn't seem to be sinking in, does it? But never mind. At least we're getting there. So we can see the way out after a record day for vaccinations. Brooklyn Beckham and his private jet. Denise Van Outen, we don't know if she's out of hospital, into hospital, no idea. Scarlett Moffat and her mother, who misappropriated £50,000, but of course, they're all behind her and everything else. I mean, that's some debt to run up, isn't it? And the social media influencers who earn up to £7,000 for plugging something. It really shouldn't be allowed. Amy Tapper, the reality failure, in a candid interview. Yes, she's doing a reality show. Really very boring. With a bunch of people that you've never heard of, which is great. And people rushing to get back. And he had this beautiful paper with Chung Ling Soo written at the top. It was all gold and embossed, and was it his nephew? I can't remember who it was, actually. But anyway, nobody questioned the fact that he wasn't Chinese. He had his hair shaved and had a ponytail put in, and he pretended he didn't speak English. So William Robinson, Hector Robinson, was the one who gave me the piece of paper, and I got it framed because it's lovely. Loads of people have got it. He must have had, and it was everything was sort of written on it. So that, you would think, and when he gave interviews, he would do it through an interpreter. And so people thought he was but he wasn't. He wasn't Chinese at all. But he did perform the act without incident. And then he got the bit with the show where it was the boxer's illusion condemned to death. And they put the bullet was marked, put into the gun. And the idea was that they would fire, he would catch it in his teeth, and then stagger backwards, spit it onto a tray, and they would then verify that, in fact, it was the same bullet that had recently gone into the gun. Now, the assistant who fired the gun, Jack Grossman, appeared with Paul Daniels way back in 1982. Paul Daniels recreated the illusion of the bullet firing which killed Chung Ling Soo on stage. And Jack Grossman was there, and he introduced us to Jack Grossman. I mean, really quite an exciting thing. But unfortunately, Chung Ling Soo, who I think is buried in East Sheen Cemetery. I think so. But of course, after his death, the public was shocked to learn that he wasn't Chinese. He fell to the ground after he was shot and said, "Oh my God, something's happened, lower the curtain." That was the only time since adopting his persona as Chung Ling Soo that he'd spoken English in public. And I am totally convinced to this day, although I could be wrong, that the curtain that they wrapped him in is sitting somewhere, in somebody's house, because it would have been covered in Chung Ling Soo's blood, because they wrapped him in this thing to stop the flow, which didn't actually help. And I reckon that curtain will be out there somewhere. Somebody not knowing what it is. But no, very famous. But the note paper, if you put in a piece of can you put in Chung Ling Soo note paper? See if we can show you a picture of it. It's quite beautiful. There you go, left-hand side, that nice picture there, back, down, left, there you go. That's what I've got. And it's beautifully, with dragons all the way round, a photograph of Chung in the middle, and it's got memorandum from Chung Ling Soo, marvellous Chinese conjurer. And, it's very elaborate, it's beautiful. And I've got mine framed, as indeed had many people, and Hector gave it to me when I joined the Magic Circle years and years ago. And I've always been immensely proud because I can talk about Chung Ling Soo and people say he wasn't Chinese. You go, no, he was just pretending to be Chinese. But nobody ever knew. Apart from, obviously, people there. But I believe, and I can't remember if I'm right, actually, that the wife might have been having an affair. I mean, after a while, I should imagine being a magician's wife must drive you mad. Absolutely mad. But very interesting story. But it's tonight. It's tonight, and that's good actually. That's good because 6 o'clock. Just go to the LBC, not LBC, the Magic Circles website, and that's good. What's the greatest magic trick? Oh, I don't know. I've got so many. So many great magic tricks. But the sawing in half is good. But you see it changing. You see it changing over the years. And another one here. Oh, sorry, I don't know if another one here. You can lose that one there actually. 0605, thank you. Which would be very good. And also, somebody says Sarah Ferguson was getting her clothes from the charity shops in Windsor. I wasn't aware actually that Windsor has charity shops. Imagine if somebody was seen nipping over there from Windsor Castle. That would be good. Waj is locked into the spike for the last hour. Thank you very much indeed. And Sarah Lancashire, Suran Jones have done rather well after Corrie. Yes, I'm not sure about Suran Jones. Sarah Lancashire's done very well. And another one here, trying to find some more things about something that's relevant. The wonderful thing about LBC is that we can agree to disagree. Trump received more votes than there are people in the UK. We don't care, Peter. We hate him. Everybody hates him. He's a liar. He's a racist. What is it you don't understand about that? Obviously, you're one of them. You know, we're not interested in your little facts and figures. Another baby. He's a baby. That's all it is. You know, and that's why he's kicked out. They don't want him anymore. We're not interested in more people in the UK. Who cares? Stupid little facts like that are only for people who sort of are the curtain twitchers. Listen to Biden's inauguration on LBC. That'll on Wednesday. That'll really wind him up, won't it? That'll wind old Trump up, you know. The man whose businesses are collapsing even as we speak. 11 million he lost just on the golf course. You know, which is good news, isn't it? So. What else in the papers for today? It's that, you know, I thought it was going to be a good day for the papers, and it turns out to be actually not a particularly good day for the newspapers, because even the tabloids are running with some of the stuff that the heavyweights are running with. Another 1,295 deaths the other day. You know, just in case you think, it's all gone away. And also, COVID sufferers are being given intravenous doses of vitamin C in a bid to save their lives. I mean, I've heard that there were all sorts of other remedies that came out. Intensive care medics in London and Guildford are trialling the idea after doctors in Wuhan found it cut mortality rates by 80%. I'm not sure I really want to hear anything from the people in Wuhan, thank you very much indeed. So what they do is you get the equivalent of 30 oranges a day over 4 days. Really? Well, that must be condensed into some sort of... Yes, I mean, very bad for diabetics. Fat lot of use. Imagine diabetic and COVID. God's truth. Posties could be tested en masse so they can safely deliver millions of letters inviting the over 80s to book a jab. So far, 45% of people that age have now been vaccinated. They're doing well round our neck of the woods. Prince William said he was proud of the Queen and Duke of Edinburgh getting their COVID jab. Well, I mean, what else? What, they're going to leave them? Just say, two old people are shacked up in Windsor. Oh, don't bother with them, for goodness sake. No point at all. Also, the school uniform debate. I mean, they did wait in line, did they? Did they? They didn't. Did they not have somebody going? Oh, right. But so, yeah, I mean, they were waiting for their age group. Commons leader Jacob Rees-Mogg has torpedoed a move to make school uniforms more affordable. They say on average, parents spend around 340 quid a year on school uniforms, but shopping around could save them as much as a third. I've seen the price of uniforms rocket down. You can get like 2 shirts for £5 for little children. Obviously, the bigger you get, the more expensive it actually becomes. Lovely picture of a train in North Yorkshire. There's something so appealing about North Yorkshire because they have trestle tables on the actual platform. It's like a scene out of Daddy, My Daddy. And this was in Hawes, and they had a light dusting of snow. And also, London had a dusting on the Millennium Bridge. So I seem to have missed all of it. I don't know how I missed this the other day. I'm just looking forward to getting home and having a piece of toast. I just want a piece of toast today. I don't know what I'm having on it. I haven't really got anything to have on it. What did I have yesterday? Oh, I had... what did I have? Oh, it was the prawn toast from M&S. Seems a bit naff, doesn't it, really? I'm sure. And also, I bought some rice pudding, which it says you can have hot or cold. And it's got to be hot, hasn't it? And I was so looking forward to it yesterday. And then, strange enough, I didn't actually eat it. Because I saw it again this morning. Oh, I didn't eat the rice pudding. It's going to be a good day today. I might have... Oh, I don't know. I don't know what to have, actually. I mean, sometimes, if you have a couple of pieces of toast for breakfast, that seems to sort of do you in. And I've got boeuf bourguignon later. That's it. Oh, not sure about that, are you? Oh, yeah. That's all right. Yeah. Yeah, get me being all posh. I'm not making it, quite clearly. I mean, obviously, somebody else will have to make it for me. It's beef stew, yes, I know. They call it boeuf bourguignon because they're sticking a couple of onions, and apparently you're supposed to be impressed by it, which is lovely. Biggest news this week, a raven went missing from the Tower of London. It's the Queen Raven. Only need one more to go, and that's it. We've lost everything. According to legend from the 17th century, not that we take any notice, once the ravens leave the tower, the kingdom will fall. Do you think this is some huge plan from God to annihilate the entire planet, slowly but surely, and then we'll just sort of rebuild it and restock everything? I don't know. Apparently, even more worrying, the original scroll on which the legend was written goes, "Verily, upon thy fall, thine kingdom shall be led by men of meagre wisdom. One shall be of monstrous manner, with hair unkempt and many offspring. Upon his side shall bleat a fellow, sick of mind, who shall declareth in such state that fish would English rather be." I don't think we'll worry about what they said back in the 17th century. I mean, to be honest with you, it's a bit feeble, isn't it, really? It's not the best that we can come up with. Liam Gallagher started the year by reaching out to his estranged brother Noel on Twitter. They're both ghastly. Both ghastly. Many of us were hoping to see an Oasis reunion, says Helena Watts, who's down the showbiz rabbit hole, but it's looking unlikely. The band's former manager Alan McGee says it's brothers, you just never know. Perhaps they just hate each other. Can you imagine? You've got a brother, you've both been successful, and then you don't talk to each other for ages and ages. I mean, it's like Elton John didn't speak to his mother for ages because she didn't like David Furnish. Seems fair enough. If you don't like somebody, you don't like somebody. And then eventually you realise that, better make up with your mother before she dies, so he did. But you had to kick him. He's just made up with Rod Stewart as well. They also fell out for years. Elton and Rod both got girls' names for each other. I forget what they are, actually, at the moment. Somebody will probably correct me and say, oh, they're this here. And I remember thinking, why would you fall out with somebody and not talk to them for years and years on end? But that's exactly what Elton was like. You saw would you see the tantrums and tiara thing? Oh, my goodness me. Talk about prissy. Honestly, what's the matter with these people? Now, that's a diva. So when it gets round to poor old Gemma Collins, she's not a diva, she's just being a rude person. Whereas Elton was a real... When somebody shouted out, "Cooey!" when he was playing tennis over in the south of France, he threw down his racket and stormed off. On LBC, Andrew Castle is here with LBC's Weekend Breakfast. He'll have the latest on the vaccine rollout and look ahead to Joe Biden's inauguration. Then at 10, Swarbrick on Sunday. Tom Swarbrick will be looking at the impact of the crisis on the emergency services and speaking to the Foreign Secretary, Dominic Raab, about the new travel corridors. All of that and more coming up later this morning, right here on LBC. Which is lovely, isn't it? And then one here, Steve, from Daniel. He says, "My mum, Anne, was one of your biggest fans. Sadly, she passed away. The other morning, she'd contracted the COVID virus and had been in hospital since Boxing Day. My sister made recordings of your show for her to listen to, and it cheered her up and made her laugh." Oh, I do hope so. I do hope so. He says, "Thank you for cheering people up in the morning and doing your charitable fundraising." Well, I'm sorry to hear about your loss. Unfortunately, as you can well imagine, Daniel, there are so many people in that situation where they've lost family members, and I think it won't be too long before all of us in the country will know somebody who's picked up the virus and has died as a result of it. And that's the sad fact. That's the sad fact. Steve, Rod is Phyllis and Elton is Sharon, says Graham. That's it. I couldn't remember what I mean, I don't know why. Rod is Phyllis and Elton really is Sharon. I can't help it, but that's the way it goes. Bless him. I love it. It's so interesting, isn't it, when you sort of do all these sort of things. Oh, and yesterday, my godchildren looked out of the window of their house, and their garden is covered in snow. So pretty. I mean, it looks pretty most of the time, but it looks even prettier Oh, sorry, could hear them shouting in the background. I'll turn the sound down. Doesn't say... I mean, there's a lot of snow they're getting down there. See, the trouble is, we couldn't wait when we were kids. You looked out of the window, it's nice and warm inside, and then you go, right, out into the garden, and then you mess up the garden by rolling up a big ball, and they make a snowman and all the rest of it. And it looks so pretty. But probably not as pretty as you want it to be. But very jealous. Not in London. We never get it staying in London. It's too warm, I think. But down there, in the heart of Essex, it was happening. Steve, I can't believe eBay is selling COVID-exempt badges to wear in shops to avoid wearing a mask. They should only be available via GP approval, akin to buying a blue badge for the car to park anywhere. Well, yeah, with the amount of people who abuse that system. It's a horrible system, really. And but you're right, COVID-exempt badges. I don't believe a word of it. You can get it off the internet for free. You don't need to buy the blooming thing. That's the worst. And another one says, somebody else saying, the good thing about Trump is that we can agree to disagree. Yep, everybody disagrees with the people who support him. They always go, no, the man's an out-and-out racist. And sooner he's kicked out, the better. Should make us feel much better about life. Now, why was this one here? Oh, a teenager was diagnosed with a rare blood cancer after visiting his dentist. I wasn't aware that you could visit dentists at the moment. Are they open or are they not open? Oh, before Christmas, OK. And former boss Harry Redknapp is backing a book about an autistic football fan who changed his name to Arsenal. Wasn't he... What did I read about Harry Redknapp a short while ago? Wasn't he going to be applying to get a job on EastEnders? He was... I thought, how can they do that? EastEnders is sort of pretend... and Harry Redknapp's a real person. What are they going to, it's Harry Redknapp. You go, I'm sorry, do you know, this is, yeah, one of these, do you know any of these people in the Vic? I think so. I think you will know them. Angie Bowie, movie is not a work of genius. She slams a biopic, this is his first wife, as boring, dull and inaccurate, more dreary than a one-star documentary. I thought he was a fascinating person. I'd love to have spoken to him. Love to have spoken, but we never got that far, which is a bit of a shame. Plus, tributes have been paid to a wonderful couple killed in a hit-and-run after the man who mowed them down was jailed. Anne Nickerson and husband Lawrence, 75 and 79, were hit by a speeding car in November. The driver, Asif Hussain, left the childhood sweethearts dying in the road in Newcastle, but handed himself into police after a search was launched. I can also advise the person who left their car on the level crossing to hand themselves into police as quick as possible. Hate to see you being dragged out of your house, which of course is highly likely. But this man was jailed for 2 years. That's what life is worth nowadays. 2 people died. 2 years. 2 years. He admitted causing death by careless driving. He also got a 3-year driving ban. It's a joke, isn't it? It is absolutely a joke. Only 3-year driving ban and a 2-year thing for killing this couple. I mean, you can imagine why people get pretty angry, can't you? Things that go on. Caitlyn Jenner, as I said at the beginning of the programme, could be set for a cameo role in the new Sex and the City revival. What for? What for? The I'm a Celebrity favourite. I thought she was boring as hell. It's top of the list to appear in the reboot. What do you mean top of the list? I mean, why would you have to have a list for it? You don't need her. Definitely not. They believe that transgender icon Caitlyn, 71, would be ideal for the part. Well, I'm sorry, is she an actress now? Then when did that occur? Do tell. We love these sort of things. And there's this one, I can't do that. It's quite a serious story, but it has sort of it's a funny side to it, which is not funny, but it's funny depending on what your sense of humour might be. My sense of humour sometimes can be a little bit off. Sarah thinks that people who are exempt from wearing a mask don't wear a face shield that I've seen people wearing. That would solve the problem. I told you before that there is this machine where you can tell whether somebody's breathing is affected. I don't understand why everybody's going... I mean, and the amount of people you see who claim to be affected, are people who need to get some friends out there. If they're that ill that they cannot go out and cannot put a mask on to save other people from them, then they should get friends to go out and do their shopping for them. It's not difficult. Did you notice, though, the one good thing is that now we've all got over the excitement of we've gone into lockdown and people walking about with 300 rolls of toilet paper, which you frankly, wish a dreadful thing on them. Now you can go out. There's no shortage of anything at all because we've suddenly got into the mindset of we're not all as stupid as these people who are stockpiling. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. A 30-minute miracle workout. Oh, I hate workout. Don't you hate everything in the new year? Well, so here we are, us fatties. And they're going, oh, now we're in the new year. Have you thought about being fitter? No. No. Have you thought about doing a 30-minute miracle workout? No, I haven't done the Bez one. No, I saw that one. That was hilarious. That was hilarious. I don't trust any of these so-called Z-listers for sort of doing, you know, losing weight and doing all these. It's not my sort of thing at all. If I want to lose weight, which I'm doing quite successfully at the moment, actually, I'll go to the doctor. And the doctor will actually tell me, you know, if you eat this and you have that and then you do this, it's fine. Fine. You don't need to sort of do everything. Here we go. Lawrence Fox has got this lockdown lanyard, which says, I am exempt from wearing a face covering. Why? Why? I mean, why is he exempt? He's not ill, as far as I know. He's taken his freedom away. They all do that. The ones in America are hilarious. You know, they sit there and argue with people in these department stores and things like that. Well, it's my right. I'm suing you and you and you. And they stand there, these thickos, thinking they know the thing, because they've read it on the internet, which, of course, turns out to be fake news. So I can't do an impression. There was no point in even doing it. And so it's everybody else talking about these things. I mean, if you seriously can't go into a shop and wear a visor, which you can buy all over the place, they're not difficult to get hold of, you know, for the 10, 15 minutes you're doing your shopping, there's something the matter with you and you shouldn't be out anyway. Really shouldn't be. Anybody still shopping online? Yep, everybody. Everybody. Everybody's shopping online. You know why? Because we love it. We love shopping online. It's great. You just sit there and it's too easy and you just click here, click there. I can do it on my phone on the train and I don't need to input anything at all because the details are on my phone. It just goes, would you like to buy this? I go, yes. Done. Done. Very shortly, this will be winging its way to you, Steve, because you're a valid customer. And I love it. This morning have axed their shrink over her COVID-denying Twitter rants. This is Emma Kenny, had appeared up to 3 times a week over the past year, but provoked controversy with her public outburst when the government's tier system was brought in last year to limit the pandemic's spread. And so one source said those at the top put up with it for a few months, but it got to the point where the backlash was too much. And so Vanessa Feltz. Oh, I wonder why we'd be seeing more of Vanessa Feltz, and there is quite a bit of Vanessa Feltz to see. And so Emma Kenny's... see, the trouble is people do this, and then all of a sudden they disappear. You know, yes. Do we do it all the time? Oh, is she? Oh, right. Oh, is she? Oh, right. Nobody tells me anything. So... what TV's Tom has got to tell Harry and Meghan? Oh, it's not Tom... This is Tom What's-His-Face, isn't it? This is Tom Bradby. Now, was it not... Tom Bradby, who's a newsreader, isn't he? He sort of sits there and he sort of is a bit smooth. News at 10 or something like that. Did he not have a breakdown working nights? I'm pretty certain he was off the programme for quite some time because he couldn't get used to working these... peculiar hours. And I remember thinking at the time, because I think he knows Harry and Meghan quite well, so he's actually had quite a number of interviews. But there was definitely... yeah, there was definitely something. I mean, he was ill. I'm pretty certain. Anyway, it was definitely Tom Bradby. Definitely. Having known Harry since he was a young man and been a guest at the Sussex's wedding, Bradby has a knack for asking all the right questions. No, he has a knack of asking the questions that don't offend them. That's what it is. If he asked questions about being offensive, you wouldn't actually get anything at all. And so they've got all sorts of people. Bradby has privileged access to people. That's why he takes full advantage. Full advantage. But he says, I think they wrestle with their position in life. What position? What position? Born into money, titledom, and not really having to do very much in your life. And Harry is heartbroken at the situation. Well, you could tell us anything. I'm not believing it. I don't care. Steve, just getting my wife Veronica's breakfast. She's got a 12-hour shift in a care home today. Big fan of yours. Still waiting for her vaccine. But she keeps saying it's on... She keeps being told it's on the way. I think they are on the way. Just don't know when they're on the way. I mean, we all hope we get it, don't we? I think we all want that, definitely. And if only gay actors are allowed to play gay roles, does that mean only straight ones can play heterosexuals? Because that'd be a great shame, not to mention it would put half the leading men in Hollywood out of a job. Morning. Nice heavy company. My concern now, Steve, is some people believe once they've had a vaccine jab, they can relax their ways. No, I've just been told, whether it's true or not, she's told us, so take it with a pinch of salt, that Kerry Katona's got COVID again. That's twice. That's right. I mean, whether it's true, I've got no idea. I just admit it. You read something in a newspaper and you think, is that true or is that not true? And to be honest with you, I've got no idea. She claims that she's got it again. She's still got it. Perhaps she's not self-isolating. I mean, a friend of mine had it, and 2 weeks, just under the 2 weeks, he was fine. Absolutely fine. Amy Tapper has told how she was driven to slim down after awkward moments during her size. She's battled weight issues for 13 years. I mean, every time we saw her on the programme, the whole family were always eating. I don't think they ever stopped eating. But the family, luckily, you don't see on television anymore. She's obviously decided going to be a celebrity. So she's appearing on some hilarious programme called Celebs Go Skating. I mean, it's pitiful. It's pitiful, especially when you know that there are no celebrities on there, including her. Joanna Lumley wants to be buried with her favourite bird feathers. Oh. You can do it. She collects wild and beautiful bird feathers, so I'd like my big vulture feather and my red kite feather and some others, and some shells. Oh, it's interesting. You can be buried in your back garden. You just have to apply for permission. It's got to make sure it doesn't cross a watercourse or something like that. So, yes, I didn't realise. I was totally convinced there was somebody buried in one of my gardens from years and years ago. And I mean, what would you be buried with? Me? I don't know, actually. I thought about an LBC mic muff and a pair of headphones, which seems might as well just have the mic muff, mightn't you? Yeah. Also want to be buried with all my money. I've decided I'm taking it with me. I don't care what anybody says. Also, Mark Commode. Have you ever seen Mark Commode? He sits there on the terrace, very pretty. He's always holding a pen like he's about to write something down, perhaps his name. But he's praised modern comedy films for their diversity. Could you get anyone less diverse than middle-class public school boy Commode? And should we be more concerned, writes Gary Bushell, about how funny they are? Charisma-free Commode even moaned about the satirical masterpiece I'm All Right, Jack. It's crime, accurately reflecting the prejudices of its day. Can't have that in these babyish times. Po-face wet blanket Commode sucks the joy out of movies with his cliched views. The Beeb should let someone more diverse and engaging front secrets of cinema. Andy Osho had breathed life and lasted. Yeah, Mark Commode's been doing it for how many? I can't believe how many experts they have on the BBC. I mean, if they've got one film critic, they seem to have about 30. They pop up all over the place. And Mark Commode, he's a bit po-faced now. He really is. Po-faced covers him. He's got about as much personality as a dead duck, I'm afraid. It's just very, very disagreeable. You feel like saying, go on, have a bit of fun. I went to a screening ages and ages ago, and he was there, sitting in front of me. And with his pen, and then all of a sudden the film broke down about 10 minutes in, and he was the first one to go, oh, come on. And I thought, oh, shh, keep it down, lovey. Keep it down, please. This one says, are rumours that aliens inhabit the Antarctic true? Asked Ancient Aliens. Have you seen this programme? I mean, to be honest with you, obviously not, but they still managed to drag this rubbish out for an hour. I mean, seriously, the rubbish. I mean, it's just absolutely awful. It really is so awful, Also, Faye Ripley told the Whopper of the Week on TV Showdown, I've got the funniest man in the room, Josh Widdicombe. I think not. He just laughs well, but now it's the same people. All these people are there all the time. Every time they get 8 out of 10 cats or this or that, it's the same blooming people. Ed Burns is still there. Oh, I don't mind Ed Burns, actually. I'm all right with Ed Burns. Which one's Ed Burns? Oh, no, I quite like him. But there's all sorts of other ones who just aren't funny. I mean, and they just keep using them. Mind you, talking of using people, here they are. Daniela Alfrey and Charlotte Wood were sacked in January 2018. They're the darts walk-on girls. They don't actually do anything. They just sort of walk on. And they say after they were axed in this PC storm, they're more in demand than ever. And so both of them are pictured with loads of makeup and holding their hair back, because apparently that makes you look sexy. Sadly, it doesn't. The decision was blamed on snowflakes, who believed their role escorting players to the Oki was not politically correct. So they've hit a career bullseye and say they wouldn't go back to their previous job, even if the professional darts company which runs the big competition changed their mind. They don't want you, dears. OK, they don't want you. Don't ever assume that anybody wants you. Charlotte says we're very popular at exhibition matches. Of course you are. You've turned up in your underwear, dear. If I turned up half naked, people would, flock to my events. She said, no, they wouldn't. No, I know. I'm just saying that to make myself feel better. They might not be able to see us on TV, but people are still really keen to see us in the flesh. No, they're not. Listen, they don't know you from Adam. Not that you were Adam, but I'm just saying that, they wouldn't. It's been 3 years since we were axed from the darts, and our calendars seem to be in more demand than ever. I know, it's amazing how much you can get for those calendars, isn't it? Will they be sort of showing all your bits off, girls? I think so. But we have amazing fans, many of who are women, which is nice. Oh, well, good for you. I never quite understand. It's like the ring girls, isn't it? Didn't they get rid of the ring girls as well? They walk round a thing holding up a number, round 3, because obviously the people who watch boxing are a bit simple. I mean, look, where are we? Round 1, 2, this will be 3. I love it. And Steve, Chris says maybe the stores could set aside a particular time. I've done this. I did this a week ago. You need to listen to the programme regularly. I can't bear people who don't listen properly. We've said to you, if you don't want to, wear a mask and you want to go shopping, 6 till 7 in the evening, OK? Go in, get out again. Nobody goes anywhere near you. Don't go anywhere near the people who work in the shop. They don't like you either. It's as simple as, if you can't go in at any, unless you are ill, but they don't have to prove it. I can go in today without a mask and somebody can say, excuse me, need a mask. I go, I'm ill. And they won't question it. So what's the point? Pointless exercise. Steve says, Graham, you'd be buried in your Bentley. I shouldn't think I'm not paying for a plot that size, thank you very much indeed. Really not. And you can lose that one there. That one at the top of the list. Oh, it's a good one. Yeah, definitely, yeah. We never like Margate. Dump. It's ghastly. So, there you go. And somebody says the animatronic Baby Yoda from Mandalorian, normally priced at 50... I don't even know what you're talking about. What, Baby Yoda from Mandalorian? What's that? Wrong show. Now being sold on eBay at a ridiculous starting bid of £100. I don't even know what you're talking about. What is that? The animatronic Baby Yoda. Where is that? Do you know what that is? See? Joe doesn't know either. We've got no idea. Yeah. Have you had a drink or something? The animatronic Baby Yoda being sold for £100. Well, stop being so mean and buy it. Telling me about it. I don't even know what you're talking about. I've got no idea. Also, January the 20th is a date Donald Trump will be wishing away in a hurry. That's because the biggest musicians are joining forces to toast Joe Biden's inauguration. Whoopee! You'll hear it on LBC. Foo Fighters have joined the lineup of Celebrating America, a televised event hosted by Tom Hanks. Also features Bruce Springsteen, John Legend, John Bon Jovi, Justin Timberlake, Lady Gaga, and many more. Who actually played at Trump's inauguration? Go on, give me a guess. You won't remember. Toby Keith, I believe. Anybody? No? Thank you. Yeah, that's it. That's it. So it's all up for Biden. Yeah, love Biden. Love Biden. Very nice man. Also, Barry Gibb. He's got, after securing his first solo #1 with his new album, he's compared the experience to working with his late brothers in the Bee Gees. Along with famous pals like Dolly Parton, the music was created with his sons, Stephen and Ashley. I liked the Bee Gees. I was a big fan of the Bee Gees, and I like Barry Gibb as well. I thought he was, he is fab. Unfortunately, he's the last one left. The others, they had a concert on telly at Christmas. Well, the Bee Gees. Did they? Sky Arts again. See, we like Sky Arts. We're always talking about Sky Arts, aren't we? Joan Bakewell on Love. Brilliant women are finally getting a house in order. What did they call Joan Bakewell? Was it somebody called her the thinking woman's crumpet or something like that? I remember the thinking man's crumpet. Honestly, I ask you. The things that people talk about people now. I mean, I'm probably a sex symbol in certain parts of the globe, I should imagine. People who've never seen me, and they listen to the programme. Also, communal living. This is where a lot of people buy a big house, and there's one here And is it really worth it? They've got, I don't know, it looks about 25 or 30 in this family, and they grow their own stuff. I mean, this has not been seen since the 1970s. It's, I was watching a Golden Girls the other day, and Betty White's character decides at one point, something happens, and she says, well, I shall leave. And so she goes and gets herself another flat chair. And they're younger people, and she goes, oh, hi, everybody, I'm Betty, and all whatever her name is, I can't remember. And so she says, oh, should we all go out for a walk today? And they go, no. And I remember thinking, oh, she's come from this house where they're all buddies, and it's quite sad, really, because then she says, oh, shall I cook some food tonight? We can all have a meal together. And they go, listen, you share a flat with us. Okay, everybody sits in their room in the evening. They say, listen, don't try and sort of muscle in on everything. We all just sit down in our own rooms. We don't want to be friends. It's horrible, isn't it, really? Very bad. And another one that says, I work in a busy Tesco. I want to say to the non-mask wearers, I have to face hundreds of you, so please put your mask on. I don't understand why. There are still lots of you. You might better help me on this one, Gwynnie. Why are there loads of people working in supermarkets who are also not wearing masks? Do they not have to? Because I find that equally as disturbing. Equally as disturbing. How are you coping with no car wash facilities? Well, it doesn't make any difference. I'll be glad when they open again. But at the moment, it's rained in London for God knows how long, so it doesn't make any difference. A police officer in the Strand, says Connie, told me the police do go on buses and trains to check everybody's wearing the mask. Well, listen, I've been taking the bus for the last year. I've never seen anybody in the bus or the train. So I don't believe this exemption rubbish, says Connie in Stockwell. I don't. Well, I'm as sceptical as the next person. I don't understand why they sort of... some of them seem quite aggressive, you know, when they're sort of challenged about it. But I don't want to catch anything. Thank you very much indeed. Also... the front page of the Observer. Staff ordered back to work in breach of COVID rules. 1 in 9 say they were ordered to return. We have a load of people who are not back here. They're actually working from home, and it seems to be fine. It seems to be fine for them. I mean, I couldn't do it. It would just be really, really difficult. Really difficult. I was going to do a stop, but I can't do that one. The school uniform debate we did do. Jason Donovan says he has his wife to thank for getting him on the straight and narrow. Doesn't seem to age very much, does he, Jason Donovan? I class myself as a bit of, too many broken hearts. And somebody says, when the hairdresser's open, will you reconsider getting a top-knot hairstyle? Why would I do that when I don't have any hair? That would be a bit stupid, actually. Well, it would sort of making it out of nothing, Rob. You can't, create hair out of nothing. Yes, there's no point. I mean, it probably would suit you more, I should imagine. Most hairdressers have little things like that, don't they? Is your beard trimmed very, very nicely? Is it sort of... Sorry, we're telling each other strange jokes about that dreadful thing in Pret that they sold, which was the pigs in blankets, and that horrible chutney stuff that went over it, which dripped out. Oh, it was ghastly. Ghastly. It didn't work at all for me. 11 minutes to 7. Nice to have your company. Policies changed, says Gwynnie. Staff have to try to wear one or stay behind a Perspex screen. Not in our one. In our Waitrose, the staff are stacking the shelves. And they're not wearing masks. And I'm thinking, why are they not wearing masks? What can you do? Steve, I manage a shop and we have staff that are medically exempt from wearing a face mask. However, we now have to insist they wear a face shield, says John, due to the amount of abuse they get from customers who are shopping. Well, you can't walk into Costco without wearing a face shield. Even if you're exempt, they won't let you in. It's as simple as that. And a lot of the supermarkets are stopping families going in. That's annoying as well, isn't it? We get 3 members of the same family. Get out. Get out. Honestly, there was somebody in the other day. Mum and Dad, and the kid had a little scooter it was pushing around. So you're trying to... Excuse me, hello. Pfft, get out. The staff should be... If I was, working in there as manager, I'd have to say, I'm sorry, only one person from the family. Well, we always go shopping together. Well, not now. We're in a pandemic, okay? So, so you've actually got staff who are medically exempt. I mean, how many staff have you got who are ill? If they're medically exempt, they're obviously carrying an illness, aren't they? What have they got? Goodness sake. Roger says you'd find it difficult to work from home because you're a social person, wouldn't you wouldn't see anybody for days at a time. Days, more days. I need to see people. I do a programme that basically works on people's reaction. You know, if I say something funny, ha, 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 which I do, of course, every few minutes, I look for a reaction. If you're doing it by yourself at home, it must be like, I don't know, working to an empty audience in a theatre, standing up there doing your comedy act, and there's nobody in there. You have to sort of, somebody behind the camera goes, yeah, it's very funny. You get the next one on. Doesn't work. It does not work. It's awful. I quite like this one. This is good. I mean, I always like happy stories. This is somebody called Tegan Harvey, who is expected to die of a rare disease by the age of 7, has just turned 18. See? I think that's good. I think that's nice. It's always nice to have some nice things. Michael Dennis says, at the supermarket I deliver for, we have to wear a mask or face disciplinary action. You see, I mean, somebody said a short while ago, what was it? They had a delivery, but the person wasn't wearing a mask. And I thought, no, they were doing a food delivery. And I think it was Simon Conway from the news. He'd written about it on Twitter, because I remember thinking, oh, that's good. If he writes about it, it's good. Penny says, see no masks on mostly younger staff in Waitrose all the time. They shouldn't be on the shop floor. Well, they're stacking the shelves. I was in there the other day, and there were 2 people chatting away to each other, not socially distancing, and I'm thinking, I'm sorry, am I in the same world, you know, where how many people have died in this country? What's the latest figure? 88,000, is it? It's certainly gone up. It's higher than 88,000 people are dead so far. I do worry. I really do worry, because these people, you know, could be carrying the virus, and we don't know. It doesn't necessarily manifest itself, does it? We still don't know exactly how it transmits. We know it's in the air, but that's about as far as we go. So I think the latest figures of the dead, 88,000, 1.2 thousand yesterday. You know, people dead. Hello? You know, you have to bang people's head against a wall to go, you know, these people aren't coming back. This isn't some sort of joke. Although somebody says, have you seen Lawrence Fox bragging on Twitter he's bought an exempt lanyard on Amazon? Amazon should be ashamed. They're just selling these to anybody. Well, you can always do that. You can always go onto Amazon and buy just about anything. It's like, you know, diabetics can buy Cadbury's cream eggs if you want, and peanut brittle and stuff like that. Shouldn't be allowed to have it, but nobody can stop you buying it. And if they happen to sell a lanyard on Amazon, I mean, for some people, they might be exempt. We don't know. But in the case of Lawrence, I mean, he's just decided, what is it? Has he decided it's his right not to wear one? It's not for medical reasons, is it? Or religious reasons or something like that. He's just decided. I don't know, perhaps I mean, I liked him. I said this to you before. When he came in, he was charming. He was absolutely lovely. And then he got all this, he had that thing, didn't he, when it was on Question Time and we had all these sort of problems. And then ever since then, I mean, he's been criticised now showing this masked exemption badge. He wore it on a lanyard around his neck. And it basically just says, you know, I'm doing it, along with a selfie. He says, I've received the badge after a long period of consultation with myself, an extended review period and proper due diligence conducted with myself. I have received the badge I ordered for Amazon. Thank you for being there for me. And it says I'm exempt from wearing... I would feel embarrassed going out wearing a blue and yellow laminated badge. It doesn't mean anything at all, does it? It really doesn't. It means nothing. It doesn't mean that you are exempt or you're not exempt. It makes no difference either way. You've just bought it. Which I'm a bit disappointed at, actually, really, because then all sorts of people... I saw a bloke sitting at the bus stop and I couldn't quite see what it said, and I suddenly realised when it stood up and it says, I'm exempt from wearing it. I thought, well, why are you doing this? I've never seen anybody challenge anybody who isn't wearing a mask. I mean, have you ever seen people challenge people? Sheila challenge it. Does she? Oh, wow, that's very brave. That's very brave. Does she really say things? Oh, right. She says something to people. Oh, well... And Eddie as well. Oh, my Lord above, not Eddie. Eddie and Sheila. Well, good for them. Good for them. Patrick says, all of us are a bit dodgy in one way or the other. It's just that some of us can duck a smidge lower than others. Oh. I could claim exemption, Steve, from mask wearing, as I do have a lung and breathing condition, but still wear one, although breathing is slightly more difficult. And if it got worse, I'd stop going out, says Al. Yeah, it's what I don't understand. But some of these people who have got it, they look perfectly healthy. You know, I don't see anybody sort of puffing and wheezing and everything else. I don't know, I don't know where we go from here. We have tried. God knows we've tried. We had a British gas engineer over to fix our boiler and refused to wear a mask in the property. We had them on, but he said, if you want the boiler repaired, let me crack on. So we said, goodbye, got the next one who was polite, says Billy. Well, I thought they're supposed to absolutely wear them. Yes, if it's somebody coming into your house, they absolutely have to wear something. And if you don't, then you report them to British Gas or whoever it happens to be. I would think, actually, it's in the best interests of any gas engineer coming into somebody's house to wear a mask. It's a no-brainer. Absolutely a no-brainer at all. But, Lawrence Fox has annoyed you this morning. So, there you go. What can we do about it? I think sometimes he just writes things and sort of does something to get some sort of reaction, and it seems to work, actually. I don't like this poor family. I like the family, but I don't like what happened to them. They were all left living on a building site after a rogue builder, good Lord, surely not, stung them for 46,000 quid to buy drugs and clear 4 mortgages. They hired Jamie Thompson to build an extension for elderly relatives, but after months of delay, he downed tools and never returned, despite having been paid almost the entire cost of the work. He even claimed to have got planning permission, even though it would not have been given, as it was on top of a main sewer. Thompson, who comes from Hartlepool, was jailed for 13 months and 2 weeks. But it'll cost more than £64,000 to put it back together again. Hope they got their 46,000. If you have to sell his house and get rid of it all, these people. You get a lot of rogue builders, don't you? Oh, come round. Oh, look, your chimney's falling down. No, it's not. You're just a crook. You know what you are. It's going to cost you that one. And once they found somebody that they can get money out of, they will keep going. They will absolutely keep going. Steve, no mask, no free movement, says Mark. It's ridiculous. There's another major player in the spread of the virus, liberal idiots that run this country. Oh, dear. I don't know why sort of people don't understand, that we're trying to stop the spread of COVID-19. I think if we were all shown around a hospital with people dying in beds, then the quicker it would be. The more you behave now, the quicker it will be over. If you want it to drag on and you want members of your family to drop dead, you're doing really well, because that's what's happening. Another 1,000 plus the other day of people dying. Do you think all their families are going, well, I have no idea where that came from? Of course not. They're absolutely gutted. Absolutely gutted. We're all being very careful, and that's why I think everybody should wear it. What does it take to buy? Is it the money aspect of it? Is it, people sort of go, I can't afford to buy a mask or something like that. And you think, well, you stand a very good chance of catching it. You stand an even better chance of dying. And as I've said to you before, given the choice, living or dying, I promise you, living's nicer. I want to live because I've got Christmas presents to claim off people for next Christmas, or this coming Christmas, which isn't that far away now. But I will wish you a pleasant day. And I've not even looked out the window. It's not raining or snowing, is it? No? Good Lord, a clear morning, ladies and gentlemen, in London town. Wherever you are, I wish you safeness and tell you that I'll be back with you tomorrow morning. Happy birthday to Kevin Costner and Biden to blitz Trump policies on the first day. We'll cover it live on LBC on Wednesday. That'll be good. The Trump supporter, I don't know if their mummy and daddies have let them out for the day or not. They'll be going like that. Gemma Collins thinks she's going to be DJing in clubs when they reopen. I think not, dear. What she knows about music you can write on a postage stamp. That pathetic attempt at the charts at Christmas, because I'm going to be like number 1 in the charts. Didn't even hit the charts. I felt very sorry for Darren Day. But the trouble is, Darren, land yourself with somebody like her, you're doomed to failure, I'm afraid. Breakfast is back for families and commuters stuck at home, so more people are eating, which is good. I'm not. I mean, are you eating more at home? So I'm not. Yesterday I got back in again, and I thought, what shall I have? I had Bœuf Bourguignon for later on, which was quite nice. That was a bit expensive, but quite nice. Not as expensive as pizzas, but it was good value. And for breakfast I just had some toast. And that was it. I just had toast. I didn't have anything to put on it. Well, I put butter on, yeah. But that was it. But because apparently now people are buying jam, marmalade, honey, peanut butter and curd. Remember lemon curd? And sales of that are soaring. Not in my house. I haven't had jam in 25 years. 25, why would I? It's all blooming sugar. It's just sugar and fruit. Marmalade, I'm not a big fan on, except the Rose's lime marmalade, which I used to like the shape of the jar. And that was quite nice. Honey, no. Although I saw a fabulous recipe on the television the other day. It was one of those channels where they sort of sell you things that you don't really need, but by the time you watch them for 15 minutes, you have to order it. And it was a frying pan thing, and he started off with squeezing honey into the base of it, and then he was making a tartare, I think, and it was lovely with pears, and then he put eggs in it. I think he put eggs, I can't remember. Anyway, whatever it was, it looked absolutely delicious. Looked like something you'd find in Patisserie Valerie. But unfortunately, we don't have a Patisserie Valerie in Twickenham. It's gone long time ago. Saira Khan, she's turning into be a right nasty little so-and-so. She's unfollowed some of her Loose Women co-stars. I should imagine they're really quaking in their boots. Oh, Struth, honestly. I mean, honestly, she really has milked it. Why don't you go and do one of the jobs that apparently you've been, absolutely inundated with? Apparently loads of jobs for Saira Khan. For what, qualification? I've got no idea. Very odd. Right, first number. We're doing numbers again? First number. Second number. Third number. Fourth, wait a minute, fourth number is... Okay, next number is... And the last number is... Okay? We have to do... I don't know why we're doing this, because you couldn't access my account if your life depended on it. It is like doing the lottery. I felt like at the end shouting, housey, housey. We've won a prize. I won 17 quid on the lottery on Saturday. Boy, did I celebrate. Not. I don't know why, actually. I got quite excited. 17 quid. Not the most I've ever won. I've won other times on the lottery. But 17 quid's good for a Saturday, isn't it? Which is good. Which is very good. Steve, you're right. I don't like Mondays. It's the afternoon, so I'm happy. That was the Boomtown Rats song, based on that student in America who went and shot classmates, and when asked why, after he said, "I don't like Mondays," and that's how the record came about. I never understand it. I mean, as Eric says, quite clearly a marvellous person and be sent money in the post. He says, "How can anything be a Blue Monday when you're on the radio?" Well, I totally agree with you. Totally agree with you. You can't have a bad day, can you? All you can have is things that get you angry. But that's also very good for you. You know why? It's like if you laugh, you exercise all the muscles in your face. And if you get angry, that gets the blood pumping around your body to places it's not been in years. And that's the exciting thing about it. So the more angry you get about something, the more of a reaction you get. So when I read about, the vaccine booster, they're doing 140 a minute. Well, at this rate, I mean, I'm going to be done next week. Oh, by the way, the cystitis has come back again. I can't be cystitis. I've never had something 4 times on the trot. 4 times on the... They're going to be thrilled when I phone up the surgery later on this morning and go, "It's me again." They're going to go, "What now?" And I'm going to go, "It's back." Going to get some more blooming tablets. It's ridiculous. And I knew it was coming back last night. Funny, isn't it? I wonder what it is about me. Perhaps I'm not drinking enough water, but I thought I was drinking loads of water. Perhaps I'm obviously eating something that's affecting it. I'm having tea and stuff like that, but I don't understand how it's affecting it. I really don't. I must have some infection that sort of comes and goes. Perhaps it's in my body permanently. Who knows? Who knows? Steve says, "Matthew, thought of you last night. They were promoting the upcoming Celebrities Go Dating. Chloe Ferry, Wayne Lineker." I know, Wayne Lineker, the oldest talentless person on the box. What's he doing there? Poor old soul, honestly. Poor old soul. And Chloe Ferry. Ugh. Ghastly. So here we go. Bacterial infections and bacteria that live harmlessly get into the bladder through the urethra. It's much more common in... I always thought it's much more common in women than men. Keep your mouth shut. And some of the things to increase the risk having sex... yeah, whatever. Let's go back to the 60s, shall we? Some of the other ones I can't mention. And... have you ever heard of such a thing? And... You say, you may have a blockage. You may be pregnant. Oh, my Lord above, could you imagine? I'm pregnant. I'm going to make money. I'm going to make money. I finally got to be pregnant at the ripe old age of whatever it is I am. Whatever it is, it's a pain. It's an absolute pain. Perhaps it obviously hasn't cleared it up. Perhaps I need to do 2 weeks on tablets. Because a week doesn't seem to do it, does it? Because this will be the 4th lot. 4th lot of tablets. I mean, at this rate, I think we're going to be going to the urologists at the hospital, but they're far too busy to sort of worry about little old me. I'm not sort of overly worried about it. Not much, really. But at least we get through the programme, we share it together, because you've all had problems down in that department. Nobody ever talks about it, except me. How many times you ever hear somebody on the radio talking about they've got a urinary infection? But anyway, loads of you tuned into the Magic Circle the other evening, which is fantastic to watch that programme on the Soaring in Half. Mr. Neil says it was the best programme he'd ever seen. So I was very pleased about that. Fury at the serial killer Nielsen's confession from Beyond the Grave. You know Nielsen. He was the one who used to pick up people in gay bars in London. He would befriend the homeless people and things like that, take them home, and then he would feed them loads of drink and then strangle them. One of them woke up while he was attempting to strangle him with his own tie, and managed to make his escape. Some of the other ones did not fare as well. Anyway, he kept diaries of what he did. Now, for the families of those people who were affected by mass murderer Nielsen, why you'd want to read about it in a book, they actually stopped him while he was alive having this book published, so he's gifted it to some bloke who he knew, apparently, who's decided to find a publisher to bring it out. As far as I'm concerned, it's the most disgusting thing I've ever heard of. Why, if your son was murdered by Dennis Nielsen, would you want to know that there was a book out there detailing exactly what he did to your son? You wouldn't want it. What a sick bunch of people they must be. It's of no interest to anybody. No interest to anybody. And then the worst thing was that Nielsen then just cut people up. And that's when he tried to flush them down the toilet and everything else. And that's when the neighbours went, "What's that smell?" And they checked the drains, and they were blocked. And they were blocked with parts of humans. But luckily, Nielsen's dead now, so that's good news, isn't it? Two bits of good news. The other one is that Phil Spector is dead as well. So, I mean, we're obviously seeing them off as quick as possible, which is good. I like the story of a man who used to work cabin crew for BA. He now works in ICU. And the reason is he obviously lost his job with BA, and so he went and retrained. He now helps out in hospital, and he loves it. Absolutely loves it. Whether or not it pays the same sort of money, I suspect not. Christine McGuinness is modelling for Ann Summers. Always been her dream. I know she doesn't have many dreams. When she does, they're fairly simple. And so it's always been my dream, she goes. And I go, "Oh, how lovely, isn't that nice? I'm sure your children will be delighted when they grow up." That's my mother, modelling with her tits out again. I mean, come on. So, Jim McConnell, Dawn French has stopped removing her armpit hair. It's a women thing, isn't it? Men don't bother. Well, actually, a lot of men do bother. They do actually keep it tidy. Because there's nothing worse than lifting up your arm and you look like an orangutan, is there? You don't really want to look like that. Who wants to look like... Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. So a lot of people sort of shave, but she stopped removing her armpit hair. I remember when we had somebody over here, I think they were a Russian model, and they had a picture of them outside their hotel sort of doing it, like that, and somebody went, they haven't shaved under their arms. And apparently it's an East European thing. A lot of people used to shave under your armpits. Why am I not surprised? Was there a reason? Well, apparently it's cleaner. I mean, it's a lot easier. Do you use a spray deodorant or a roll-on deodorant? Spray. See, I use spray, but the roll-on is quite good, but I used to get my hair jammed in it. And so, nothing worse. And so it's spray now, but it's sort of dry spray, as they say. It's as opposed to sort of, stand there waiting for it to dry. You're Nivea, are you? Oh, is that dark blue thing? That's very nice. They do a white one, don't they, as well? Nivea Sport for men. For men who want to be men. Oh, here we go. What... French Connection. So rich. Honestly, so rich. Here's the rest of it. Can just about afford Superdrug. Struggling with Superdrug. French Connection. Is that spray? Right. Do you trim under your arms? You just leave it? Oh. Something to hang on to, I suppose. It's not too... Oh, right. Don't grow much hair under your arms. Oh, right. Interesting. Oh, well. There you go. Something else you've learnt this morning on the programme, that two of us trim and one of us doesn't. This will be brought up as Christmas cracker jokes a little bit later in the year. And Jane says, cystitis can be caught from public toilet seats. It's a bugger to get rid of. Don't tell me, I know all about it. But I wouldn't get it from public toilet seats. I'm a man. We don't do it the same way as the women do. Completely different. Steve. Please try drinking beer. Oh, God, no, absolutely not. I wouldn't touch beer in a minute. I've never drunk beer in my entire life. And Russ says, I shave my armpits. It's funny, isn't it? We just don't do things like that anymore. And yet we sit there and we have a shave in the morning, some of us. And I'm sitting in front of the television. I'm electric. I can't do wet. Can't do wet at all. My father used to do wet. I used to watch him in the mirror in the bathroom. like that. And I used to so I tried it a couple of times, but my skin is so fair, I was just a mass of bits of toilet paper stuck all over it to absorb the blood. I could just ooze blood. I was like my own little fountain, but coloured red. Not very appealing at all. And so I started and I've had quite a number of shavers over the years. Sometimes they're brilliant, sometimes they're not so brilliant. You know, sometimes they go really close, and sometimes they don't go close. Electric ones, no. Hurt, what you mean is they're dragging the hair out. No, they don't do that. The worst thing that you can do if you really want to suffer pain is shave and then put aftershave on. That hurts. And people go, yeah. You know why you shouldn't do it? It's alcohol. What you've done is basically ripped the skin open, and now you're pouring alcohol into your skin. Of course it blooming well hurts. Yeah, you shouldn't do it. If you're going to put aftershave on, spray it into the air, walk into it. Sounds a bit girly, I know, but it always works for me, I tell you. Everybody always says to me, you smell nice this morning. I say, you're too close. Have you heard of the social distancing? I can't bear it when we get too close to you, honestly, just to smell the aftershave, which is quite nice. It's Monday morning, it's LBC, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast till 7 o'clock, and it's cold, and it's miserable, and it's horrible, and it's just sort of, it makes you feel a bit, doesn't it? You can't really be bothered, actually. You know, you can't really do anything about it. You just have to hope that you're going to get through it. I feel a bit sorry for a leading Kremlin critic, Alexei Navalny. Now, if you remember, he accused the KGB, because they still exist, I know it sounds a little bit like Smersh and all the rest of it, of trying to do away with him. So he goes to Germany to get treatment, and then they say to him, I think you better come back. So he was arrested at the airport. And to be honest with you, I'm not holding out too much hope. The reason being, once you start criticising Russia and the KGB, your days appear to be numbered. Terrible, isn't it, really? The main cure for cystitis, cranberry juice? No, actually not. We've checked on that one. Useless for me. Totally useless for me, Matt. Thank you very much indeed. And another one here. Steve, you make me laugh and turn Blue Monday into Happy Monday. Wasn't there a group called Blue Mondays? Was it Blue Mondays? Or there was a song called Blue Monday or something like that? Something to do with Blue Monday. I can't remember why. What was it? Was it New Order Blue Monday? Oh, right. Was that I wish I was Was it? It was quite an upbeat sort of piece of music, I seem to remember. Oh, it was downbeat, was it? Oh, I don't know. I don't know anything. Blue Monday, here you go. The day given... Oh, the day was set in a press release under the name of Cliff Arnall, at the time a tutor at the Centre of Lifelong Learning. Oh, God, far too complicated. But it is the name given to a day in January, typically third Monday of the month, said by a UK travel company to be the most depressing day of the year. Third Monday today. Oh, my God. We're all going to hell in a handcart. It's not good, is it? But all these things, it's like, Pancake Tuesday or something. Who cares? Who cares? Mothering Sunday. Father's Day. Welcome to your divorce day. Happy now your grandmother's dead day. There's all these different days that they celebrate in America. And they bring cards out for everything. Everything. There is in this country, you can buy congratulations on your recent divorce. Because apparently most women have affairs if they're married, not because they want to have sex, it's because they want to feel good about themselves. It's something that's quite sort of flattering. Which is good. Grace says, most fruit is full of sugar, even though natural. Fruit can flare up cystitis. But I don't eat fruit. I hardly ever have fruit. Hardly ever. I had a couple of nardicots the other day. I've got some satsumas and some pears. I can't have mango and stuff like that. There's loads of things I can't have. I've had a couple of strawberries. But, it's all a bit hit and miss. Really. But it doesn't matter. We go through the papers today, and we'll let you know about Love Island's Arabella Chi. I wonder why we hadn't heard from her for a while. She's in the paper today showing you her bum, because she comes from Love Island, and that's all they can do, really. She told how top fashion designers, yeah, right, ruled her out of modelling because her bum was too big. To be honest with you, it's because she's not model looks. Just because you get your boobs out, dear, and wear your underwear, that don't make you a model. That makes you a bit of a brass. People look at you. They're not going to go fashion. You look at fashion models, they're completely different from the page 3 models. The page 3 models are the ones who get their boobs out, and they'll do it for just about anybody. They're never going to be used for fashion. Look at Naomi Campbell. Look at the way she walks up and down a catwalk. You have to be really peculiar to want to walk like that. So if it's somebody like Arabella Chi, who's nobody in the terms of fashion world, she's just somebody go, can you put your knickers and bra on again? Yeah, I can do that. And that's it. Never going to be a fashion model. You know, fashion models are people who are there and they're primped and everything else. If you're a page 3 girl, you're way down the pecking order. You're never going to go, really, from page 3 to fashion. Fashion's completely different. Fashion, you know, they send them around the world. The idea that she's been there and turned down by top fashion houses is almost laughable. You know, Christine McGuinness, the nearest she's going to get is modelling for Anne Summers. She's never going to get anything else. Never going to get anything else. Unless she appears on that dreadful Housewives of Cheshire, where they put on their own little fashion show so they can all pretend to be models. So, you know, top fashion designers and Arabella Chi, they don't even know who she is. I'm sorry, who is it? Did you turn her down? No? Well, she says you turned her down. You're a top fashion designer. She just made it up. You know, they turned her down because she's not very attractive for the catwalk. The whole idea about the catwalk is they're not looking for attractive people. They're looking for people that can sell clothes. She couldn't sell half a pound of punnet of strawberries. You know, you have to be, you know, they're there for different reasons. They're there because you ask anybody what they call fashion models. They're called clothes horses. You just literally take them, you start with a blank canvas, you do funny things with their hair, do their makeup, stick some clothes on, they walk up and down, come off and go home. And that's it. Go to Milan. It's full of good-looking people like that. Not the Arabella Chi type. She'd be the sort of person who'd be sort of there holding up numbers in a ring to go boxing ring 3, you know, or something like that. You know, that's the sort of people they are. It's the sort of people who go on Love Island. They're never going to make it into the world of modelling. They're just going to make it into, can you get your boobs out? Which, of course, they'll do at the drop of a hat. Really, it becomes quite embarrassing after a while. What was the other one? Oh, the new law protecting... I think, actually, Darren might have done this morning, protecting statues from mobs and woke worthies, because it's just getting absolutely ridiculous, so be warned. The celebrities who are jumping in a puddle to raise money for cancer, and the final resting... This is so good. This is such a good story. Such a good story. The final resting place for the wife of one of Egypt's most revered pharaohs has been unearthed. This is not Tutankhamun. This is somebody else. And they found her grave. There's more than 100 coffins in chutes next to it, in tunnels and everything else. Because normally when pharaohs died and the wives of pharaohs, if they were revered, the servants generally died with them, I'm afraid. They took their pets with them. They have their cats embalmed and everything else. And it was because they needed them in the afterlife. Nobody told them. Nobody said there is no afterlife. There really isn't, because otherwise you'll be sort of bumping into people like Gemma Collins and things like that, and you don't want to do that, do you? But I think it's interesting that they've actually found it after all these years, something like 3,000 years, which is very good. Floods caused by 2 months' worth of rain in a day and melting snow could pose danger to life, which is bad news. And because you're all working from home, guess what? Britons are having more sex on the furniture. Well, it's ridiculous. I mean, honestly, who has sex on furniture? My mother had a blue fit. You know, people sitting down having a cup of tea. What's going on? I think Stephen's having sex on the furniture. You know, you'd have to clean it afterwards and polish it and buff it up and all the rest of it. That's because people are working from home. Well, don't let them do that. Ridiculous. Aliens on 5 planets, claim scientists, easiest ones to fool, could be watching Earth and spying on humans. What for? What for? We've only just managed to make it to the moon. If these aliens are on other planets, they're managing to fly here and observe us. Surely they're more intelligent than us. Why would they want to be watching us? And they're thinking of having us as slaves or something like that. I just don't understand, you know, why people want to believe in the fact that there are little green men or pink ladies or something like that on other planets. There's not. Yeah, they'd be really interested in Love Island. What are they doing? These people take their clothes off and go onto an island. What for? We don't know. They just go onto an island and then they sit there going, I like him, and that's the boys. And you think to yourself, there's something quite... I'm not surprised they're studying us. They think we're mad as fruitcakes. Absolutely. Teachers got loads more compensation from accidents last year, apparently falling over toys. Well, don't take your toys to school then. Makes it a lot easier, doesn't it? And the corona curbs could start to be lifted in March. Family shopping trips face the ban. Thank God for that. I'm sick to death of seeing families wandering around Marks and Spencer's. Yesterday, 2 kids, 2 bloody parents in Marks and Spencer's. Nobody in the shop said, "Oi, out." They should have thrown them out. You know, you don't want that many people going in there spreading things. Nobody wearing the masks. One of the kids was on a little scooter. And you think, are you stupid? Well, you know, you shouldn't be going out like this. Really, if you want this thing to finish, you don't hang around like that at all. Holly Willoughby wearing a lovely little outfit the other day. It was a very nice outfit. Very nice indeed. And here we go. The daily UK deaths, 671. Daily UK cases, 39,000. This is due to all these stupid people who go, oh, I don't think there's anything like a pandemic, is there? I mean, honestly, nothing worse than the thickos. Really isn't. And how hard can it be to wipe down a chair? Jane Moore has done a piece. She volunteered at Epsom Racecourse. And she went down there and started cleaning chairs, which is good. Furious rows broken out behind the scenes of Dancing on Ice, with some pro skaters accusing bosses of letting Vanessa Bauer endanger their COVID bubble. I don't even know who she is, but she can stick her boobs out with the best of them, so she's ought to be somebody very important. And Washington, D.C. has been turned into a fortress ahead of Joe Biden's inauguration. 25,000 National Guard troops on the streets. They're determined to keep that one Trump fan well away from it, aren't they? Because he's bound to do something a bit stupid, because that's what he is. And the Queen's daily delivery of organic milk was axed after workers at the Windsor Castle dairy farm had to be isolated. I didn't know they had a dairy farm. I know they've got a farm shop. I didn't know they had a dairy farm. That's good, isn't it? Very nice. And a former Supreme Court judge told Sun columnist Deborah James yesterday that her life was less valuable than others because she has stage 4 bowel cancer. Bit unfortunate that he told it to a Sun journalist, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. That's the way the cookie crumbles. And somebody says here, if you drink lots of water and cranberry juice... Oh, listen, I mean, I've been drinking water like there's no tomorrow. Hasn't made any difference at all. No difference. But I'm sure we get there eventually. I'm sure something will happen which will be nice. 26 minutes to 5 on a Monday morning. If you have a job to get up to, now is the time to get up, I suppose. But this is Blue Monday. This is the day you're supposed to be depressed. Also, which minister was it the other day who was saying, don't book your holidays yet? But then lots of companies are saying, listen, you can book your holiday for the end of 21, and if you have to cancel it, you get your money back. Which seemed, you know, as long as there is a guarantee you can get that, then I would be going for that. I think that's a good idea. Somebody said, no aliens, haven't you seen V? I've just told you at the beginning of the programme, I just got the box set. Looks very dated, I'm afraid. There's a couple who've got a daughter in the very first one, and she's going, Mummy, she scratched her arm, and as she scratched, the skin started coming off, and underneath it was all reptilian, and it was pulsating. I've had days like that. Where it's sort of, and then gradually the more, and then she runs away from her parents. She's only young, she's only like sort of 9 or 11 or something, runs away, and then her body starts morphing into in fact, it emerges as a different girl. They obviously decided the actress couldn't cope with this, and she's in this sort of cocoon thing, which is sort of pulsating, and pus and everything else is coming out of it. And then she puts her hand out, and it's all covered in scales and everything else, and they sort of take her home. It's all very exciting, actually. I quite like the idea of hopping into spaceships and just whizzing about all over the place. You know. Well, I wouldn't go... I'll just go around the country. You go, I tell you what, this morning, I'll leave here. I've parked my spacecraft outside the front door. I'll just nip up to the Highlands in Scotland. Just go up there and and just see what it looks like from the air. But low. Done any OBs? What for? Have I done OBs? Yeah, I've done OBs. Yeah, of course. Of course I have. The weirdest place I've done a radio show from. I did it from the London Eye. Yeah, we went round and round that. I felt quite dizzy by the end of it, to be honest with you. And, yeah, I've done it. I've done from, you know, exhibitions and stuff like that. I've done loads of OBs. I've also done it from a nightclub. We used to do Friday night regularly from a nightclub in London called the Limelight. Steve Allen Show would come live. I've done it from a restaurant in Soho, quite a few restaurants in Soho. They give you food during... Yeah, I'll give you food during. We actually, on one of them, it was, we were broadcasting on Marilyn Monroe's table. It had come from Marilyn Monroe's house. And because people don't realise that when you do an outside broadcast, you know, it's only the BBC that wastes your money, boys and girls. Anybody else just plugs it into a socket on the wall. Once you're into a telephone line, you can transmit. It's as simple as that. And they just give you the thing. And we did the Limelight. We had loads of guests coming in. I've done it from all sorts of places. Nudist camp. Done it abroad? No. No, I don't think so, have I? No. I I don't think so. I'd have to think about that, because there might have been something in the dim and distant past. But mainly, it's just, you do them from the Ideal Home show at Olympia. LBC would be broadcasting down there. I'd just be another presenter who'd go down, and they'd bring people in. The producer would be running about all over the place because it was so big, running to go and get guests that you would have on the programme. And then people would push their little noses up against the glass to watch you broadcasting, which I have to tell you is possibly the most boring thing you've ever seen. There was nothing to see. If somebody watched this programme, they'd be standing there going, I'm not sure if they expect you to change costume at the end of every sort of ad break or something, or sort of stand on your head or juggle, but there isn't. It's just somebody talking into a microphone. There's nothing particularly exciting. And we used to get people there, and also you'd be sort of chatting away, and you'd be aware about the corner of your eye, about 6 kids, snotty little kids with their noses pressed up against it, dribbling down the glass, Mum, who's that? He goes, I don't know. I'm going, go away. Go away, horrible little oinks. And somebody from the publicity department would give them a little goodie bag to go away with. So they'd all have to walk around with an LBC bag, and inside that was a pencil and a bug, plus some vouchers. We used to do these little furry bugs with a little tail on it, which had LBC written on there. We had all this merchandising and mugs, and the vouchers were for different companies that they would give you sort of 10% off if you ordered, 300 licorice comforts or something, or, some peanut. He'd never had peanut brittle before, this one here. Never had peanut brittle. Had you? What a sheltered little existence you've had. Horrendously so. I mean, you didn't... Have you ever had sherbet powder? You've had sherbet powder. Have you had lemonade powder? No, see, lemonade powder. You've had sweet cigarettes? Yeah, you've had sweet cigarettes. But you had lemonade powder? Oh, we used to have rainbow powder. Did you ever have rainbow powder? Lemon sherbet's not quite the same. Lemon sherbets are quite nice, but you'd always want to bite it so the sherbet inside would explode into your mouth in a myriad of tastes, which was very exciting. I quite like that. Or failing that, the sherbet fountain where you'd have a piece of licorice sticking out the top. You bite the top off and try and suck the licorice up. In the end, you couldn't do it, so you'd eat the licorice, rip the paper off, tip it into your gob, and then choke, which was always good fun, wasn't it? My mother would be saying, I told you to do that. But no, lemonade powder was lovely, and sherbet powder. Multicoloured powder, and the jar, and they were proper jars, now they're all plastic, and it was all different colours, all just different coloured sugars, and if you were very lucky, he would push his spoon all the way down to the bottom so you get a bit of each colour. That was lovely. And then he'd twist the top of the packet, or pineapple chunks. Please don't write in with your favourite sweets. This is not the BBC. I'm not remotely interested in what the vicar eats when he sort of goes home after his service. People are always talking about that. They go, oh, what was your favourite sweet? No, thank you. Did you ever work abroad? No, I generally worked as a man. And, have you ever burped mid-sentence? I don't burp. I cannot burp. I really can't. Mark says, love the Magic Circle yesterday about the 100 years of sawing a lady in half. The highlight was seeing Sooty saw Barbie in half. Oh, good old Sooty. It's lovely. I'm looking forward to getting those shows, hopefully this year. Please, God, this year. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? To get our shows back at the Magic Circle, which I host with a load of really good magicians. And then you can come down and watch some really good close-up magic. And then we do a little stage show as well, which is always good. We've had some super people down there. I mean, some real top-class magicians and magicianesses. Steve, sex on a Thursday, says Jill. My husband and I look forward to fish and chips on a Thursday. He has recurrent infections too. It's very annoying, actually. I mean, because when they sort of said to me on Friday or Thursday, whenever it was, Thursday, I think, oh, don't worry, it's come back. We've done a dip test and it's okay. You are free of infection. And I thought, well, that's good. And then blow me down last night. Back it came. Oh, God, honestly. Such a pain, it really is. What's the time? 20 to 5. I don't know why I'm telling you this. I couldn't care less. I'm not telling you the time. Look at your watch. Makes it easy. Steve, it's trickle, trickle, trouble, says Amira. That's with these cystitis. You're the only man to make my mornings exciting. Oh, I can't be. There must be other. But you want to come and work where I work. They're all very exciting. Some of them. And they put a smile on your face in the morning, don't they? Because I've not seen Luke for a little while, because he's been commandeered onto another programme. Are you back on the other programme now as well? Yeah. No. You're doing this regularly, are you? Oh. Nobody asked me. They just sort of pop them on here. I sort of turn up, and there'll be some different face to look at. Yes, it's fine, absolutely. Seriously, you are an honorary groovy person, so that's okay. But we're so used to Jake, and he's always great fun to have around the programme. Honestly, laugh a second, 22nd century. Never sort of the funniest person in the world. But no, I said to him this morning, I said, would you like a Mr. Tom's? Well, honestly, you thought I'd have asked him for some sort of dreadful illness or something. And he said, what's that? I said, it's peanuts. It's like, have you heard, it's like peanut brittle, only in a bar. And he went, oh. And by this, I deduced he'd never had peanut brittle. Never. So I said, well, try it. So he sort of gingerly opened the packet. He's checking for the protein on the back of it. You know, it's like ridiculous. Yeah, calorie counting, as you can tell, because we're all calorie counting for him. And he took a little bit and he put it in his mouth. And I went, is it all right? He went, yeah. Okay, that's obviously good. That must be good. Because when you try something you've never tried before, I mean, I see food there's certain foods in restaurants I wouldn't want to eat. I don't want to eat tripe, ever. I don't want to eat pig's trotters. I don't want to eat duck feet or chicken feet or anything I don't want to eat anything that looks somewhat peculiar. You know, I just want to eat normal food. Well, I call it normal food, but it probably isn't. But anything that's sort of remotely unusual. I mean, snails I've had. They made me I did a programme from the Whiteley Shopping Centre in a restaurant. And so they go, oh, Steve, because they were French. And they did me snails and they did me frog's legs. And it was like, it's your worst nightmare. It's like being on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. But they're serving you food that I'm thinking, why could anybody ever get excited over a snail? Yes. Well, I'm not sure if they're deep fried. I don't know how they do them. But whatever happens to the rest of the frog? You've heard anybody eating frog in a restaurant? No, but frog's legs you've heard of. And to be honest with you, they taste like chicken. Like everything tastes like chicken. You know, you could eat a wildebeest and it would probably taste like chicken. There you go, frog's legs. Oh, right. Frog legs, one of the better-known delicacies. I mean, who's serious in their right mind in France came up with the idea of, let's chop the legs off this poor little thing here and we'll eat them? Do you think it was just to be different? I mean, up until then, do you think the whole frog was arriving? Because we used to eat peacock in this country. If you look at and read the menus for the old banquets at Hampton Court Palace, peacocks were quite normal, and they would do it with the tails and everything else. It would all be beautifully served. And Henry VIII would sort of pick up a huge drumstick and eat it. And look at Anne Boleyn and go, right, upstairs you. I'll come and sort you out in a minute, darling. And then we'll have you executed. And, because you've not done your duty. Must have been a nightmare, mustn't it? Can you imagine climbing into bed with Henry VIII and wondering if you were going to please him or not? Because if you didn't please him, you knew what the fate of the other people that went before you. I mean, and they also, nowadays, sounds a bit ridiculous, doesn't it? But it does appear that they do drug people when they do execute. In those days, people just went to their executions blindly. There was no medication. There was nothing to calm you down. Nothing. They were allowed to have their little say. And then they put their arms out, and that signified that the executioner could then take your head off. Bizarre, isn't it? I don't know why, as opposed to, I suppose, hanging somebody. Wait. Or if you don't put your arms out, I suppose you live forever. Yeah, put your arms out. Not going to. Put your arms out. I'm not doing it. Can't make me. And then, of course, you do it because somebody's dragging them out there, and it's the other person who gets their head removed. You go, see, told you, and put your hands back up. I'm sitting on my hands. You're not going to have me stretching my hands out. That's what happened to Charles I, wasn't it? He did his speech. Nobody could have heard a thing. The whole of Whitehall was absolutely seething with people, from the lampposts and everything else. And he came out. He'd walked all the way through St James's Park, and he didn't want people to see he was afraid. So he put sort of a woolen type shirt on, and they still have it. They have that woolen shirt. It's in the Museum of London. It's not on display. It's kept in a drawer wrapped in tissue, and it's got all these dark stains, which would have been the blood. As he was executed, and he came out and he did his speech. I mean, must have been people there going, what's he saying? I don't know. What's he saying? When I put my arms out, he's mumbling. What's he saying? They were hanging from lampposts, top of houses, everything. And he said to the executioner, they always have to tip them. Why? I've got no idea. I'm going to give it the 3:30 at Kempton's, a dead cert. Go for that one. And then he would say, I'm going to so, and I'm going to put my arms out, and that's when you can do the deed. And you hoped and prayed that they did it in one. That's what you hoped. Didn't always work. There it is, the shirt worn by Charles I for his execution to go on display in London. I mean, it's amazing that we've still got it. It's amazing that we still have that. And although they're not 100% certain, as near as damn it. But I would have thought if he was wearing this thing and then they took his head off, that thing would have been covered in blood. Yeah, you're severing a major artery, aren't you? I would have thought. It's still fascinating and it's still a good story and I still like telling it. Lola says, hope you're keeping safe. Well, the one thing I am doing is keeping safe. My friend Michael, he says, hello, he says, I've just heard you doing What's Your Favourite Sweet? He knows the gag. He says, glad to see you're doing the same content as me this morning. He says, I'm quite into a packet of mint munchies, or on a Friday, I don't mind a marathon bar. Do you know, I used to like the mint munchies. They were quite good. If I had a favourite sweet, although it's not good for you, I like a dime bar. Love a dime bar. They're very good indeed. Have you had a dime bar, Jake? Oh, good. Yeah, something in common. And he says, hope you're well. He says, can't wait to catch up this year. Should we invite Chris Gold out for old time's sake? I'm beginning to wonder whether or not we will be going out this year. I'm hoping we will. Because I think that's what we've got to aim for. That's what but it's only aimable if you all sort of follow the advice. Please. And, see, from what you've been saying, you could have had your own series, Carry On Radio. I have. It's this one. I've had it for 42 years. It's very enjoyable. Very, very enjoyable. Steve, I had frog's legs. I don't think they were cooked properly, says Anthony. They kept kicking the peas off the plate. Right, you're barred. And somebody says, I've suffered with cystitis my whole life. I get loads of professional help, which has really worked. You're right, cranberry juice is useless. Only works as a preventer in between bouts. You must drink water constantly and avoid caffeine, alcohol, fizzy, blackcurrant and citrus. Even when you think it's gone crazy, and carry on with the water for a few more days. The sachet helps, but liquid relief tends to work better. Well, I'm going to have to go back again and get some more tablets. Ridiculous, honestly. And Steve, do you think Charles had a few bevies en route to his execution? I don't know what they gave them in those days. I know that if you went to the surgeon, you had gangrene. They would take your leg off or your arm off or whatever it was. There was no anaesthetic. They just literally had if you'd seen the old equipment that they used in the operating. There's a very famous place in London, I think it's at St Bart's, and it's called the Old Operating Theatre. And all the students would stand around the outside. It was like watching bear baiting or cockfighting. And they'd all stand round and watch. The whole floor was covered knee-deep in, there it is, the Old Operating Theatre Museum and Herb Garrett. The floor was covered in sawdust to absorb the blood. And they would literally, the person who's going to be operated upon, they would pour whiskey down them like there was no tomorrow, and they would all hold them down while they sawed through. I mean, it was as brutal as that. Nowadays, I mean, it's far more sophisticated. No booze and no sawdust. But it's an interesting way of looking at it, isn't it? So all the students were watching on how you did various things. Frankly, just going in there would have frightened the life out of me. It's Europe's oldest surviving operating theatre, but they are closed until further notice. But the floor was just full of sawdust, and people would go there, and it was specifically for the student doctors, which is, I mean, it sounds barbaric, but how else were they going to do it? They hadn't invented the anaesthetic, not at all. So I mean, I don't know whether Charles had a few bevies on route. Certainly not en route. Certainly not en route. He didn't have, but it was a cold winter's day. Which was not. I mean, really, it must be quite awful. Lots of people loving that Magic Circle. They've never had so much publicity at the Magic Circle over the sawing in half. People have been sawing people in half for years and years and years, and yet all of a sudden now, people become interested in it. Perhaps we should do another one at the Magic Circle. The best tricks of all time using members of the Magic Circle. Because I mean, when we do our shows at Christmas, the Magic Circle do a whole series of shows. Some of the magicians you might never have heard of, but I promise you, they're absolutely brilliant. Iceman says, I booked a Caribbean cruise for December. Yep, well, I mean, as long as you booked it and you're atoll protected, then you should be okay. Should be okay. You don't really want to sort of suffer with anything. You don't have to book something and then you lose. So just be careful. But I'm hoping by the time we get do you think cruises are okay? I hope so. We had a nice cruise. The food's great. But what I want to do is I want to go on a holiday where I don't have to do anything. I'm not very good at relaxing. It takes me ages. Barbara Windsor always used to say to me, she said, Stevie, you need a holiday. 3 weeks. Week to unwind, week to enjoy, then a week to psych yourself up for coming back to work again. And that was but I've never done a 3-week holiday in my entire life. I wouldn't know what to do on a 3-week holiday. I would have no idea at all. But I always wanted, on the cruise, because there was a load of us went on it, I would love to actually just go on holiday and just literally just lie on a sun lounger, just leave me alone. Leave me alone. It's like, I'm still fascinated by going on a train journey somewhere, like to the Highlands. I said before, if I had my little spacecraft outside, I could sort of hop in it and go, Luke, Jake, do you want to come, should we nip to the Highlands, go and have a nice cup of tea up there, or bottle of water or something, or, you know, go and sort of whiz about over the moor. Should we do that? And we could fly up there, and I'll be going, I'm a little bit rough at this. You know, crashing into things. And then just fly all the way back down again. Or failing that, take a train and we'd all just go to sleep. That would be lovely. I mean, the way we're going, Jake's going to be asleep by the time we get to sort of 5:30 in the morning. You know why? He's had too much sleep. And if you have too much sleep, it makes you tired. You wouldn't have thought that, would you? You wouldn't have thought that, but I also went to bed very early yesterday. I went to bed very early. I was in bed by about 4:30, I think. But to be honest with you, I wanted to go to bed at 4:30. I'd have my bœuf bourguignon with mashed potato. I've learnt a new trick. Well, it's not a trick at all, actually, but I have learnt a new trick. And this one, you do the bœuf bourguignon, and then 5 minutes before the end of your sort of finishing it, just go and buy some ready-made mashed potato. Marks and Spencer's do it. It's about £1.60. And I just cut bits of it off and put it all on the top, put the lid back on, left it for another 10 minutes. Perfect. And then I had bœuf bourguignon with mashed potato. And I had 2 rice puddings the other day as well, little rice puddings. They're quite nice. I'm probably not supposed to have them, but I mean, what the hell? Listen, who's going to come down from on high and go, Steve, you're eating the wrong thing? But I did watch, goodness me, what was the thing that got me going yesterday? Bradley Walsh and his son are doing a trip around in a camper van. It looked fairly butch to me, but it was a camper van. And we're watching this thing going, and they went to Holland. And there they've got the biggest climbing tower that you've ever seen, I think, in the world. And so, in other words, you climb up it. It's enormous. It is the height of a 10-storey building. And Bradley's got a fear, like myself, of heights. And so there's a rope onto him which goes to the top. And the top is a platform the size of my table in here. And so he climbs up. And I'm looking, because the cameraman is pointing the camera down on him. And all you've got is like bits that stick out where you cling on with your hands and put your feet on it. Well, I felt ill watching it. And he gets to the top and I'm thinking, oh my God, you've got to climb over the top. I mean, I would just say, listen, please just let me go down. I would have been in tears. And he climbed. He did really well, actually. I mean, I couldn't have done it. But they also did that river poling thing. Have you ever seen that? Where they've got a pole in the middle of a river. And it appears to be fixed into the middle of the river. And then you run along a platform, and you go, da-da-da-da-da, and you jump onto the pole, and you climb up it really quickly. As it bends over, it drops you on the bank the other side. If, of course, you're unlucky and you can't haul your weight up, you get very wet. And he did that. He actually did it well. His son was better. But it was the climbing of this tall tower on this Bradley Walsh programme. When you look at it, you'll be going, I wouldn't have done it. Just being held on by a rope. It was bad enough to watch John Noakes climbing up Nelson's column with a ladder strapped to the outside of it. And there's no safety harness. He's not held on by a rope or anything. Me, I'd have been so petrified. I'd have you need to get me down. You need to get me down now. Well, just climb down, Steve. I can't move. I would be absolutely frozen with fear. Absolutely I mean, I'm not a big girl's blouse by any stretch. Well, not a huge big girl's blouse. But there's nothing that get me to do anything like that. Absolutely terrible. But well done to Bradley. I was very impressed, because I thought he's not going to be able to do it, because when you saw him halfway up, just even looking down, I felt physically ill. So when he actually got to the top and hauled himself over, I thought, I was sweating buckets on my hands. I thought there's no way I could ever do anything like that. Breakfast is back for families and commuters, so jam, marmalade, peanut butter, honey and curd sales soared by 120 million. You see, I mean, does anybody... Actually, unless you work in a hotel, does anybody actually do a cooked breakfast in the morning? Not really. You just do something that's quick. You know, if you're tired, you've got to go to bed, you go, I'll just have a piece of toast. Then you have 2 pieces of toast. And then you think, what am I going to put on it? Oh, I've got some cheese. I'll put some cheese on the toast, or I'll have some lemon curd. I don't know, you can sleep if you've had lemon curd, but you probably can. There's also Britain's first bid to track down E.T. will listen for sounds from alien industry or mining. They think. I mean, but they've always done that. They've always projected sounds out into space. And if they get a response, they then go, aliens, alien life form, which of course it isn't most of the time. Monday, of course, now an hour into that new ruling that if you're coming into the country, you need an exemption certificate. You need to have tested negatively for coronavirus. Otherwise, they're not going to let you in. It's as simple as that. And it's also the day that apparently they're sending out lots of the over 70s. Somebody says, I work in a school. I'm very nervous because today they're testing all the staff for COVID-19. If I'm positive, I have to isolate for 10 days without... yeah, but surely you'd rather know. Wouldn't you rather know? I would. I would definitely rather know. I mean, I do check temperature. I know it's not always the way that that it can be done, but it seems to be fairly good. I was going to do a Gwyneth Paltrow story till I realised she's gone quite round the bend. She's got all sorts of things at the moment. She has a candle scented like her lady parts. I thought it was fairly bizarre as well. I don't know how that works. I don't know how. Don't ask. What are you asking me for? I've got no idea. I just read it in the newspaper today that she's got a candle out that smells like lady parts. I suppose by a token, you could have sort of men's parts on candles, couldn't you? No? Oh, I don't know. Honestly, we're going down an avenue here that we've got no idea where we're ending up. Why does Bradley Walsh hug and high-five fellow so-called TV stars whilst the ordinary contestants get an air high-five? You mustn't worry about these things. Seriously, it's of no consequence. He's in showbiz. That's what showbiz people do. Steve, I would love to do the Rocky Rail trip through Canada. Yeah, I would like to do that. My chemist, Mr. Shah, he's done it. That's the one with the big dome on the top of the train. And see, I'd love that. You imagine having your breakfast in the morning, just pootling through the Canadian... oh, yeah. Oh, that sounds like... I wonder how much that costs. Probably a small fortune, I should imagine. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Canada's very, very beautiful. They speak French, I believe. French-Canadian. And they've got the ultimate Rocky road trip. No, I want to go on the train. Can you do me a picture of the train? Here we go. Look at that. Look! Oh, it's got my name on a seat. It's called the Mountaineer. And it looks really comfy. I mean, I could go to sleep on that. If it was, heated, which I'm sure it must be. How lovely. There you go. Canada Rail Holidays, Hayes and Jarvis. How much does it cost? How much does it cost to do a... here we go. There you go. It's got how much does the Rocky Mountain train cost? Sounds fantastic, doesn't it? Look at this. I mean, I'm not sure about it. I don't want people to tell me what things are. I've seen a tree before. I don't want somebody to go, and over here, trees. Like we've never seen them before. But first passage to the west, rainforest. They do Journey Through the Clouds or Rainforest. Goldleaf. We're going Goldleaf. We're not going anything cheaper. Enhanced flexibility. Mountain bound. Oh, God, why don't they just tell you how much the blooming thing costs? It's so annoying. You get 3 free perks, 1 hotel night, 1 airport transfer, and 1 dinner. 1 dinner between the two of you. Okay. Oh, of course it might. Yeah, but I mean, but why can't you find out how much these things cost? No packages found. Now showing no packages. Well, boo you. I mean, you could have told us how much it cost last year. I'd love to go on it. Would you want to go on it, Jake? Yeah, we're booking it. There you go. We're sorting that thing out. You can carry the luggage. I won't be carrying any luggage. But that sounds like quite a nice train. There's also a lovely train in India that they do, which I think is the Maharaja Express or something. This one looks like the ultimate in luxury. That sounds really, really good. Really good. There's all these lovely things. Here we go. They say here, if you're on a budget, an economy class seat on the Canadian between Vancouver and Jasper starts at around 164 quid versus over $1,000 on the Rocky Mountaineer. I'd have to go for the $1,000. I know. I mean, to be honest with you, you're only going to do it once in your life, aren't you? And you can sleep on it as well. You can sleep on it. This sounds to me like the perfect existence. The perfect existence, where you just you go on the train, you've got all this wonderful stuff, the scenery to look at. You can booze your way through the Rockies. How fantastic. Another bottle of Pinot Grigio down here, love. There you go. Thank you. This is Jake. He'll have some as well. Water, probably. And what's for breakfast? Not bloody maple syrup again, please God. Sounds lovely, doesn't it? Oh, let's go. Let's go. We could all do that. If I won the lottery, I'd take you all there. Right, whatever. We have a poem for you this morning. It's only a little one. This is by Ken Nesbitt, who you might know. And this is for cat lovers. There you go. Cat, always saying, you never mention cats, Steve, on the programme, like we do. And this one's called My Cat Knows Karate. My cat knows karate. My frog knows kung fu. My poodle knows judo. My turtle does too. They all became black belts by watching TV, some Chuck Norris movies and films with Bruce Lee. They liked learning lessons from Jean-Claude Van Damme and acting like action film star Jackie Chan. They practiced their punches, their blocks and their kicks until they were masters of martial arts tricks. You'd think they'd be good now at guarding our house, but yesterday morning they ran from my mouse. My mouse is a crack-up. I laughed at his prank. Do you think that's weird, that my mouse drives a tank? Have we done that before? Oh, for God's sake, we've done it before. Well, of course we... Did we do... I don't remember doing it before. Oh, before he was on the show. Stupid boy. Fancy doing a poem we've done before. Are you sure we've done it before? I don't remember reading it. I'd have remembered reading that, he says, knowledgeably. Hang your head in shame. You're not going on the Rocky Mountaineer train now. You've lost that one. That's gone out the window straight away. I've never heard anything like it. Expecting a free holiday for coming up with a poem we did about 5 months ago on the programme. Mind you, I'm quite surprised the producer can remember 5 months ago. You generally can't remember yesterday. Can you? You're not very good at remembering things like that. He does his best, but it's not there, is it? It's just fighting a losing bet. Mind you, toss-up between him and Corey, I suppose, really. Who forgets things first? So, who's your page 3 girl today? Woo, her name's Ellie, and she's a follower of fashion. Well, why's she not got a bra on? I mean, what's going on in this world? These people need to wear proper clothes. First date charmer Fred Siriex. I mean, sorry, he's just a maitre d'. I'm not decrying maitre d's, but they're making him out like he's a top restaurateur. He applied to be an airline trolley dolly. He told a podcast, I just wanted to do something else. I was fed up. He nearly quit the restaurant business. You only have to stand there and go, table for 2, oh, there, thank you. That's it. They put him there trying to make him a personality. It's not really working for me. Oh, look, Christine McGuinness. Lovely. Another picture of Christine McGuinness with that dreadful dried-out hair. It's looking very bad, dear, at the moment. But it's always in a dream to model for Ann Summers. Shame it took you so long, dear. She's now 30, whatever she is. Who knows? Also, Spirits. Spirits told Jamie Redknapp he'd make it as a top football pro. What they told his wife, God alone knows, but it ain't you're going to be in the charts anytime soon. Joe Biden is to spend his first 24 hours in the White House undoing Donald Trump's policies. It'll take a bit longer than that, I suspect. And Holly Willoughby wearing a very nice dress the other day. And, do you know, she could wear a bin liner and it looks fine. She seriously could. She's one of those lucky people that no matter what she wears, she looks good in it. It's as simple as that. One viewer said, I keep looking at her chest. Yeah, all right. Don't need to lower it to that standard, do we? But, no, she can wear absolutely anything at all. Joe Warren Plant, whoever he is, apparently he's in Emmerdale. I've never even heard of him before. He fell about laughing in his dance and slipped, leaving him underneath his partner. Also the Ice Panel, Ashley Banjo, John Barrowman, Jane Torval and Christopher Dean gave them the golden ticket. This was Rufus Hound and Robin Johnson. Denise Van Outen braved the ice despite dislocating her shoulder earlier in the week. Because you're old, dear, that's why. You're prone to if you damage yourself at your age, it can be quite serious. So, and also, ice is very slippy. Very slippy. And that's the kind of thing it was, I'm afraid. Sorry, I had to have a slurp of my tea this morning. I need a cup of tea on a Monday morning, a Tuesday morning, any kind of morning. But more especially, I want to go on this rocky train in the middle of the snow, and so all the snow is everywhere. And then, well, it won't be minus 20 on the train, will it? I mean, the train, I'm assuming, has got a little bit of heating going on it. Yeah, I would hope so. I just wonder what they serve for what I want to see is the breakfast that they serve. Will it be eggs, bacon, sausages, fried bread, stuff like that? Or will it be Canadian breakfast? And most of their stuff involves about the American, and the American breakfasts are terrible. They really are. Yeah, in where America, or in Canada, yeah. Well, the Americans do something called grits. That really is naff. And their bacon's horrible. They're little sausages. They're like little pig's willies. They're dreadful, honestly. Seen more meat on a pencil. And, so I remember, because when we were in Vegas, so for breakfast, I just had bread rolls. Oh, here we go. Award-winning service. Oh, look at this. A sunrise skillet. That's what they call it, a skillet, which means that they cook it in the thing that they give to your table. This is a baked egg, served over Yukon Gold potatoes, smoked farmer's sausage, poor old farmer, bacon, tomatoes and roasted mushrooms. Or you can have a spinach, feta and egg soufflé, Again, that smoked farmer's sausage comes out for that one. They're very keen on the smoked farmer's sausage. Eggs Benedict. Sounds quite nice. Buttermilk pancakes. Light and fluffy with warm blueberries. Who wants blueberries when you're on a blooming train? Go for the full cooked. Traditional oatmeal. A filled berry parfait. That sounds quite nice, but it's a bit too healthy. We don't want anything like that. For lunch, that begins with Chef's Daily Soup. What sort of soup is it? I don't know. What does it say on the tin? Tomato. OK. You can have Pacific salmon, Fraser Valley chicken, whoopee, Alberta strip loin steak, served medium rare. You see, served medium rare. I don't eat medium rare. I cook, I do well done, which means they can't do it any other way. In a peppercorn sauce with horseradish mashed potato and fresh market vegetables. Fresh market vegetables. What year? Garden flatbread or chipotle chili. And then chef's dessert creation. They haven't got any vegan stuff at all for you, actually. Sorry about that. You're not catered for in Canada. They're meat-eat. Can't you have anything here? There's nothing you can have. You could have the light and fluffy butter. No, you can't. Can't have anything. Oh, well, you just have to starve, won't you? Take your own sandwiches on. Yeah, you'd have to take a packed lunch. Cheese and pickle sandwiches. Vegan. Fancy not catering for vegans. Perhaps they don't think you've got any money to buy the trip. I'm sorry, a vegan? What, on this train? Where? OK, when we get to the bend, open the door, shove them out, OK? They'll then be upsetting. Sorry, can I have a vegan break? We don't do vegan, OK? We've got the farmer's sausage, which we're all having a good go at. I love it. What about the Orient Express? Says Jackie. Yeah, the only problem with the Orient Express is, and here's my dilemma, if I'm going on a holiday and I'm paying a lot of money for it, and I suspect that the Canadian Mountaineer train will be very expensive, I don't want to have to dress for it. Orient Express, you're supposed to dress. People like entering into spirit, which I'm not into doing. I want to wear a pair of jeans, Tommy Bahama shirt, and a pair of sunglasses because I'm a celebrity. And and that people just have to go past me going, is that Miss Marple? And, or is he the murderer or something? I don't know, and then they go, murder on thee, which is very good. Claire says, stop talking about food. Well, we have to talk about food, love. Otherwise you die. You've got to eat food. If you're a vegan, not on this programme, because we don't do it. There's not many vegan things around, especially not on the Canadian train. Perhaps they're a country that just does meat. Perhaps they've never heard of people like you before. You could be a novelty. How exciting. I might take you instead of Jake, just to see if we can wind them up. So how did we upset people at Disney? We went to Disney. We were doing a documentary for LBC, actually. We used to have a holiday programme, and I did a feature on it. Now, the one thing that Disney is famous for, at the end of the day, is the Disney Parade. And when it gets dark, they have fireworks and all the floats are illuminated. And they've got marshals. And these marshals stand there and they've got what looks like a sort of... I don't know what it looks like, actually. Just sort of a giant stick with a light on it. And they wave it backwards and forwards because at some point the road that you cross is going to be closed off so that the parade can go past. And you get everything from Mickey Mouse. So they have to arrange it so that the only Mickey on display is at the front of the parade. It's all a bit. It's beautifully done. I mean, I promise you, it's so stacked. Kids love it. They absolutely love it. Mind you, adults love it too, and we were adults. And so we kept crossing the road when we got to the other side because we wanted to be right by the curb to watch the parade. I don't want to be 7 deep at the back. So we got to the other side of the road. We turned round and we went back over the road again. Got to the other side, turned round, went back over the road. We must have done it 20 times until the bloke who was standing there with the waving the light thing kept going, can you keep moving? Keep moving. And he said to us, you two, can you keep moving, please? And so we didn't. We totally ignored him. And we got to the other end and we turned round and we crossed over I wanted to be on the curb. I didn't want to go anywhere else. And in the end, he told us a very rude thing to do, which I thought was quite sweet, actually. And we laughed. We still kept doing it. But no, I love the parade. It's the same bit of music that runs for the whole parade. It seems to run, each float as it comes in front of you is playing the bit of music that the float in front was playing. And it's really beautifully done. And then we went there because they just launched the new, it shows how long ago it was, the new Disney thing, which was all projected onto water. So they started off these huge, the ground opens up and these huge sort of fire things come out which squirt water into the air like a spray, and then they project the image of Mickey onto the spray. Oh, it's really clever. And then you've got other things, then the coloured waters and everything else. And it was really spectacular. And we were right at the front for that, to cover it, because it was just so... I've never seen it before. But a friend of mine got addicted to Euro Disney. It was miserable when it first started because the weather in France is not particularly brilliant. And you're in the middle of nowhere. But he said he loved it. So he went time and time again, which was good. Steve, another cool train trip if you're into the mountains. Ella Nine Arch Bridge and the tea plantations in Sri Lanka. Yeah, see, now the thing that would put me off there, Jude, the heat. The heat would be the thing that would put me off in Sri Lanka. I'm not particularly good in heat, and I can imagine some of those trains must be boiling. I fancied the Canadian one because my chemist, Mr. Shard, did it, and it sounded fantastic. And I've seen pictures of it, and I've often thought, if you're going to go somewhere there's beautiful scenery, and then at the end, I mean, if it takes days, I couldn't care less. I'm just going to sleep. Just sleep. The reason Bradley Walsh hugs celebrities is because the episodes were recorded before COVID. It's like BC, isn't it? Before COVID, as opposed to before Christ. The air high fives are from shows recorded since COVID. The cats in the poem, Steve, can you imagine when they all want to be fed, they'd be karate chopping you? I know, but if you like cats, you like cats. Did you see that thing the other day? They showed it on Gogglebox. It was a man who's got... I think he's got dementia. But the one thing he's got is a gift for playing piano music. And he was playing... He's quite old... And he was playing the piano, and it reduced half the people on Gogglebox to tears, because he was saying how much he loved playing music. So what they did, the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra said that they wanted to play along with him playing the piano. And he also praised Stephen Sondheim and said he would be his inspiration. But he's got dementia, but he plays the piano beautifully. He'll hear something, and then he plays it. And they brought in the entire Philharmonic Orchestra, all on his screen. All, there must have been, God knows, 50 of them or something like that. It was stunning. Everybody's crying. And then they said to him, we have a surprise for you. And the surprise was a special message from Stephen Sondheim to say thank you so much for, it was just bloody brilliant. You know when you see something that really affects you, and all of them were in tears. Mary was in tears, the couple up in black, everybody was in tears. Even grown men were a little bit affected by just how wonderful this person was. It was really lovely, actually. See, what a great evening it was that the Magic Circle hosted, celebrating 100 years, says Neil, of Soaring a Woman in Half. Over 4 hours of stories from the performers, including Debbie McGee, David Copperfield, videos of many different variations of the illusion. It was very interesting. Even Sooty sawed Barbie in half, and to all at the Magic Circle, thank you, says Neil, because he loved it. Everybody did. I think they had. It's been the biggest thing that they've got. I mean, it was cute. I know because I'd seen little clips of it, which was good. I didn't actually get to see the whole thing because I was in bed. I'm afraid I'd lost the will to live by that time. Who cares about the time? I'm not going to worry about the time on this programme this morning. We are a little bit like Vegas, where there's no clocks. No clock. You go through the whole of Vegas, you don't find a clock anywhere. They don't want you to know how long you've actually stood there. Hackers. You know what a hacker is? These are somebody who swipes personal details of tycoons and celebrities at one of England's most exclusive golf clubs. Wentworth's 2,000-strong membership database, including personal details stolen by an unauthorised third party. The thieves demanded a ransom to recover files for people including Sir Michael Parkinson, Tony Beak, and former England sports stars John Terry and Kevin Peterson. Oh, God. I don't think I'd want to be a member of any club that invited John Terry in or Tony Beak. The spokesman for the Surrey club said the information stolen is a low risk. What sort of things do they keep, then, on people? I can't imagine. It's a golf club. Can't imagine anything at all, really, can you? I'm sure you must better think of something. Here it is. It's somebody watching an overflow from a reservoir after snow melted. And in Saudi Arabia, on the Jordanian border, camels are pictured. What's unusual about this picture? They're standing in the middle of a snowstorm in and on the Jordanian border. The pictures were taken in the Tabuk region of the northwest corner of Saudi, about 120 miles from the Red Sea. They can see temperatures top 50 degrees centigrade, but in the mountainous region, it comes down to snowstorms. Amazing. We're not going there on the train. You're not going anywhere on the train. You'll be going up and down, go, tickets, click, ticket, click, Can I get you breakfast? Thank you. We've got grits. Somebody said they like grits. A very peculiar person. And Catherine says, I loved the poem, having once had 6 cats. There you go. I knew it was good. And it was Eric who said grits are amazing. Oh, dear. Obviously a very sheltered upbringing, I suspect. Steve, Homebase or B&Q can make up any shade of paint. So making up any smell should be a similar process. Well, they do. In fact, that's what they do in the supermarkets. They pump smells in to make you want something like fresh bread. They also say if you want to sell your house, apart from calling around the house doctor, if you have the smell of freshly roasted coffee or stick some bread rolls in the oven or some baguettes, the smell of bread makes people think your house is really warm and cosy. People like things like that. And so when you go to the supermarket, you walk past the bread thing, what can you smell? Bread being baked. Well, of course, because it's pumped into the air. It's pumped in there to make you think of something. Oh, my God, what's this man doing? It's a paraplegic. His name is Lei Chi Wai. And he has gone, my goodness me, up a skyscraper in his wheelchair. They've hoisted him up in a... say it became detached. I couldn't cope with this at all. But he did raise £500,000 for spinal cord patients, which is brilliant. These people who do these amazing feats, I'm just in admiration. I can't do it. So the alien on 5 planets could be watching Earth, which of course is a load of old rubbish, which we don't believe. Plus, 9 out of 10 women who have affairs do it to look and feel younger, not for the sex. They're doing it to feel younger. Oh, well, there you go. Because people get a little bit older, don't they? Magician Paul Daniels once asked Charles to take part in one of his magic tricks, but he was turned down. Paul died 2016. And he says, would you come and get in an illusion for the Queen Mother? And he wrote back and said, sorry, security won't let me. On the night, Diana said to Paul, I'm so sorry my husband couldn't help you with your trick. Because because Prince Charles is a member of the Magic Circle. Oh, heavens above, we don't have any old riffraff at the Magic Circle. They're all wonderful. And here's an odd one. Chris Packham planning a reunion of the kids' favourite animal show. Well, I don't know what it is, but anyway, did you know that Chris has a big cat sanctuary? I thought he'd have been anti things like that. But apparently not. And here he is with Michaela Strachan and Terry Nutkins. I don't think Terry Nutkins is with us anymore. I think he passed away a long time ago, which is a shame. Also, Amanda Burton watched gangster flick The Godfather to prepare for her role as a villain in Marcella. I love Amanda Burton. She's very good. And Death in Paradise is still running, and Supercars Super Fam is set to be bigger than ever for its 3rd series. The brothers Cash and Shabs Ahmad will once again let viewers into their Essex workshop, Cream. To be honest with you, have you seen this programme where they sort of take cars and then bling them up a little bit? Not my kind of thing at all. I know no one. I see them around London. We had somebody driving through Twickenham the other day. They obviously put holes into their exhaust to make this terrible noise. You feel like pulling them over and going, I'm sorry, what is that dreadful noise your car is making? Not good at all, is it? You could take the bullet train in Japan, says Chris. Yes, I'd have to make sure I got a seat. Gets very busy. Very busy, does the bullet train. Absolutely overly packed. The Glacier Express in Switzerland, like the Canadian one, but closer to home and wheelchair accessible. Ooh. Sounds nice, doesn't it? I'm getting into all these train journeys, I've decided. At the moment, it remains a fantasy, but should a lottery win come my way, I shall be there, standing on the platform, a little case, a little packet of sandwiches, I'll be looking like Paddington Bear, lost. And then the train comes in and you go, I think you'll find I'm at the front. Hello, I'm at the front, thank you, and go right to the front. Oh, that'd be lovely, wouldn't it? Absolutely lovely. I love stuff like that. Even better than being on the end of a scenic railway, the roller coasters. But you've got to go on the back seat. You know why? You get the whip as it goes over there. No good to go on the front bit. Otherwise, you're screaming all by yourself. Ah! Oh, we haven't moved. Love it. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday, traditionally the yuck day of the week. But it doesn't matter, because we're here to keep you company till 7, when Nick Ferrari will be along with the Monday Morning Breakfast Show. Now, I got an email. I can't tell you who it's from, because it might give it away, and they might get themselves into trouble. But this is somebody who worked on David Copperfield's European tour, The Magician. So this is of interest to magicians everywhere. And says, I can't go into much detail because I'm still under contract. And so what they would do, there was a crew for David Copperfield's European tour of 80 people. 80 people, which it might seem like a lot, but when you're moving this around, it's all big trucks and stuff like that. And he said, I split everybody into groups of 20. So the first truck would come in, and they assembled then a quarter of the props. They would then go on to the next prop, and another group of 20 would come in, and they would do the next bit of putting the prop together. So in other words, nobody knew how anything worked, because they were only doing a bit of it. And that's how it used to work years ago when people used to tour theatres. They used to have almost security, because people wanted to nick magicians' tricks. And if you knew how it worked all the time, it would be a bit disappointing. But he says, although I know how the props are assembled, I wouldn't know where to start. I was the monkey. He was the organ grinder. True entertainer and gentleman, says this person, who lives actually on Favoritenstrasse in Vienna. Which is very interesting, because I know Favoritenstrasse very well. And remember we talked about John Starkey, who was with Clive Bull for a long while, listening to your voice vibrations. And somebody then contacted him and said, oh, Steve Allen mentioned you. And so anyway, he sent his best wishes to me, which is very sweet. And this was Shirley. And she says, I hope Clive Bull asked you back. You sound a fascinating chap. It really was fascinating. Rosemary says, interesting hearing you talk about the 100th anniversary of the Sawing in Half trick. I thought you'd like to know about my family magician. He was my great-grandma's brother, born Samuel Murphy Bodie. He became Dr. Walford Bodie, MD, the infamous North East magician. How lovely. How lovely. We've got pictures as well, which all looks very glamorous in those days, because a lot of the big shows were sort of touring for ages and ages. And at the turn of the 19th century, he was a hypnotist, a ventriloquist, and a stage magician. He had a cage of death. He would put 30,000 volts through his body in a vivid display of sparks and crackling lightning bolts, which I've seen done before, actually. He attracted huge crowds, and he played the Tivoli in Aberdeen. He featured in newsreels, shot at fairs and events. Fairly well-built, good-looking guy with his sticky-up moustache. He was so famous that Charlie Chaplin, even in his Hollywood days, did an impression of Walford Bodie. Chaplin did it on stage in his variety days in London, but when he moved over to America and Bodie became popular over there, he got the old act out, and even the American public recognised him. So he was working full-time with the National Telephone Company, which gave him an understanding of electricity and how it could be used. Because of its knowledge, even though it was in the embryonic time for it, he knew more than most, and it could be passed off as magic. Well, there was a man who died a little while ago, a big famous magician, and he was called Mr. Electric. And he would hold a light bulb, a big light bulb in his hand, and it would light. He was very good. He says he would set up what we now know as the Faraday cage. It would use a lot of static electricity. He was the quintessential showman. Some people said that his act was a bit macabre. He said, I've got a living to make. To put it plainly, there's more money in shocking and terrifying than edifying. However, during the 30s, his career and fame waned, and he played even smaller venues. In 1939, collapsed on stage in Blackpool and never recovered. His death was announced in the Press and Journal, Aberdeen newspaper, which relied on his glory years, praising him as one of the best-known musical entertainers and a pioneer of showmanship. So, Rosemary, how lovely. So there's a lots more on Google. I always think of him when I hear you talking about the magic circle. But today, Bodie's name is not as well known as those who lauded and imitated him, Houdini and Chaplin. My mother had fond memories of being taken with her brothers and sisters to see him perform with his assistant, La Belle Electra. How lovely. How lovely. What memories. Goodness me, honestly. Well, I shall keep mentioning the magic circle, don't worry, being an honorary member. And from Alan, he says, thank you for cheering me up most mornings, especially when you mention Richmond and M&S. My grandparents used to live in the Poppy Flats on Petersham Road, which is where the Poppy Factory is, as my granddad was a disabled veteran from the Great War, 63 when he was born, 59. I remember many a happy time visiting them for my home in Coventry. Why M&S? Well, strangely enough, I visited my grandparents in Richmond. While there, I did some of their shopping from M&S. My granny wouldn't get her food from anywhere else, even her Hovis loaf of bread. It's a lovely story, it really is. He said, I've only got one relative left in the Surrey Middlesex area. Now my cousin Stephen, who I try to visit a couple of times a year, lives in Staines. Alan, thank you for that. He's in Coventry. We get people literally around the entire universe listening to LBC, which is very nice indeed, very nice. When you were in Hong Kong, did you go on the cable car to see the big Buddha? I can't remember. We were in Hong Kong 1964. So we had a typhoon. We might have gone on a cable car. Was that you talking about the? No, we didn't go on a. I don't think we went on a cable car. I think we did the Peak Railway. I think I don't remember being in a cable. But mind you, it was a long time ago. So when was it? It's 34 metres. It was. It wasn't completed till 93. There was nothing like that when we were there. Construction started in 1990. We were there in 63, 64. So the answer is the Tiantan Buddha. No, we didn't see it. In fact, I'm only just looking at a picture of it now. I'll tell you where we did go, the Tiger Balm Gardens in Hong Kong. That was lovely. I love Chinese dragons and stuff like that. It's fantastic. Somebody talking as well about when living in Vienna. Do you ever visit the ballroom venue famous for the Viennese waltz competition? Name escapes me. No. I mean, as far as I know, the ball is held at the Opera House, right in the middle. Right in the middle. You walk down Argentiniastrasse, go straight through, and there's the Opera House, which has got a lake underneath it. And that's as far as I know. I mean, apparently there is another place. At least four different Viennese waltz competition hall. And it was the I don't think I've been to this one actually. I don't think I've been to it. It keeps moving about a little bit fast for me. I know that the Opera Ball, they have all the dancing. In fact, they open up the stage as well at the same place. So yes, you can dance the waltz in Vienna. You can learn how to do it. Or failing that, just watch The Sound of Music. No, interesting. But it's a genre of ballroom dance, and there were loads of places open to provide space for thousands of dancers. But if you go to the Opera Ball every year, I think Sarah Ferguson was a guest one year, so, you know. And they've got Vienna City Hall Grand Ballroom. There was loads of play. People seem to like that. The thing that was interesting about the Opera House is that when they do it, I mean, it's such a tradition. That's the, crikey. There's all these different, do you know, if ever you go to Vienna, all you'll think about is the Vienna Opera House, loads of theatres, and at Christmas time, it snows, and Julie Andrews always goes to sing the Christmas carols. It's so beautiful. And they always have a lovely Christkindlmarkt as well, the Vienna Christmas Market. In fact, they had one 2020. So they have had one. They have a big fun fair called the Prater, which has got the Riesenrad and everything else. So 18th of November to the 26th of December, the market was open. How interesting. Nothing over here. I mean, they do have one in front of Schönbrunn, the palace, and they sell all sorts. It's very, very festive. If you're a Christmas person, you'd like the Christmas markets. They're very popular. Very popular. Germany and in Vienna as well, and you get the hot punch, which actually makes life seem a bit better. There'll always be a carousel and a craft fair and handmade decorations and everything. They're quite big affairs, and you can always get a hot sausage. And you know me, I'll go miles for a hot sausage. I've never quite been as far as Vienna for one, but I do absolutely like them. So I didn't visit the ballroom famous for the Viennese waltz, but I did go inside the Opera House. But I never went underneath it where the lake is, because I think the same is in the Paris Opera House, which is where Phantom of the Opera is set. There is a lake there, which is part of the hydraulic system for getting the sets up and down, because the Vienna Opera House is so big, the stage is so enormous, you can take the set and shunt it sideways and leave you space to bring on another set. It can either go up or down or left or right. It's fairly quick. It's fairly quick. It's enormous. I mean, to watch it from backstage would be something quite special, I should imagine. The Viennese waltz is surprisingly hard to perfect, but it doesn't matter. Listen, everybody makes an effort, don't they? Everybody makes an effort. The Really Wild Show, says Mark, that was the show that we used to get on the television with Michaela Strachan, who lives in South Africa. She moved to South Africa years ago with her husband. I think she likes the lifestyle, and because she loves wildlife, so she just flies back here, does her filming, and then flies back to South Africa. That's the way. Everybody, nice to have your company. Nice this Monday morning. 11 minutes, very nearly to 6 o'clock. Coronavirus patients are being admitted to hospital every 30 seconds. Every 30 seconds. The other day I mentioned that there was a great piece in the Mirror over the weekend of a journalist who'd been into a hospital up north. 700 beds in the hospital, 400 taken up by people on coronavirus. And this particular journalist said, all you can see is people lying on their sides with their mouths open, struggling to breathe. Struggling to sort of, to get the oxygen to people. And it seems to be a lot of different ages. So for all those people working in hospitals, who must be sick to death of people, you know, appearing there going, oh, of course, there's no evidence to suggest that this doesn't work. And it's such a shame, really. 10 further COVID-19 mass vaccination centres. They've got them. They seem to like cathedrals, I've noticed. Except Norwich Food Court in Norfolk. Plus, they've got a Robertson House, the Lodge, Wickford. Oh, it's interesting. The Excel Centre, Epsom Downs Racecourse in Surrey, Bournemouth International Centre. They're all over the place. And so now the vaccine being rolled out for the over 70s. The lockdown, they say, could ease from March, which is what we were worrying about yesterday. The quarantine-free travel to the UK ends. So in other words, if you're flying in any time over the last, couple of hours, you'll be asked to provide your certificate proving that you are COVID-free. Half think the measures are not strict enough. Well, you still get people. I'm looking at pictures of people in Newcastle wandering out, no masks, no nothing, just wandering out, crowds of them. Brighton, crowds on the seafront. I mean, are these people the simpletons in the world? Even people in the East End of London were out yesterday. And you think, you do want this to finish, don't you? If you want it to keep going, you're doing exactly the right thing. Exactly the right thing. Another one says, somebody else asking about Hong Kong. Also, there's a nice Christmas fair in front of Winchester Cathedral. Was it on this year, though? I thought they'd cancelled all of the Christmas fairs. I don't think it was on, was it? I think they had to do it. Strangely enough, over in Vienna, it appeared to be on, which is very surprising. But I've seen the adverts. I got the escalator at Waterloo Station. Winchester Cathedral Christmas market will not go ahead this year. It's been cancelled due to the ongoing coronavirus pandemic. Yeah. I think they were going to have one in Nottingham, and that was pulled at the last minute as well. All these sort of places which they have to stop them. But they have a little ice rink. The ice rink makes a fortune. And also the hot food stalls. I love anything like that. I think it's quite exciting. Whether or not you buy things for Christmas or whether you just enjoy what they're all selling. Because they have it. I'm missing Winter Wonderland. I hope they have it this year in Hyde Park. We can all go. We can make up a party of us to go to Winter Wonderland. I do like a roller coaster, yes. I scream all the way round. Yeah, like that, all the way round. You can always tell when I'm on a roller coaster. I'll be the one screaming at the front going, help! They had one last year. No, not last year, because we didn't have it last year, the year before. And it looked fairly old, but it was one of those little things where, the cars are never big enough for people. You cram in there, you're jammed up next to somebody, generally somebody you've turned up with. If not, you've got a new friend by the time you get off. And it went up the top, and how these things stay up there, and it gets it, and it looks like you're going to shoot off the end, and then all of a sudden it spins down. Oh, my goodness me. I don't know why we want to frighten ourselves. I'm like that in here. I come in here, the lights go on, and I go, woo! What was that all about? What was that about? 2 days to a new president, loss of power and protection. After his calls to jail rivals, Trump may face charges. Not looking very good for him, is it really? It really is not looking good. However, over in this country, we've got our own cross to bear. Apart from some man in Morecambe being pulled on skis by his dog. Seems a bit cruel. It's only the one dog. You shouldn't have to do things like that. In Huntingdon, which I know very well, Britain braced for another drenching as heavy downpours head our way. Oh, please tell me it's not going to happen this morning. I couldn't bear it. We've had it before. You walk outside the front door and it's tipping down. Absolutely tipping down. Steve, thank you to talk about places to go to. The girlfriend and I are planning to go to a Greek island after our vaccines and safe to go, says Conrad. Yeah, I wouldn't count your blessings just yet. I'd wait and see. There's no guarantee this is going to help things, but at least it might mean we can get back to what we laughingly call some sort of normality. Because it just seems ages ago, doesn't it? You could go out, on a Friday night, you go, where should we go for dinner? I'd be going, Joe Allen's, Little Italy. Go out for... we're looking forward to doing that again. I'm hoping it's going to happen in my lifetime. I would hate to think it isn't. Steve, Brighton was full of people yesterday. No social distancing. Crazy. Plus, did you see the news last night of all the riots in Amsterdam where those young people were demonstrating against the Dutch restrictions of keeping safe? Says Chris. You see, I don't understand it. There are people dying in hospitals. Even as I've spoken in the last 30 seconds, somebody has died in a hospital of coronavirus. For all those people who go, oh, it's not this, it's not that. Somebody wrote to me and said, I've listened to you for years, but you're wrong. You don't need to wear a mask to stay safe. And the answer is, yes, you do. Yes, if you want to catch it, well then, go and do it. It's as simple as that. A dad of 2 who vowed from his hospital bed he would lose 5 stone has won £5,000 after betting on it. He bet £200 with a bookie, William Hill, at odds of 25 to 1, that he would hit his target in 10 months and did it with a month to spare. So he's got 5,000 quid. That's good, isn't it? There you go. That's we should sponsor you, Jake. So I'm not giving you 200 quid. I tell you, no chance. You wouldn't achieve it. Well, he did it really well. They've got pictures of him. It seems to have done it really quite well. I quite like the idea of celebrities jumping in a puddle for a fight against cancer. I don't know where you find... Well, I was going to say, I don't know where you find puddles. Loads of them out all over the place. And a retired colonel was reading an army newsletter when he spotted his own obituary. Can you imagine? Reports of my death are greatly exaggerated. Ron Back saw the news of his passing announced in the Airborne Network. The 84-year-old then had to reassure friends and former colleagues he was very much alive and well. I mean, fancy... Was he putting somebody's obituary in the paper and he goes, no, I promise you, I'm definitely alive. Definitely alive. The 60s swung, but the 70s sexual liberation reached new heights. The nightclub was king. And one of the most popular films was pornographic. Looking at the decade's top sex scandals, there was an MP, prostitutes and marijuana. Roman Polanski, Deep Throat with Linda Lovelace. And surprisingly, I interviewed Linda Lovelace. It seems one of the oddest interviews you would ever hear, but a porn star interviewed on LBC. And she went everywhere. This is in the 70s. She was forced into the porn industry and ultimately used the fame the movie brought to escape it. She died in 2002. She came in and people going, oh, we're going to see Linda Lovelace. And, of course, in comes this little lady who was very demure and everything else. And, of course, everybody was frightened to say anything about the film, which became very famous, I think, in the 70s, as did lots of other things. I'm not sure if the 60s or the 70s were better. I can't remember which sort of era we had the most fun in. I suppose the era where we didn't have to worry about things and you just sort of went on with it. And money went so much further in London. I still thought getting a taxi was a very expensive thing to do. I haven't changed my mind on that one. I still think it's quite an expensive thing to do. And I just sort of quite liked... I mean, London was different in those days. You did get entertainers. I mean, Trafalgar Square is just full of ghastly people posing on bits of pipework, pretending to be Yoda or something like that, which are very annoying. And sort of with their little tin, it's like organised chaos down there at all. And the worst people in London, the pavement artists. These people who look like they've had about half a dozen sherbets, and they do the same picture every day, I promise you. If you're a tourist, you come and you go, oh, he's really clever. No, he's been doing the same he only does one picture. That's it. That's that one there. I'm a recovering alcoholic addict, the discovery of everything, and I need to speak with you. One here, it says, my theory on God would save infinite lives. Everybody's got a theory on God, haven't they? I'm quite sure even Jake would have a theory on God, but, he obviously has, but we're not doing. Mind you, he was telling me earlier on that he's very excited about people talking about, spacecraft and little green men. He appears to be, I want to sort of drop him in it, a bit of a believer in the fact that there could be something out there. But as I say, this is after you read the story in the paper today about scientists say people from another planet are studying us. Well, they must think we're idiots. Love Island, hello, Eamon Holmes, hello. Syra Khan, hello. What do you think would be the entertainment on all these other planets? Yes, today we bombed Saturn. How fantastic. Did it make any difference? No difference at all. It still looks exactly the same as it did before. Of course, the argument is that it's so big out there, space, the final frontier, The 5-year... Oh, sorry. And people go, well, there must be something out there. And you go, why? Why would there be something out there? Why does there have to be anything out there? Can't there just be nothing? But obviously somebody, thinks that there should be something out there, and he's it. You can't suppress them this morning, can you? You're really struggling with that. That's it. So how many hours sleep did you get yesterday? Because the more sleep you have, the worse it gets. 14 hours sleep? That's called death. Never heard of anybody sleeping for 14 hours. Not surprised you're tired. Good Lord above. You had to switch your body clock. Well, you had to switch everything around. 14 hours sleep. Blimey. I mean, I thought it'd be bad if I got 9 hours. But 14, that's just ridiculous. No, you mustn't do that. Definitely mustn't do that. That's awful. Oh, the music started. What does it mean? The news at 6 o'clock. There you go. You can't believe it, can you, already? So the hospitals around the country now on the COVID surge alert. The people arriving in the country for the last 2 hours have had to produce a certificate saying they are COVID-free. I wonder how many people are standing there going, well, I didn't know about it. Paul, you are? I know. We're all hating the weather. If you're up north, it's a bit wet. If you're down in London, so far it's dry. I'm expecting an on-the-spot weather report on this programme. So it's not raining outside, is it? I've done with Siri. But for Siri, is it going to rain today? There you look. Nothing. Totally ignores me. Hey Siri, is it going to rain today?
It's going to rain in the afternoon starting at 1500 hours, with rain continuing into the early morning tomorrow.
I'm sorry, 1500 hours? Do you mean 3 o'clock? What is it, this influence of these Americans everywhere? This will be Trump's new job. I'm going to be the voice of Siri. So it's going to rain this afternoon. 100% rain. Well, that's all right. I won't go out this afternoon. Just go out this morning. But I love it. I mean, the other day, we got soaking wet. We walked out of here, the producer and myself, not together, obviously not, haven't got to that stage. And we go to we walk a bit further on. By the time I got to the next bus stop, I was so wet. And when you sit there thinking, everybody's looking at this coat. I mean, it does dry out quite quickly, but it doesn't seem to do it instantly. Perhaps I should have bought a Mac. You yawned again. You can't stay awake, can you? Not surprised 14 hours sleep. You ever heard of such a thing? 14 hours sleep. Good grief. How many ears does Captain Kirk have? Come on, this is for you, Jake. How many ears does Captain Kirk have? It's a quickie this morning. How many? You don't want to take a guess. How many ears? You could... Yeah, his left ear, his right ear, and his final front ear. Okay. That's amused Luke. He's very happy with that one. That's an old joke from Luke's childhood days last week. And I never said, there's Klingons on the forward bow, forward bow. We did that last week on the programme. Here's a sad couple here, a very sad couple. Well, in fact, they're angry. They're in the papers today. They've hit out at planned reforms to the leasehold system that would leave the royal family exempt from the changes. They live in the Scilly Isles and their home falls under Prince Charles's Duchy of Cornwall. Alan Davis and his wife Glenn, both 78, have less than 40 years on the lease. According to Alan, his home is unsaleable unless he can extend the lease. This happens to a lot of people. If the Duchy agrees, it's likely to cost him thousands of pounds in extra charges per year. They've been living in this house since 1996. They bought it back in 83. It had 100 years on the lease. He pays £25 a year ground rent, but has friends who've seen theirs rise to £7,000 or £12,000 at the hands of the Duchy after extending their leases. I don't think that the Duchy actually thinks about people in this particular case. I mean, last year, I think the Duchy made £22 million profit for Prince Charles. He used it to fund his official duties and lifestyle and the children. The couple are among residents who've been campaigning for years to be given the same rights as other parts of the country. And it's looking like it could be a very expensive thing. But the Duchy insisted it was just trying to protect the previous environment of some of the most beautiful parts of the estate, but couldn't explain why that couldn't be done by the local authority. I mean, it's basically screwed them, because they've only got 40 years left. Who's going to buy a house with 40 years left? Nobody. I mean, you will get some houses in Regent's Park where they say so-and-so, did have 900 years on the lease, now it's gone down to whatever it happens to be. And then people try and bounce it up again. I think my brother's done that, trying to sell his place. He's paid, I think, £20,000 to try and get more years on the lease. Because if you're looking to sell it, you want 100 years, don't you? Minimum. But there you go. Rainforest from this afternoon for 2 days, says Alan in Chelmsford, but currently dry and icy in Chelmsford. Dry and icy. And another one here says, I want to say the LBC Musical Orchestra is marvellously done. They're very grateful to get the work. Very grateful. I mean, we have to ferry them in every morning. They sit outside in the newsroom. And they go through the whole thing. I mean, some of them are in their sort of distant 80s now, you know, and it's still... and sometimes they're only very short, the little jingles that they have to do. But Miriam, who looks after it, she's marvellous. I mean, seriously, I mean, she is supported basically by the NHS, and she's been out playing all these tunes for it, but she can only do 15, 20 or 35 seconds. She can't do anything longer. So if ever you hear a longer jingle than that on LBC, but she's basically recorded it and then they just play it again from the beginning. So it goes da 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 da, and it just keeps going on like that. She's very happy. I was just saying, you're very happy. Bless her, she doesn't know what I'm talking about. She can't speak English, and she said, but she can play a mean fiddle. I wish I could play an instrument properly. You know, when somebody says, you see people who can read music. I mean, I was in a brass band, but I can't read music. The bandmaster used to have to put the fingering down for me. And that was the only way. As long as I knew the tune, I was all right in playing it. If I didn't know the tune, I might as well just sit there and whistle, because I was blooming useless. But I used to love things like that. And you watch people in orchestras, young people. I did play the recorder. I had a Descant recorder. I don't know why. They did different recorders. You went out, it was like buying a wand for Harry Potter. You'd go out and go Descant, because when I lived in Berkshire, they had a music shop in the town. And you could go in there and buy it. We used to have one in Twickenham. It went out of business years ago. They couldn't compete because of the internet and because of stuff coming in from abroad. But that's where you went to buy your set of drums and a xylophone. But I've always wanted to buy a violin and learn how to... I wish I could go to bed one night not playing it and then wake up playing it. That would be fantastic. Because to watch orchestra, I've seen little people... I think the National Youth Orchestra of this country, some of them are incredibly young, and yet they play... I mean, it's really slow and tedious, but I mean, at least they make the effort. And I think they're brilliant. I'd love to do stuff like that. Walsh says, I'm locked into the Spike after watching Batman. Good God, that's not still back on the television, is it? Batman. Kapow. Paching. Woo. That kind of stuff. What an odd relationship they had, Batman and Robin. No women entering their lives anytime soon, but don't worry, because he had a man who looked after the house called... Can't remember what the man who looked after the house was. Alfred. Thank you, I knew you'd know. And under the house, they had their own garage called the Bat Cave. I mean, it wasn't camp, was it, in any way, shape or form? But they used to go out to events dressed up as Batman and Robin. I used to... When I first saw them climbing up a building, I suddenly realised I used to tip my head on one side because they were, in fact, walking on a flat surface. They just turned the camera up the other way. Bit of a swizz, wasn't it, really? Bit of a swizz. Eco-warrior Charles signs up big polluters to his climate crusade. He's convinced some of the world's largest companies to sign up to this Earth Charter. Recruits, including BP and Heathrow Airport, have pledged to be part of the Terra Carta. Lord above. A senior aide says the mainstream may have caught up with him, but I think he's still forging a path on this stuff. He is. Well, didn't he say he was going to save the world or something? Well, I was doing that every morning between 4 and 7. I mean, there's a limit to how far you can go, isn't there? And what was the other one? Some 2.3 million BT customers could get £500 each in compensation. Oh, I like the sound of that. Why? Apparently, law firm Mishcon de Reya, very famous, has filed claims at the Competition Appeal Tribunal on behalf of BT customers, claiming they were overcharged for landlines. Ooh. BT says it strongly disagreed with the action, adding it had offered discounted landline packages for years. A statement said, we offer packages to support our customers through the pandemic. Well, if Mishcon de Reya have got interested in it, I mean, that's quite a thing now. Plus, praise the Lord, we're now the envy of the world. Why? Because a lot of our cathedrals have been turned into mass vaccination centres. As far as I'm concerned, the nearer to God we are, the happier I will be. I don't mind. It doesn't make any difference where I go to get it. I just want to go and get it. And 100,000 sales will miss the stamp duty deadline because buyers could miss out on the big savings due to sales logjam. Everything's logjammed at the moment. Everything's log-jammed. You know, it takes you twice as long to get something done. Phil Spector dead. He was back in court in 2004, and a peculiar person, very, very peculiar. But he worked with John Lennon, and he worked with Darlene Love. His Phil Spector Wall of Sound was very famous. Unfortunately, he was also a murderer. You know, and whether you can forgive anybody, I think not. I think not. I'm equally as shocked as the book coming out about Nielsen. But I do love the story of Paul Harmon and many thousands of airline colleagues who've left globe-trotting jobs to help support hospital staff during the pandemic. And he's basically gone from cabin crew to ICU. He supports the Whittington Hospital, and he's a healthcare assistant. And he said he loves it. He absolutely loves it, because I used to work in an old people's home a long time ago, thinking, always nice to have somewhere to go back to. And I used to go down there. I don't know how I got it, actually, or why I did it. But I remember my mother said, oh, well, why don't you go and get a job in an old people's home? So I went to this place down where I was called Fairmile. And there were lots of elderly people. And all I had to do was take food to the table. There'd be sort of 60 or 70 elderly people who were in this care home. You know, in the early days of care homes. This is in the 60s. And then I would go to the kitchen, take the food on the trays, take it to the tables, and all the old ladies used to flirt with me. Oh, you're a good-looking young boy, aren't you? Woo. Scary. And then at the end of the meal, after you'd sort of cleared all the tables, then I used to serve them tea and coffee. They used to get the tea and coffee free, but they had to pay for a chocolate biscuit. And I loved it. I would come away from there thinking I'd done something quite good. I'd recommend it to anybody. So when you see somebody like Paul Harmon, who, big smile on his face, typical BA, big smile, and now he's working as a healthcare assistant, and so he's got something that, you know, it's very nice to fly the skies. I've got lots of friends who fly the skies, and they love doing it, and it's great. But, you know, when you're doing something in a hospital, he can make the difference to an awful lot of people. In fact, actually, in the lounge there, they've got an ex-EasyJet pilot, Emma Henderson. She's also doing the same thing. I think that's fantastic. Don't you? Definitely. And Meet the Fearless Grandmother will tell you all about young Deborah Cameron, kept awake by the noise of rainwater. What does she do about it? Steve, I live on Dartmoor, and there are lots of duchy properties with short leases. Thankfully, not mine. That's why they appear so cheap, but the ground rents and insurance charges could be extortionate and no statutory right to extend the lease. I thought he'd want to extend the lease. I mean, if somebody said to me, listen, I've got a lovely house here, it's on Dartmoor, and you go, OK, that's actually quite nice. And they go, but the lease is only 50 years. And you think, well, what's the point of that? That's like throwing money away. The idea is that you want to be able to sell it to make some money back on it. It's a shame. Banks and building societies require 70 years left on a leasehold property, otherwise they won't offer a mortgage, says Nick. Well, that's why this couple here are fuming. Who's going to buy their property? They've only got 40 years left. But of course people don't think about it. It's only in this day and age that people suddenly think about it. What about all those people who live in the tower blocks that have got this dangerous cladding on? They can't sell them for love nor money. And years ago, the government was saying to people, oh, buy your council flat. Buy your council flat. So loads of people bought their council flats at huge discounts, so they live in tower blocks. Unfortunately, what they didn't tell you at the time was that when they do any work on the tower blocks, you're liable for it. All the people who didn't buy their flat, they just carried on renting from the council, it was covered. The people who bought it, thinking, oh, this will be a good idea, we get it cheaply, unfortunately got saddled with all sorts of bills. Here is a lady called Deborah Cameron. She was kept awake by the noise of rainwater overflowing from blocked gutters on top of her building in Northolt. And the council hadn't done anything in 8 months. No big surprise there. I should imagine blocked gutters must have been the most common thing ever. Anyway, she flagged it up with Ealing Council last May and was thrilled when scaffolding was put up before Christmas. However, almost a month later, nobody had been to fix the gutters, and the grandmother of 5 took the matter into her own hands. She says, as the saying goes, if you want a job done, do it yourself. It's been a nightmare, like living under Niagara Falls. And so she climbed, and she's emptied the guttering. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know what would have happened if it would have collapsed. I don't even bear to think about that. But she went up there, much to the shock of her neighbour. She scaled the balcony of her 4th floor flat, climbed the scaffolding with a bucket and set about clearing the debris, much to the shock of all the people there. She said, I thought, sod it. So she's obviously got the right idea. So she climbed the scaffolding and went up there. I was up there for half an hour clearing a bucket full of muck. It was the sleepless nights that made me do it in the end. It was a bit scary, I must admit, but I couldn't leave it any longer. No comment from the council, who were probably saying, what are you doing? You can't just sort of climb up there. You know, I mean, I would have thought a big thank you from the council and a huge bunch of flowers, because basically she's done the job, you know, and you know, months for the council to do anything. And she's got, because and that's why you've got all these floods everywhere, and we'll have more over this week. You know why? The council haven't been round with their sucky machine, sucking all the leaves up from all the drains. They're blocking the drains up. The drains overfill with all the water and all the mud and everything else, and then you get floods. It's down to the council. Do they do it? No, they don't. No, they don't. They sort of perhaps they think it's just going to all disappear by itself, but it doesn't. Shame. And Steve, the Descant recorder makes a horrible shrill sound. I played tenor or treble, which sounded far more mellow. Made me feel like a cool sax player. Says Sue in Penge. Love your bus 176. It's my favourite bus number, 176. I love the Penge bus. Every time I see it come around the corner, I have to try and guess from a distance. Is that the 29 or the 24 or the 176? And I used to have a little sort of discussion with my producer at the time. I said, what's that? And he'd go, it says 29. I said, you could see it? We'd stand there, I couldn't see anything at all. Blind as a bat out there on the road. You know, I can always tell when I'm actually crossing a zebra crossing. There's always a squeal of brakes, you know, which I go, hello. And, but I'm getting better. I'm supposed to go back to hospital to test my eyes, but I'm a bit scared, to be honest with you, at having to go back to hospital to go and get eyes tested just now. I want some sort of assurance. I don't want to go into a hospital and then pick up something, which is not so good. Kim says, thank you for keeping me sane. 4th time isolating. I work in a supermarket and I've been track and traced again. 2 days left. It's not good, is it? I mean, Ed, I know how you feel. I've spoken to people who just go, I just need to get out. I'm sick to death of isolating. But if they said that's what you've got to do, you have to do it, because otherwise we never see the end of this. Here is the final resting place of the wife of one of England's, it could be, one of Egypt's most revered pharaohs, unearthed by archaeologists. Queen Neret, married to King Teti, was... King Teti? I don't know why it's funny. Nothing funny about it. Was found with 52 burial shafts containing hundreds of coffins. Her temple is next to the pyramid of Teti, the first pharaoh of the Old Kingdom's 6th dynasty, in Saqqara in Cairo, dating back 3,000 years. A layout of the site was discovered with 3 mud brick warehouses built to store temple provisions, offerings and tools. The wooden coffins feature scenes of gods that were worshipped. There were also excerpts from the Egyptian Book of the Dead to help the deceased on the journey to the other world with their artifacts. A magnificent bronze axe indicated the owner was an army leader. Mission leader Zahi Hawass said all these discoveries will rewrite the history of Saqqara. How fantastic! Mind you, I'm a bit... I don't have a superstition about sort of digging up things like this, but you do worry, don't you? You think, I'm sorry, this is somebody's last resting place, and along come the archaeologists. I mean, thank God for them. And then they start digging people up. So at the moment you've got Tutankhamun lying there, poor little soul. You know, not particularly brilliant. But I think it's a lovely story that they found all these different coffins, hundreds of them, because they would mummify just about everything. But I'd never heard of King Teti. But he was obviously very powerful. You see, the only one we've ever heard of, apart from Ramesses and, what was the other one we've heard? Oh, there's a number of sort of queens that we've heard of, I think, in Egyptian times. Nefertiti, I think. And of course, it's Tutankhamun, and that's about the most famous one, and the only reason you've heard about him is because we uncovered what was basically a perfect tomb with everything in it. And it might never have happened. They might never have found it. They might never have brought it back had it not been for that last final day in the Valley of the Kings, where they sort of uncovered. They were due to come back. They'd run out of money, poor souls. They had no money left. Mind you, the curse of Tutankhamun kind of followed them, as they say. And they found steps in the sand. I mean, they could have done with one of those things that sucks the leaves out of drains in this country to suck all the things out. And when they got to the bottom, there was a door. And the door was sealed. The seal was not broken. So they went in. And there was another seal on a door to the right-hand side. And so they opened that, and a gush of air came out. When you think for thousands of years, that air had not gone anywhere. And they looked through, and then one of them said, "What can you see?" And he said, Wonderful things. Wonderful things. And there they were, the chariots with the wheels and all the things, and then they went through into the burial chamber, and then they opened up the coffin. They were working in cramped conditions. You know, the ceiling, I'd have had to bend down. They had to build up a pulley system to try and lift these huge slabs of concrete and rock off the coffin to find the first one. And it wasn't until they got down, there were so many different funeral masks on, by the time they got to the last one, which in the light of the candles and everything else must have been like, whoa, blow your socks off. Blow your socks off. Donna says, I'm on the 176 this week. Hope you get on my bus. Actually, I got hooted at by a bus driver in Twickenham the other day. I was sort of sitting there with my mask on in the car. I was going out to go and pick a couple of things up. Petrol and something else. And actually, I've discovered you've got to keep driving a car around because the battery starts going flat if you don't drive round. So I did that the other day. Watched some of the Magic Circle show last night. Very good. Watching Sooty brought back lots of childhood memories. He cut Barbie in half. And Sooty is at the Magic Circle. Where Barbie resides nowadays, I've got no idea. No idea, but she was obviously something that Sooty could do. Lovely. And loads and loads of people decided to log on and watch the programme, which was good, so I'm delighted. Ree says, didn't you play the banjo a few years ago on your show? Yes. I think that was, yes. We did play the banjo on the show. It wasn't necessarily me playing the banjo on the show, but the time we got to the Fairfield Halls in Croydon, I walked on holding the banjo. I think people were expecting me to go into Deliverance. Blung, 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 blung. Blung, 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 blung. You know that one? You know, from Deliverance, the film? Blung, blung, blung. Dueling Banjos, it's called. And we did it in the studio, but I have to be honest with you. I'll tell you now, I can tell you all these years later, you probably guessed it anyway, you're not daft, that we did it to a recording. But we did it so much that when you hear it in the film Deliverance, it goes bling, 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 bling. So we played that bit, and Alan Dodger went, oh, that's not bad at all. And I talked over it as if I was playing at the same time. And then they go bling, 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 bling. And Alan went, you're getting the hang of this, aren't you? And then I go bling, 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 and they got faster and faster, till in the end, Alan Dodgen was almost apoplectic with excitement. Fantastic. So by the time we got with the one-man show to the Fairfield Halls in Croydon, we had to walk on stage. And I think it's on the brochure. Me walking through the curtains holding the banjo, thinking, please God, don't ask me to play it. Steve, your story of when you worked in a care home made me smile. I work as a housekeeper, and I have a variety of tasks to carry out, and every day is different. Always busy, says Rachel in Gloucester. Always busy. Always busy in a care home. Always. You know, and the people who work there, you've got to be a certain sort of person. There's a story in the paper today. I don't want to do it, actually, because it involves a friend of mine. So I'm not going to do it. But I'm just going to say, and he knows who he is, I wish you well. Okay? He'll know exactly who he is. He'll know. Also, gun-mad pop genius who died in jail, a killer, Phil Spector. He was the iconic producer behind The Wall of Sound and some of the greatest hits ever, but unfortunately, mad as a fruitcake and dangerous at the same time. Boris playing the Poldark card to woo the US. He will hold June's G7 summit in a Cornish beauty spot. Well, that could be anywhere, isn't it, really? Because that's where all the copper and tin mines were. He said Cornwall was at the heart of the UK's industrial revolution. You can still go along the coastline and see the old tin mines. Really educational, this programme, isn't it? Honestly, sometimes I feel like rushing home and listening to it myself and thinking, do you know, I think I'll go and visit the tin mines of Cornwall. 6 minutes to 7. Steve, I had my gutters cleaned last week. The trouble is you forget, if you live in a place that's got a big roof expanse, you get all the moss. That sort of rolls down. If it's very heavy weather, and of course you're going to get 2 months rain in a day very shortly. That's ruined everything on a Monday, hasn't it? And you sort of, all that moss falls into the gutters. It doesn't go anywhere. It just sits there and clogs it all up. Before you know where you are, it's washed all the dirt off the moss, and you've got mud all over the blooming place. To have it all cleaned must be a nightmare. I mean, I've seen things on the television where they say you can put this onto a roof and it will clean it all off and dissolve everything. I mean, there's every gadget known to man. I bought something a short while ago, and I've not actually put it in the cistern at the moment. And it's a block that you put in the cistern, and produces coloured water. You know, you have this blue loo and things like that. But this one lasts for more than 1,000 flushes. It's phenomenal. And so I bought a couple, and then I found them on Amazon, and I bought a few more. And you just put it in the cistern. It looks like a tin, but it's more than 1,000 flushes, and it's quite inexpensive, really. When I thought of the things that I put in the toilet over the years, you know, at the moment I've got some balls, which are like 1, 2, 3, 4 balls in a thing, and you put it under. And for some reason, it seems to dispense this blue colouring every so often. What it does, I've got no idea. But the other one, I quite fancy putting it in there. You know, when it runs out, the colour will change. It'll go from green, this is green apparently, to white. It'll just go clear. And so then you know. But no, they've said it lasts for ages. I mean, they actually reckon it was something like more than 6 months' worth. 6 months' worth, which seems... Because if you work it out, 1,000 flushes... I mean, how many flushes would you do in the course of a day? 2? 2 flush? 3 at the push? 3 at a push. Work it out for yourself. It's only, you know, in the course of sort of 7 days, it's only 21 flushes. So you can add it up yourself. It's going to last quite a long time. This flooding, incidentally, caused by 2 months of rain in a day and melting snow, could pose a danger to life. They say today, in the north, blustery showers, rain spreading later. In the south, dry start, rain spreading later. So that's 100% guaranteed, they've said, for the afternoon. Tomorrow in the north, heavy rain, but it will be mild. In the south, showery start, then rain, feeling mild. Wednesday, north, heavy rain turning chilly. South, heavy rain, feeling mild. I don't know what's worse, actually. You know, heavy rain or mild rain. Or the chilly bit. I'm not too sure about the chilly bit. When you've been stuck at home with your beloved for months on end, things can go a little bit off in the bedroom department. But the women of Britain, it seems, are refusing to let boredom and box sets put the lid on passion. The maker of a female Viagra launched before the first lockdown has told how sales have soared as women look to add a spark to their relationship during the pandemic. It's a blend of 5 botanical substances and said to improve libido. Can't you just use the same one that the men use? Doesn't it work the same way, Viagra? I mean, well, obviously not exactly the same way. A bit of a surprise to somebody. But they say the pill contains natural maca extract, tribulus extract, Siberian ginseng, ginkgo leaf and beetroot. Well, that apparently makes you feel a bit like, you know, how's your father? I don't think so. Makes me feel like I've turned vegan. Apparently the empowerment pill, oh, here we go. It's also is bright gold and comes in a bespoke brassware container. If you buy the £150 starter pack, £150? I'd rather go without. Seriously, I mean, it's nothing to do with Gwyneth Paltrow, but sales have shot up, she says. Bit of a joke there. And 400%. So this subscription is £45 a month, whilst a one-off supply is £65. Seems an awful lot of money, doesn't it, for something like that? I mean, to be honest with you, I'd rather go off sex. Well, I say go off it. I mean, it's never actually been on, but I mean, it's the kind of thing that you sort of, you know, I mean, it's 65 quid, I'd definitely give up. I'd rather go, you know, I don't think I'll bother. Lot easier. Can you read a number plate 20 metres away? Yes, I'd need to know what 20 metres is. I know, obviously, what 20 metres is, but I don't know what it looks like in terms of this build. Yes, I mean, my eyesight's very good. It's just that in the darkness of the morning, seeing bus numbers is very difficult. I can see them in the daylight, but because it's dark when we leave here, you know, the bus comes round the corner and it's quite a way away. It's past the Hippodrome and up round there, so it goes all the way up to where the Limelight Club used to be as you head into Tottenham Court Road. And it's quite a long way, so I can't see it until it comes a little bit closer. Then I can get. Well, I think when it gets level with the Hippodrome, I can go, it's 176, because it looks slightly different. What have we got here? Do you know, 1958, I always joke about this magazine, but it's the first picture paper for girls was published. Go on, all you ladies will now go on, Steve. Bunty, the magazine. A great new picture paper for girls. 1958. How old does that make you feel? Answer, very old. Born on this day, 1933, not with us anymore. David Bellamy. Grapple me grape nuts. Remember that one? He was always, people were always doing impressions of him. Kevin Costner celebrates his birthday today. He's 66. He's the double Oscar-winning American actor and director. Had his first full-frontal nude scene in For the Love of the Game cut after people laughed inappropriately during test screenings. Oh, how embarrassing. That's awful. Not good, is it? Mark Rylance, Sir Mark Rylance, the rather trained actor from Kent, starred in Dunkirk and played the giant in the BFG. First artistic director of Shakespeare's Globe Theatre. Earliest film role was opposite Bob Dylan in the 1987 Hearts of Fire, which he said was terrible. He went on to win an Oscar for Bridge of Spies. If you're celebrating your birthday today, then I wish you a very, very happy birthday. I mean, you certainly remember every single birthday we've had during the pandemic. Every single birthday you'll remember, because each one is about as memorable as the day before. Here he is, Kremlin critic Alexei Navalny, arrested, returned home to Russia. They told him to go back. I'd have gone, I don't think so, and gone somewhere else. He said, I'm innocent, what do I have to be afraid of? This is the man who's defied threats that he would be jailed on arrival after spending 5 months recovering in Germany. He was poisoned with the nerve agent Novichok. So riot police detained several people, including prominent Moscow activist Lyubov Sobol, at the original airport as his supporters chanted, Russia will be free, and Navalny. He was flown to Berlin, spent a week in a coma. The Russian doctors who treated him claimed he had a low blood sugar. German experts concluded he'd been exposed to Novichok. He had been warned he faced jail on his return to Moscow for violating a 2014 suspended sentence for fraud charges. But the European Court of Human Rights ruled his conviction unlawful. You want to take bets on what you think the next headline will be regarding that one? Steve, those blue-coloured flushes work too. I bought Ocean Flush off Amazon. One lasted over 4 months, whereas the ordinary ones lasted 2 weeks. They seem to go by really quickly, don't they? I bought loads over the years. I mean, some you sort of put in the loo, some you put in the cistern and things like that, which is good. 2 or 3 flushes a day, Steve, says Paul. I'm probably double that. I checked Google. The average is 5 flushes per day. Oh, really? I think you're under flushing. But isn't that the best thing? Do you not remember some years ago we were told we're flushing too much, so people were putting bricks in their cistern to make sure they didn't flush as much, because the only water in your cistern or in your toilet is the U-bend. It's not water all the way down the pipe. You just, that's that first little bit. That's it. That's it. So I wonder, really, perhaps we shouldn't be flushing every single time. The owner of the real Downton Abbey funded Howard Carter. Yes, he's buried there. He's buried there up on the hill, isn't he? Or was that Highclere? It was either I can't remember if it's Highclere. It might be Highclere. I'll get one of the boys to check it for us. Howard Carter. Who lived at Highclere Castle? I think that was it. Not Highclere. So Highclere. Highclere Castle. Or is that the real Downton Abbey? I can't remember now. I lose track of all these things. Highclere Castle. Wait a minute. The Great One is Capability Brown. Highclere Castle. Yeah, it was the 8th Earl of Carnarvon. 8th Earl of Carnarvon. And largely renovated. It's just south of Newbury. And there you go. It's also used for Downton. But I think he's buried up on a hill that overlooks it. I'm pretty certain, because I think I've been up there. I'm pretty certain. They've done loads of things, but it's most noticeably known for Downton Abbey. And the house, the Egyptian exhibition and the gardens are open to the public for self-guided tours during the summer months and other times during the rest of the year. They also have ticketed events such as Battle Proms Picnic Concert and guided tours throughout the year. And we met the lady what lives in it, and she was fab. She was really absolutely wonderful. It's a Jacobean revival castle, but really lovely. And it's on the Register of Historic Parks and Gardens. Various follies, but you can go there. You can go and see the play. And of course, most people want to go there just to relive it, because they haven't really changed it much inside for the filming of Downton. It was used in The Four Feathers, Agatha Christie's Marple, Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, and I think the main thing from 2010 to 2015, 2018, the film adaptations of Downton Abbey and the series as well. And also, they raised a lot of money for Countryside Alliance. Brian Ferry's played there, Steve Winwood, Eric Clapton, Steve Harley, Kenny Jones. Go see it. It's lovely. It's very nice. Steve, as usual, you're right. Yes, I think with sort of flushing your toilet, somebody's saying that they've actually checked. Do you know, when you do your hair like that, Jake, it's a bit like Miss Piggy. Remember she used to flick her hair back like that. You've got to get it cut. I'll do yours tomorrow. And apparently the things that go in your loo cistern damage the cistern handle linkage because the chemicals in them cause damage, says Susan on the Isle of Wight. He's buried on the top of Beacon Hill, says Sue in Newbury, Berkshire. Carter's in Roehampton Vale. Yes, he's in the cemetery there. A most unusual grave. Most unusual grave. Have you seen Carter's grave? Type in Howard Carter's grave. We got enough time? Nice to have your company. Nice. What have we got? 10 to 7. 10 to 7 this morning, so 10 minutes before Nick Ferrari comes along. Dr. Sanjay Gupta is in the Mail today talking about you can keep your mind sharp and beat dementia. This is the only thing. Oh, that's right. You were looking up Carter's burial place. Howard Carter's tomb. Howard Carter's tomb. That was it, because this is the one in Roehampton in the cemetery. And I seem to remember it's like a tent. I seem to think it's a tent. So it's at Putney Vale Cemetery. And Howard Carter's tomb. Wait a minute. Oh, there's all these pictures of them, crowding over the coffin. So there's Howard Carter there, but I thought there was something else. See, that one... Go down. And... Oh, perhaps it's not where I thought it was. I thought that the tomb was quite unusual. It is in Roehampton, isn't it? That's what I thought. Yeah. And it's... And I thought it was an unusual tomb. I didn't think it was a standard thing. So there's Putney Vale. Where is Putney Vale Cemetery and Crematorium? So is that it? Or is... You think it's Roehampton? It's a lovely old cemetery. I mean, it really is. And it's got some... My goodness me, it's enormous, isn't it? The gates on it. I'm not surprised they used to melt gates down during the war and use these railings for doing other little bits and pieces. So... I thought it was... I didn't realise it was just a grave. I thought it was something that looked like a tent, but I might be wrong, actually. Oh, how wise. The cemetery opens at 8:30 in the morning. That'll be useful, won't it? Nip down, visit a few relations. And there must be some very, very old tombs in there. So, wait a minute. Yeah, we don't have anything else, do we, really? We've just got Tutankhamun's coffin taken out. I mean, that must have been a day when they literally got the whole coffin. That must have weighed a ton when they got it out. But Howard Carter, and his tomb, they've got the tomb of King Tut. I don't think that's it. I'm sure I'm right. I'll have to check that a little bit later on. But it's definitely Roehampton, which I used to go to Roehampton, actually, to get my diabetes sorted out. Steve says, Eddie, my partner's daughter is a frontline nurse. She flat shares with other nurses. She's desperate to come home on the rare time off, but she won't risk bringing the virus home. She's been home for 10 days in the past year. Just wants to get away from working and talking COVID. Very hard for all the NHS staff, not saying family and friends. Even out of work, they can't get away from COVID, says Eddie. I can well imagine. And nobody takes it. They just go, oh, that's what they do for a living. You think, listen, they're putting their lives on the line every single day. Mike says the 8th Earl of Carnarvon. 8th? What on earth happened to the first 7? They died. That's what happens. You get the first one died, then you get, that'll be the 2nd Earl of Carnarvon, and so on and so forth. Richard Burton's tomb is at Mortlake, says Christine. Is he really? What? Richard Burton's buried here? You see? That's an unusual one. I'll tell you, if you go round the cemeteries, there's Richard Burton's tent tomb. This is Sir Richard and Lady Burton. Oh, it's not the same person, is it? This is... I actually thought that was it. It looks like a tent, but it's not. It's a tomb. It's a tomb. Yes, that's what I thought Howard Carter was. Strange, isn't it? Strange. Sir Richard's mausoleum open. It's got the coffins in there. How bizarre. Honestly, do you know, where would we be without the internet? Happier. Much happier. People worry, because now you can find out anything on the internet. Who's buried in this cemetery, who's buried here. They're really quite fantastic. The Victorians went mad for building these fantastic things. So this one here, the mausoleum, they call it mausoleum. It's very nice. And this is the coffins of Sir Richard and Lady Burton. It's not Richard Burton, is it? It's not Richard Burton, the actor. But you can see their coffins through a glass panel in this one, the London Borough of Richmond upon Thames. He's a Victorian explorer, Richard Burton. Completely different from the actor, but nice try. Richard Francis Burton died in 1890. He apparently had a gift of languages and everything else. But, he was a captain in the army of the East India Company. Born in 1821, died, he was only 69 in 1890. Wasn't very old at all, was it? But the mausoleum's quite interesting, and there's a glass panel, and you look through and see their coffins. I suppose there must be family members around, mustn't there? Also, everybody going on about Holly Willoughby's dress on the Dancing on Ice programme, because it was really quite lovely. Dominic Raab says the lockdown regulations will finally be eased in March, but the return to normal life will not come with a big bang. I mean, do you think we might be doing Christmas this year? Do you think there might be some sort of celebration? We can go and visit people. Do you think, when are we going to get the theatres open? When's that going to happen? When all of a sudden the theatre's open again and you won't have to sit next to an empty seat with "Do not sit here" written on it. Because that's what it is at the moment, isn't it? It's, there's an awful lot of, you go into offices now and there'll only be two people seated at a desk because of the social distancing. Netflix are battling to keep sex scenes from the drama Bridgerton off porn sites. And apparently the streaming service is at war with X-rated domains after steamy clips appeared featuring Brits Phoebe Dynevor and Regé-Jean Page. Lord above. This is something on Netflix. What are you smiling for? So we don't need that kind of talk at this sort of programme. Heavens above, it's only Monday. Got to survive the week with you like this. Make sure you get little sleep tomorrow. We know what you like with a little amount of sleep. The huge amount of sleep, not very good at all. Lots of rain, lots of stories about that. And a heart surgeon whose bad English could have put patients at risk has been fired by 2 hospitals, now been banned from UK practice. An official report says this particular doctor, who's Lithuanian, caused confusion and in some cases a complete breakdown of communications. His contract was not renewed at Basildon and Thurrock in Essex, and then he was fired after failing an English test ordered at the Castle Hill Hospital in Hull. He's now back in Lithuania. He's banned for a year and would have to pass an English test to work in the UK. I thought that's how they worked anyway. If you don't have a command of English, how on earth could you work here? The Sun have got a story today. 1 in 8 recovered COVID patients die within 140 days, a study has found. All those people going, oh, it's only a joke from the government. If only it was. It would be the worst joke in living memory, wouldn't it? The Prime Minister hailing the milestone. 5 million more offered the jab. It gets ever closer to me. Ever closer to me. I think it could be a couple of weeks, 3 weeks, something like that, which would be good. Also, scientists want Colombia to cull its cocaine hippos that roam the Magdalena River basin, breeding rapidly and posing a growing threat to the environment. These giant mammals have their home there since they were illegally imported by the drug lord Pablo Escobar. When he was shot dead, the government shipped most of the animals away, but 4 were left to fend to themselves, and now dozens living in the wild. One of the most dangerous animals around, isn't it, I believe? Or was that me? I can't remember. Anyway, listen, thank you very much indeed for your company today. Yeah, the Richard Burton is buried in Switzerland. And, Steve, I think the tomb you may be thinking of is Richard Burton, the explorer. I've got to go and have a look at it, actually. I want to have a look through the little glass to see if you can see the coffins in there, which apparently you can. This morning in my Little Bit Extra, Gemma Collins wants to be a DJ, the next in a long list of things she won't actually achieve. This is DJs working clubs for, she thinks, £25,000. I mean, who seriously would be paying her that? The Queen is selling socks. Pick up a pair for 70 quid. And what was that former Loose Women star called again? She's only gone and blocked a load of people she worked with. She obviously was desperately unhappy. Cool, eh? Cool. If you want to go and work for the royal family, my advice is don't. They're very mean payers. They don't pay a lot of money. And the reason they don't is because if you work for the royal family, you can then get a job anywhere in America. Because American families fall over themselves for somebody who has been employed by the Queen. They go, we have somebody, they were a butler at the Queen's Balmoral estate and all that. They love it. The Americans love it. Lauren Goodger's pregnant with her first child. It's a bit ironic that the boyfriend is an ex of Katie Price's. Lauren's about 190 and the boyfriend's about 23. Because he's obviously got a good career ahead of him, hasn't he? Not. The accountant's delight as he scoops £1 million and the food that fuels the feel-good factor. Food that we like, and it makes you feel good about yourself or makes you feel good inside. You know, we've all got comfort food. I like comfort food. I'm very big into comfort food. And you're big into comfort food. You know, things which you go, oh, sweet and sour chicken. That's nice, with that nice sauce and all the bits. Yeah, of course. That's the way it goes, isn't it, really? What can we do? Joe Warren Plant. I didn't know who he was. Apparently he's in Emmerdale, he's in Dancing on Ice, and he's at the centre of a fix row. Oh, they're out, the snowflakes. And he's made them all aware. What? What's the matter? What's the matter? What's the matter now? Is it because you've turned up late? Yeah, I mean, put it this way, it's okay. 4:05 is fine. We started at 4, but, you know, Cora, if you want to pop in now, that's good for us. But anyway, this poor bloke, Joe Warren Plant, who I don't know who he is, but he's in Emmerdale. He's in the Dancing on Ice program. And what did he do? What heinous crime? He took lessons before he joined the show. And people were saying, he's got an unfair advantage. And you go, oh, go away, you boring old baggage. Honestly, have you heard of such a thing before? So he was very intelligent. He's only 18. And he decided that if he's going on to a Dancing on Ice programme, he can go on it. Why don't they go and pick on something else? Because their life's moaning Marys. Oh, I don't like that idea. Do you remember when they had it on the Strictly Come Dancing? They went, oh, some of them have been to stage school, so they know how to dance. Yeah? Well, you could stick somebody in this studio and say, can you present a programme? Of course they can't. Of course they can't. I defy anybody. I could sit somebody in this studio, anybody, pick whoever you want, and go, well, apart from people in the business. And then say, could you do a 3-hour programme? Constantly talking, constantly being witty, constantly being entertaining. You know, did you get the thing that we recorded? Was that good? You not got it? Oh, perhaps he hasn't done it yet. Oh. It's all right. It was just a little bit of business we're doing between the two of us. We got some couple of apples for you today, which is very nice indeed. And we got some nardicots. You like the nardicots? They're actually okay. Ulrika Johnson has hit back after all these years of being called 4x4. She doesn't like it. Yet she is 4x4. However, there are people far worse. Bob Marley, I think, is 9x5. That means 4 children by 4 different fathers. That's what they call 4x4. And it's very interesting that all of a sudden now she's decided to complain about it. So she's shoved the kids in the paper. I didn't know what they looked like up until now. Amazingly, a load of stars from the Dancing on Ice climbed into their taxis with no masks on, including Philip Schofield. And you think to yourself, I'm sorry, what are you doing in the back of a taxi? If I was the taxi driver, I'd be going, well, I did ask them to put their masks on. You know, out. They have the right to say out. And actually, people were being warned yesterday. The buffoons were out in Hyde Park and around Windsor Castle on the long walk. No masks on, just out there in the air because they think it doesn't spread by the air. And did you hear that bloke earlier on talking to Darren, who quite clearly is about three sandwiches short of a picnic? All these people start quoting, I think you'll find you were wrong on this particular thing that you're talking about, Darren, and all the rest of it. And you begin to wonder whether or not, you hope to God that they don't catch anything, don't you? You really do. That's what I've been told to tell everybody. There was a smoker out there the other day. Now, I work with a little team of people, and I think only one of my team smokes. I don't think anybody else smokes. You don't smoke, do you, Jay? You don't smoke, Corey? I don't smoke. Luke doesn't smoke. Joe, I think... do you think Luke smokes? No, he doesn't. Yeah, Joe does. And I think that's about the only one, actually. Which is odd, because years and years ago, everybody was smoked. I'd have been sitting here with a cigarette on, you know, doing the program. In fact, you wouldn't see me. There would be like this haze, like I was the genie of the lamp emerging. You'd be rubbing the lamp, and then I go, da! I can grant you 3 wishes. Can't you imagine if you could have that? Oh, blimey. Oh, that would be absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. If you could have 3 wishes. 3 wishes. What would be your first wish? I want to be young again. I want to go back when I had hair, and I want to remain. I know. But and also, I want to be very rich. Very rich, so I could be a philanthropist. Well, I mean, some days I wouldn't drink, but I quite fancy the idea of sort of going out there and somebody saying, "Oh, we need help with it." I can go, I can do that. I can pay for that. That would be a nice thing to do, wouldn't it? You know, so you could leave your mark on the world. I mean, believe you me, because I'm on the radio, I leave my mark on the world because all of my programmes are available as podcasts. So, in fact, even if I'm not here, and to be honest with you, I could have died yesterday, this could be a recording. of me telling you that you can listen to my programmes on podcast. You would never know. How long would it be before they discovered I wasn't actually alive anymore? Answer, ages. Ages. Producer would still sit there. I'd still be here. In fact, the other day, the producer said to me, try not to go during the programme. Well, I'll do my best. I said, why? He said, well, we wouldn't know what to do. I said, yeah, I've already explained to Corey. I've got my anorak here. Just cover me over. Looked like something out of one of those most haunted programmes. Where is he? He's in there. Yes, the Steve Allen Memorial plaque goes up immediately. He broadcasts from this studio for many, many years. I love it. So. Anyway, this smoker flicks his cigarette, as people do when they're getting rid of it. He then fell over the edge of a cliff. I mean, how those two go together, I've got no idea. But and he died. He died as a result of it. You wouldn't have thought something as simple as flicking a cigarette would actually lead to that. We've actually got 5 pages of stories today. You know, also the first Briton convicted of drink driving on an e-scooter is on the Isle of Wight, which I said. Plus, welcome to the reality shows where it's lights, camera, fracture. The amount of people who have accidents on shows. Splash was hilarious. Gemma Collins dives in, water comes out of the pool. Do you remember that? Hosted by Tom Daly. I think it only lasted about one series. I quite liked it, but everybody watched it for Tom Daly. Who wants in God's name watch Gemma Collins jumping off a boat? I mean, what a waste of space. Mind you, she's going to be a DJ. We told you yesterday. She's going to learn how to DJ, because she doesn't know anything about music. Couldn't even get to the charts. Oh, I've done it again. Couldn't even get to the charts at Christmas. You know, it's regardless of whether she can sing or not, which of course is totally immaterial, because the British public are going, oh, go away. Go away. Boring old woman, honestly. 84850. And Sue says, I've had my vaccination ice pack on my arm, a bit sickly, but I'm okay. See, the trouble is, I mean, because I inject every day, it doesn't really bother me having an injection. I've had more injections than most of you had hot dinners, you know, because I inject. Oh, let's do it in a minute, actually. Because I inject 3 times a day. Little one now, then another one lunchtime, then one before I go to bed. And so I am a bit like a pincushion. When I drink a glass of water, I'm like a little fountain. Water sort of shoots out all over the place, which is not very attractive. Shane says, you're right. Wish I was young again and had more hair. Can you imagine if you could go back to the time when you thought you had the best hair? I got brought up to London. My father used to have an account with Austin Reed. I think they used to encourage people from the forces to have an account. And it was my very first proper haircut, as opposed to the barber where they put a pudding basin around your head and cut round it. This was a proper hairdressers. You know, all the men in Austin Reed's, which was up Regent Street, used to wear white coats, and they blow-dried my hair. I kid you not. All I remember is looking in the mirror, and my face was bright red. You know what your mum used to look like when she went to the hairdressers and they sat her under the dryer? When she came out, her face was bright red. I looked exactly the same. And I don't know what they'd done to my hair. They'd done all sorts of peculiar things with it. But that was the start of it. And, you know, now we sort of struggle through, don't we? We struggle through. But it's good. Peter says, Gemma Collins, also known as DJ Pork Pie. I mean, that's so cruel. She's lost 3 stone, although she keeps telling you that. I think it's going back on again. But she's in a desperate attempt to try and drum up some sort of career as opposed to being the laughing stock on anything. I mean, they put her on Celebrity Catchphrase the other day. Well, the other 2 people on the team, Tony Beak and somebody else, she was in the middle, and she don't know nothing. She's a 40-year-old bag. She knows nothing at all, you know. And so she went, I know this one. So the other 2 held off to let her win. It was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous, poor soul. Poor soul, but never mind. I'm sure she'll achieve something in the latter half of her life. Plus, you could win 800 million on the US mega lottery. Oh, I don't think I'd want 800 million. I wouldn't want that much. I don't know what I'd want, actually. It's 60 million tonight, isn't it? 59 million. I could do with that. That'd be all right. 800 million. You could buy, what, a fort? Let's see if I could. Yeah, but then you're isolated out there. Unless they're going to open up Marks and Spencer on one of the other sea forts. What's the point? I did something stupid the other day. I had beef bourguignon, which is good, but I didn't realise it came as a meal. So the first time I bought it, I paid £8 for it. Well, for an extra £2, I got the side and a dessert. So that's what I did. I didn't eat the dessert because it was... one was a melt-in-the-middle chocolate pudding. Well, they can't put something sensible on there, I don't know. And I got some slices of chocolate gâteau kind of thing, which I haven't eaten because it's not very good. But I did have the potatoes and the beef bourguignon, which was very nice indeed, and enjoyed myself thoroughly. I don't know what to have today. I really don't know what to have today. I did have the Penang curry. Well, I didn't just have one, I had two. I poured two because they both fitted into the saucepan. There's no point in having something that only comes a quarter of the way up in the saucepan. So I had two, and I had the rice with it as well. I had the jasmine rice, Penang curry. It's delicious. Absolutely delicious. Really nice. Also, somebody says, I would like a signed photo. Yeah, we're happy to send you a signed photo, a free mug, and your membership of the I'm a Little Bit Stupid Club. God, in heaven, honestly. Where'd you get these people from? Also, maybe you should specify what you inject. I inject every day is ominous. Only, Cindy, if you're a bit simple and you're a snowflake. If you've ever listened to this programme for even a day, you would know exactly why I inject. And also, what's it got to do with you? Mind your own business, curtain twitcher. People like you, honestly, picking on people because they're on the radio. Oh, I don't... Somebody wrote to me. Where is it? Here it is. I had to hold the paper with a pair of tweezers because I wasn't too sure. Stave. It's this sort of notepaper that's got pictures on it of a butterfly and stuff like that. How do you manage to eat your Greggs bacon baguette without taking your mask off? That's about as dumb as you get. Well, actually, what I do, love, I eat the mask first, and then I shove the baguette in. And then, you also said you ate a meat pie on the bus during one of your programmes. No, I didn't. Don't tell lies to people. Nothing worse than a liar. Pants on fire. And it says, am I mistaken? You take them home to eat, do you? What's it got to do with you? I mean, God's name, you're not the bus driver, are you? Did you hate the smell of... I've never eaten a meat pie on the bus in my entire life. And I think you're just lying about it. But there you go. Then don't criticise, you must learn to spell, people for what you do yourself. Says... could be Mary or May. It could. Oh, who knows? But obviously somebody who's in. And then sort of sent a picture of Barbara Windsor clutching her breasts and said, "If this doesn't lower the tone, I don't know what does." Does Matron know you're writing to people? Honestly, meat pies on buses, and how do you eat it with your mask on? I mean, that's got to be about the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Unfortunately, Mary, we're all laughing at you. Ha 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 ha. Okay. In the same category as Luke earlier on, I think, who I didn't get where he was coming from, but apparently he's been trotting out the same lines for ages. He's one of those people, I read it on the internet, it must be true. I love people like that. You can always shoot them down in flames. Oh, sorry, there you are, I do beg your pardon. Steve, the one good thing about rubbish weather is that it keeps all the COVID-spreading idiots off the street. Well, you could look at it that way, couldn't you? You could look at it. But, unfortunately, it doesn't. It doesn't at all. I like DJ Pork Pie. I think that's quite funny, actually. But it's true, though. If you could have your sort of 3 wishes from the genie in a bottle, what would be your first wish? What would be your first wish, Corey? What? Come on. Must have something. World peace. Oh, God, nothing worse, is there? Very boring. Sounds as though he's going in for Miss World, doesn't it? Oh, I'd like world peace. That's what they all used to say on the Miss World thing. I'd like there to be no more hunger. Or something. You think, no, what do you want for yourself? What do you want for yourself? You want a house in Hampstead. Why Hampstead? Why did you think a house in Hampstead would... Because I'm buying in Regent's Park, so that makes more sense. Bit what? Well, not at night time, it's not, no. They got all the animals. What animals? Lions? What, in Regent's Park? You're thinking about London Zoo, aren't you? Yes. Well, you might better hear the lions, but they're not exactly going to come knocking on the door asking for sort of handouts or anything like that. And just think of the fun you could have if you had a house in Regent's Park. We'd be nearly neighbours. I could pop round to your place, you'd barricade the door, get the shotgun out, and you could come round to my place, you wouldn't get further than the garden gate. Those Rottweilers will definitely... What do I want? Well, I'd just like to go back in my life to the time when... I don't know, actually. I'm trying to think of what, there's always, when you had sort of hair and everything else, and would you do things different? I wouldn't do anything any differently. I would still be an absolute tart. There's no point in not being an absolute tart. No regrets. No, je ne regrette rien. Non, rien de rien. No, I definitely haven't got any regrets. I don't think so, no. I definitely don't think so. I mean, somebody said, would you be better behind the wheel of the car as opposed to shouting at people? The answer is no, I wouldn't. I'm always shouting at people. It's very good for you to do that. Very, very good. And, Steve, I've just bought some DVDs off Amazon. I got Chips and the original Tarzan. Well, Chips was very good. It stood for California Highway Patrol. And it was two people, and they were on motorbikes. It was very good, actually, but I can't remember any of the stories that went with them at all. Somebody says, is there going to be a second season of Tom Hardy's series Taboo? I've got no idea, but I know they're not doing Peaky Blinders again. They've stopped Peaky Blinders, which I never saw. Rudy says the first wish for a genie would be unlimited wishes. Because there's no point in... Yeah, that's just cheating. You can't have unlimited wishes. That would be pointless. No, you can't ask for true love, no. You could ask for... No, you definitely don't want true love. Definitely. That would be very, very much of a hindrance, I think, in your job. I think I'd like to have one of those bodies whereby people would say, do you take your shirt off on the beach? I say, take the shirt off on the beach. Are you mad? Of course I do. I walk onto the beach practically naked. Why? Because I've got one of those bodies that people envy. And I'd also be absolutely devastatingly attractive. Devastatingly attractive. And I'd have the money to back it up. So with the money, you can buy the car, you can buy the house. But it'd be quite nice, actually. How about immunity to cystitis? Yes. And also the coronavirus. But that's some extra wishes. You only have 3, don't you? You only have 3. I'm not sure. There was somebody in the paper today. He's a vicar, priest, archbishop, can't remember. But he's actually got it because he... and he's not even as old as I am. He goes round hospitals. And so they've said, so he should... You think, what for? Why don't we all go round hospitals, go and visit people? Can't believe it. I'm far more needy. And somebody says... You mentioned M&S food, says Matthew. I love it. You get what you pay for. The only thing I don't like is the katsu curry, but the sweet and sour chicken's great. I shall get some later. Yeah, I had it was the, what do we have? Chicken Penang. That was very nice. That's in the Thai range, I think. And I do like Thai food. In fact, I like any kind of food. As long as it's good, you've gone mad squeezing on your hands, haven't you, today? What's the matter with you? I'm completely balmy mad, haven't you? Got your little thing. You touched a cup. Ooh, shock horror probe. Good Lord above. Call out the emergency forces and the police. You touched a cup. I touch a cup all the time. I tell you the one thing do you know the thing you shouldn't touch? The thing you shouldn't touch? Come on. I've got one in my studio and you've definitely got one. Well, what is it? No, not a muff on the microphone. We all have microphone muffs. No, come on. You've got... What? You've got one in there, I've got one in here. They're scared of the answer. Don't be scared, do not be fright. Not telephones, no. Something even more obvious. And it's also when you go and stay in a hotel. They've got them there. In hotels. And you've got it at home. Come on, what is it? It's what? Computer mouse, no. Not a door handle, not a computer mouse. A trouser press. Yeah, don't you have a trouser press at home? I've got one. I've got a Corby trouser press. I bought it years and years ago. It was £79.80 or something. And I bought it and I pressed all my trousers. One after the other. I had so many trousers. No. Come on. This is so obvious. Every day you pick this up. Every day you pick this up and hold it in your hand. Every single day. Sorry? No, not your phone. No. TV remote. The TV remote. More germs on a TV remote than anywhere else. It's funny because Nick Abbott, whenever he works over the weekend, and he puts polythene bags around the door handles. Because I came in one time, I thought, oh, happy birthday to the door. And because it was sort of tied up in a ribbon. And it turns out, no. The door's celebrating its first birthday or something like that, which I thought was very funny. Steve, have you seen the series Outlander? No. I've got no idea, actually. Rich the Trucker says, morning to all the gang. Rich says good morning to them. They're very happy. And he says, I've just bought some tickets for the Mega Millions at £6 a ticket, limited to a couple. They used to do the German lottery, state lottery, and you couldn't buy a whole ticket. Whole villages had to club together to buy one ticket. You could buy a portion of a ticket, like an eighth or something like that. Always used to be adverts in Time magazine or something. And so a whole village, in Austria would sort of win the jackpot, which was something like, $800-900 million, which I thought was quite good, actually. I mean, it sort of encouraged people. I'm looking at people being encouraged to get through an airport. They turn up at Heathrow Airport. I'm sorry, do you have your I'm exempt? No. Well, you fined £500. Apparently, Penang is Malaysia. Well, is it Malaysian? Is it come under their Malaysian thing? No, it's Thai. It's Thai, I'm afraid. Charlie got it wrong, OK? So, go on. Just send a letter of apology in. Make sure your mother writes for you next time. No, you're wrong. It's Thai. They don't do a Malaysian section in Marks and Spencer's. It's Thai, definitely. He knows these things. Seriously, he is the oracle. I'd like to have been an oracle. People come and consult you. They sort of say, so what about so-and-so, Steve? And you go, actually, I think, the answer that you're looking for is pear, or something like that. It could still be what? I could still be an oracle. You're so right, actually. Yeah. Penang, another variant, is a type of red Thai curry that is thick, salty and sweet with a zesty kaffir lime flavour. The earliest known mention of Penang was 1890. A popular Penang curry dish is pork Penang. Pork Penang. Whatever it is, I've only had the chicken one. It's very nice. It's very nice indeed. I could eat it now, actually, if somebody rushed out and bought it. Somebody went down to the Strand, maybe, and went to a supermarket. I'm loath to try anybody else's curries. Somebody says, you're on a real rattle this morning, says Rob. What's a rattle? I don't understand what that is. Oh, you think I'm in a bad mood? Oh, good, no. Definitely not. And Steve... what's this one say? Somebody else talking about you sound in a bad mood this morning. I'm never in a bad mood. I don't have bad moods. In fact, I am the happiest person you will hear on the radio. La-di-da-di-da-di-da. I'm never bad mood. I arrive in a good mood and go home in a good mood. To go and try and eat another mask before I eat the bacon baguette from Greggs. That's just for Mary, who's quite clearly off with the pixies this morning, and then she'll be sending me other pictures from the papers. I do hope not. I've put the post room on alert. Anything else comes in from you, it goes straight to the police. OK, there you go. That's me being happy again. Can't help it. The BBC have apologised for calling Phil Spector talented but flawed convicted murderer. OK, the BBC's newsroom are obviously more stupid than we ever imagined. Oh, happy birthday to Jolene. Please don't take him just because you can. And that was a true story about a girl who worked in the bank. And Dolly Parton tells the story on stage. She does the same script all the time. She goes, and she set her sights on my man, but I fought her like a wildcat, she said. As if. and I got my man back, she said. And every night he falls asleep in the chair, snoring away. And she says, I look at him and I go, where is Jolene when you need her? She does the same thing every show. It's like me doing this show every day. I have to mention somebody who's really pathetically sad, useless and talentless. But, we always give them names now on the show, which is good. I've just bought the box set, Steve, of Hill Street Blues, Miami Vice. Does it have to be Blu-ray? Does that make any difference? I've not noticed any difference between Blu-ray and anything else. My machine upscales things. That's what they call it. That's a new technical term. Yeah, it depends what? What? Oh, right, OK. Company, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. There you go. Penang is an island off mainland Malaysia. Penang is a type of red Thai curry. Thank you, Cindy. It was what we said the first time round. And Penang is in Malaysia, says Ian, not Thailand. We didn't say where it was, dear. You must listen properly. I can't help it if you don't. I'm seriously, go and get them syringed out. That'll be helpful, won't it, really? We'll talk about the curry that you can buy in Marks and Spencer's. OK, it's Penang, and it's Thai, part of their Thai range. I'm sorry if you don't know things like that. I'm so sorry. So, again, would you like to send in the apology and make sure it's printed in triplicate? I'll pass it on to other presenters who might also end up with the sort of rough end of a pineapple. Shane in Sydney said, I got a fright. The top of my leg was red. I had a pen in my shorts pocket. It leaked. Shorts? At your age, shorts? See, that's the Australian way, isn't it? I won't let people wear shorts on my show. Nobody comes in here wearing shorts. It could be the hottest weather outside and nobody's wearing shorts. You know, you never know when the Queen might drop in, Prince Philip, or some higher... I don't want people looking here thinking we're on a beach party or something. I'm sorry, but you will make an effort. I mean, admittedly, we've had to make some discretionary changes to that clause for Corey's benefit, because it's a bit difficult when he doesn't have the wardrobe or the accessories to go with it. But he does have an Alice band, which is his latest accessory, which he loves taking on and off to the point of annoyance. I don't know why, when it's on, leave it on. OK, you don't need to take it off. He does, because you know why? He likes running his hands through his hair again. That's what he does. If you got a haircut, then we'd all be a lot better. You and Jake could end up, getting haircuts for the weekend. I just think it's, make yourself look as smart as I am. I make an effort when I can't. Don't you dare tie your hair back in a ponytail. Oh, you see what it looks like when it's short. Maybe probably not best for you, is it? But you need a little bit of a trim because it goes over your eyes. And you could shave your head. Oh, God, no, I don't want to go that far. Corey'd look ridiculous. He'd look like a toffee apple if we dipped him. Can you imagine? Poor soul. Steve, I caught some of... James O'Brien's show, and he said on there he often gets aggressive, idiotic texts. Oh, you see, we don't even go that far. The moment it's seen, it's deleted. The producer just pushes his magic button, and he has got a magic button, and we lose the person forever. They don't, because I always think to myself, if they're writing something to some poor man on the radio at 10 o'clock in the morning, then they probably also target other people, so we have to put them out of their misery, which is an awful lot better. Steve, good morning, everybody, says Monica, my favourite Jewish cabbie. She says, I almost drowned getting from our hangar to the car and now wonder, is there any point going to London in lockdown in this weather? Wind sends this rain horizontally. Have you ever driven, you must have driven down the motorway, Monica, and you drive through a rainstorm, and then within a second, it's bone dry? Because there must be a sort of a cut-off point, mustn't there? God with his watering can, and he waters a bit, and then it just stops. I'm quite looking forward to getting my car washed and dried again. But unfortunately, the Hampton Court car wash isn't open at the moment, so hurry up, people, please. And somebody says, talking about DVD box sets, I've just brought the full collection of Waiting for God and Wurzel Gummidge. Yes, well, maybe not the best choice, but, it's about the best you can manage, I suppose. I wouldn't be wanting to watch Wurzel Gummidge again. Thank you very much indeed. I thought that was okay, but, I'd rather go for Stig of the Dump, because I work with two people who look like they've been on Stig of the Dump. Oh, that's right. Pick on us, the poor people the other side of the glass. That's the good news about being in radio. You can sort of make them sort of jump a little bit, put them into submission. Of course you're used to it. Heavens above. I've had people saying, "Oh, you're just bullying your team." Yep. Absolutely, yep, and they love every minute of it. Otherwise, they just sit there and nobody knows who they are. I like to incorporate them into a successful programme, so they're part of the makeup of this. Well, in fact, sometimes they wear a bit too much makeup, but generally speaking, they are part of the makeup of the show, which means that it's a team effort. We are a wheel with all the spokes intact, and each spoke does. If one of the spokes wasn't very good, we'd have to get rid of it. So we are the spokes, and that's what makes successful programmes. You can always hear a non-successful... No, I take that back. You can never hear a non-successful programme because they get rid of them. You only want to have successful programmes. What would be the point of going on air to have a programme that wasn't successful? And because I sort of get on with them, I don't want to be mates with them or anything like that, but, because I sort of get on with them, we have sort of like a love-hate relationship. I love hating them, and they're sort of there, and they are cannon fodder. They are cannon fodder for the programme. You know, if they want the little treats that come with working on the Steve Allen Majestic programme, well, not maybe the Titanic of radio programmes, that'd be a bit of a disaster, wouldn't it? But, you know, the Royal Yacht Britannia kind of thing. And, you know, then they put up with it. So this morning, you know, I think you find that Jake is not going home disappointed, and Corey as well will be going home, you know, with a little bit of a spring in his step, you know, as he sort of goes there and goes, do you know, we're only down to Tuesday, tomorrow's Wednesday, and I'm still happy. You know, we generally change that by the time we get to Thursday, because to be honest with you, I've lost the will to live by the time we get to Thursday. I couldn't give a... Anyway, we've also got the reality shows where it's lights, camera, fracture a little bit later on. And Jeremy Clarkson has sparked a backlash after accusing parents of whinging over free school meals parcels. And they found another chef who can do food for a week for £20. He can make food, you know, but most parents now don't do cooking. Alex, who works in Paul Cooper's shop, you can't miss him, he's the one not blessed with height. He loves cooking, as you can tell by his frame, and he takes photographs of all his meals. It's like being in Mary Berry's kitchen. He did pork chops the other day with some vegetables, and I thought it was chips, but it turned out to be pasta, penne pasta, and a very popular one for sort of pennes. And you can have all this sort of stuff. The only pasta I ever liked was the bow tie stuff. Little tiny boat. We had a devil of a job finding it, and Corey made a pavlova at the weekend. I mean, she wasn't happy about it, but there you go. That's the way it goes if you're a Russian ballerina now. Oh, who lives next door to you? My name is Pavlova. Thank you, which is lovely. Have you ever seen the Russian ballet? No, of course he hasn't. But it went flat. Can your listeners? I mean, how does a pavlova go flat? It's meringue, isn't it? And in the oven it collapsed. Oh. Yes. Well, perhaps it was too thick. It sounds a bit too thick and heavy to me. And so, I mean, do you not think it'd be easier? I mean, if it all went flat, why did you ditch the pavlova and make Eton mess? Yeah. That's what you should have done. You know, because if it goes flat... Because generally speaking, if you spread meringue over a baking sheet, it's not going to rise. It doesn't rise, I promise you. It does if you make it into a certain little sort of round thing, or if you're sort of doing baked Alaska. Do you have baked Alaska? No. It's ice cream. Yeah, you put the ice cream in, then cover it with the meringue, making sure there's no air holes in it, and it seals it in, so the ice cream doesn't melt, but the meringue browns itself. But I've never heard of a pavlova, because it'll just make... It doesn't rise, pavlova. Well, you put it on a flat tray, didn't you? That's what it was. No. If you make it round... Did you make it round? Then it went... yeah. I think, to be honest with you, I'd give up. You obviously can't cook, for your life. But you should have made Eton mess. Got some strawberries. Always good to keep some tin strawberries in. They're actually quite sweet. And some ice cream in the fridge. Preferably some nice quality ice cream. Vanilla. Well, it doesn't matter whether it's Häagen-Dazs or any of the other ones. It's foreign. And you can do... But just buy vanilla. Just buy vanilla. Don't bother with all the other different flavours of ice cream, because they've got too many ingredients. So what's the main ingredient of ice cream? Come on, you know this, Jake? Sorry? Milk? No. The main ingredient of ice cream. I've done this before on the you should remember these things. Come on, it's... No, not seaweed. Seaweed. Is it... Don't look at me like that. Seaweed is the main ingredient in ice cream. Hello, am I facing the right way? What's going on this programme? Put it this way, the day it turns into the Corey and Jake show, I'll be found hanging from the ceiling outside going, please make them stop. No, seaweed, it's a binding agent. I'm surprised you didn't know that, Corey. That's been one of my test questions for some years now on LBC. Paul likes One Foot in the Grave and George and Mildred. Yes, me too. It was so sad. Do you know that they didn't know when she died that she had a massive drink problem? I thought Eutha Joyce was fab. She was a great star. And they were about to start the new series. And they all got the phone call saying, we can't because Eutha's just died. And I thought that was very sad, because I loved her. And George is still alive. And who's he married to? I think they're married. I'm not sure. I might have got this wrong, actually. But he's married to one of the girls from Heidi High. which is lovely, isn't it? Steve, love listening to you, sassing the Karens and the snowflakes with your witty remarks. Such fun, says Paul. Oh, well, snowflakes. I mean, most snowflakes are simpletons. But there are other snowflakes who are evil and must be defrosted. And so that's where we actually come in. Loads of people do it. That's why I never understand why you get celebrities going, oh, I've been trolled by this person. Just delete them. The moment you see anything that looks vaguely rude, delete, block. If it's on your telephone, you can either mute it, in which case the poor souls don't have any idea that you don't see anything that they've ever written. It's so much simpler. I've done it for years. Paul says, this is not just food, this is expensive food, Marks and Spencer. Really? I mean, it's not the cheapest supermarket, but I don't think it's expensive. I really don't. I mean, I got a super Boeuf Bourguignon. I got some lovely potatoes dauphinoise, and I got my chocolate pudding. It's for a tenner. I thought that was quite reasonably good value. I mean, you could go to the greengrocer, and then you could, buy all your vegetables cheaply and make soup or something like that. That's where I got the nardicots from. Or you can we've got a very good butcher. Everybody tells me how good the meat is. And at Christmas, they were queuing all up and down the road. Not just for Sandy's, he must get the biggest queues of all time. It goes literally up and round the block and down the other side. It's phenomenal. I've never seen anything like it. But the butcher's shop's doing very well. They keep saying to me, why don't you go in the butcher's shop? Because he's dying to meet you. I thought, yeah, whatever. I walk past it every day, actually. And somebody says, I find you jarring. You must learn to spell, mustn't you? But yet I'm finding you amusing. Yeah, right, you're barred. Sold you. Got that problem sorted out. And Jean says, my family always make fun of me. I often say, Steve says. My family say, oh, here we go again. Steve Allen, the Oracle. I am the Oracle. Seriously. In fact, actually, in Greek mythology, I am quite legendary. The Oracle of Leicester Square. I like being an oracle. I like people tuning into the programme because, to be honest with you, without putting too fine a point on it, it's been a blooming crap year for everybody. I don't think anybody's had a great time, have they? Do you know anybody who's really going whoopee-doo? No. Nobody's going whoopee-doo. Well, apart from Jeff Bezos and other people like that. But, I mean, even so, everybody's had a bad year. You know, you've either lost people or you've lost a job or things have gone pear-shaped. You know, it's really... And thank God for radio programmes. Thank God for radio programmes. If it wasn't for that... I mean, you can't even turn on the television and get any respite. They were doing an advert for boring old Steph McGovern's programme the other day. What a pile of rubbish. Seriously, put it out of its misery and cancel it. It can't be getting any audience at all. There's a cast of about 500 on each show. It's dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. So, somebody says, don't give up your day job. I'm on contract, so I could never give up the day job. They'd sue. I'm under contract. It says, because you won't make it as a singer. Excuse me. Au contraire. I think you'll find I'm an excellent singer, and I could have represented England in the Eurovision Song Contest. I could have done anything like this. Listen, you don't need to be a singer to be successful. Look at the Spice Girls. You know, ask them to sing without the auto-tune. You hear what it sounds like. Loads of people. You don't need to be able to sing nowadays to be successful. Sorry to tell you about that, but that's the way. Look at the time. I can't believe it. I'm late, aren't I? Or is it? Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, today we don't care. Normally I get shouted at like, should we not have gone to the Travel? Or something like that. I normally get, oh, the Travel would be interesting. It's always like little veiled barbs at me as I turn around so they can throw another knife into the back of my shoulder blades. Company, welcome to Tuesday, the 19th of January. I can't believe we're racing through January, but I'll be glad when we get to March or something like that. I still can't work out why anybody would ever troll Joe Warren Plant, who's in Dancing on Ice. He's apparently in Emmerdale. I have no idea who he is. He's very young. And people have accused him of cheating on the programme because he actually went and took some lessons before joining the show. What do you think? He's gone from amateur to professional in about 4 lessons? Of course not. But I would have thought he's to be applauded. You go there and you go, listen, as opposed to making a complete idiot of yourself on the ice, at least try and get some lessons in. I mean, I've talked about ice skating. I've had no end of people saying, listen, I can teach you to ice skate, Steve. I get all sorts of things. I get personal trainers writing to me, probably for different reasons, and sort of saying, you know, I can give you that buff body you so deserve. And, but I mean, if I was going to go onto a Dancing on Ice programme, which I wouldn't, I'm way too old and falling over is not an option as far as I'm concerned. It's a case of I would want to go and get some practice in beforehand. Why not? So at least when you start the thing, you can say, well, actually, I can stand upright on the ice. You know, and that's a good thing. And then you take it on from there. I'd love to be able to skate backwards. You know, you see them going like that and you think, that's good. I told you every year, up until last year, we used to go to the Winter Wonderland up at Hyde Park. It takes place all over the country, different ones, and it's fabulous. Far too many people, but it was really good. Very expensive food. Very expensive food. I think they were charging £5 for a hot dog, which you know, I know how much hot dogs cost, and it ain't £5. And I would sometimes just go for a bag of chips. But the last time I was a bit sort of prickly about it, and I went, no, I'm not going to buy anything. I'd rather wait till I get home and do it myself. I might have some triple cooked chips today. I quite fancy triple cooked. A thick chip. Thick chips are better for you than little chips because they use less oil. You know, the little chips use lots of oil. So the McDonald's and places like that, they use fries, which are and then they go limp after a while. Nothing worse is the one minute standing upright, the next minute they fall over. Very disappointing. But I've forgotten what I was talking about actually now. But, oh yes, so here, so we go to Winter Wonderland. I get so carried away. Winter Wonderland, and there's always, isn't there, the little girl who's got the complete Dancing on Ice costume. She's about 9 or 10, and she goes round the ring, and she skates backwards, and she does everything. She's got the little rah-rah skirt on. Everybody hates her. Everybody hates her. You think, why don't you do one? Take a powder or something. Meanwhile, everybody else is clinging onto the barrier, going all the way around, which is the funniest bit. We were watching people a couple of years ago. There's a little crowd, about 6 of us went there. And when somebody falls over, we, of course, were laughing like drains. We're terribly unforgiving, I'm afraid, when we go there. But it's that little girl. She's there every year. I think she must own it or something. And she skates backwards and weaves in and out of people. You think, oh, God, don't you just hate show-offs? Yeah, the parents are obviously going, you know, no, I think her parents own it. I'm totally convinced. I mean, I've never seen anybody that good. And then we went to Harlow Ice Rink for my goddaughter's birthday some years ago. And I had to go on the ice. But the only problem is, and I learnt to ice skate in Vienna, because they always have a big ice rink in front of the Rathaus, the Parliament building, and I had to go on that. Unfortunately, I can only do a straight line. So, in other words, if somebody's coming towards me, they have to move, otherwise I just crash straight into them. I can't swerve, and I can't turn corners. So I hit the thing, then I turn round, and then propel myself off in the other direction. And also, it's very exhausting because after you've taken the skates off, you can't walk properly for about a few hours. It's very embarrassing, actually. Steve. Brian Murphy, who played George, is 88 now. 88. Well, of course, you used to see him all the time in Last of the Summer Wine, which was a very good programme for promoting elderly people whose maybe TV career had sort of died off. But he was very successful, very, very successful. Steve, why is everybody going on about smart motorways when some of the busiest dual carriageways have no such facilities or refuge areas? Because there's more accidents on the smart motorways than anywhere else. I mean, seriously, look at some of the pictures in the paper today. Very, very worrying. Steve, I reported a local supermarket to the police because members of staff don't care about people without the mask. With the death of a Tesco worker, to wear the mask in a supermarket is more important than ever. It's essential, says Connett. Well, I think so too. I'm not buying into I'm sorry, why are you not wearing a mask? I don't have to. And that's it. They don't have to prove anything. And so as far as I'm concerned, it's as bad as it was now as it ever was. The most likely place to pick up the coronavirus has got to be in a supermarket where they let people in. And people, nobody's wandering round in the right direction. They're all over the blooming place. I told you I've had to say to a few people, you're too close. Too close to me. Lots of staff on the tills do not wear masks in Waitrose. They really don't. Yet go into Marks and Spencer's and they're very good at wearing masks. Very good at wearing masks. And I wear mine, although this morning I sneezed so many times I now have to get another mask. But and then a friend of mine cut my mask. Cut the elastic. I think it was done maliciously. Seriously. He's now having to explain to the producer. Yeah, honestly, seriously. 1 minute he goes, is it snap? Hello? Why would you do that? You know, wanted to see me in tears, that's what it was. So I spent the next 5 minutes trying to pull myself back together again. It's very bad. Ice hockey players amaze me, says Anthony. Not only do they have to balance on skates, they have to play hockey at the same time. I know. They're big in America, isn't it? In Canada, they like their ice hockey. I think we probably do it here, but not to the same level. I wouldn't want to do it, but they're all padded up. I'd be the goalkeeper, the one waiting for the puck to come in your direction. I don't know. It's like what's that other thing you do on horseback? Sorry? Polo. That's right, polo. That's boring, isn't it? Do you know why it's so expensive to do polo? Because of the horses. Each horse will only do one chukker, apparently. And so you've got to have a team of horses. I wonder if Harry's been horse riding recently in America. I bet not. Corey was named after an ice hockey player. Amazing, isn't it, really? Most boring piece of information I've ever imparted to you. And you are as well. In fact, you look as though you're actually wearing padding, whereas in fact you're not. That is your body mass. Why were you named after an ice hockey player? What would be the point of that? Did your parents go abroad at one time and saw somebody and went, I hope our son ends up looking like that, and were a bit disappointed? Was it a bit like that? Oh, he played in Sheffield. My lord, an ice hockey player in Sheffield. That's amazing, isn't it? Very impressed by that. Here he is. Here's a picture of him. Do you know, very similar. Very similar. Except he appears to have more outfits than you. That's the end. Oh, he's got a face on him, hasn't he? Oh, look, he's smiling. There he is, smiling. Actually, I've never seen Corey in a tie. And your player... So what was it? Corey Nielsen, British ice hockey. He'll be so thrilled. Somebody will write to him and say, you were mentioned on the radio. And he'll be going, because it comes from Sheffield. Can't do a Sheffield accent. Why did they mention me? Because apparently the producer was named after you. Good. That's so exciting. I was named after the bloke in the carol who was having a feast. And, and that good old, on the feast of me. And I don't know why I was called Stephen, actually. I'm sure it must mean something. First, Tuesday, the 19th of January. Still to come, the language enthusiast who taught himself Mandarin by watching Peppa Pig. We couldn't work that one out at all. The revolutionary new electric car battery, which charges in 10 minutes and lasts for 250 miles. The food that fuels the feel-good factor. And if you want to be in an early grave, have a fry-up. Apparently, a fry-up is the easiest way to get it. But it's such a nice way to go. I mean, I don't want to be rude about it, but honestly, if somebody says to you, what would your last meal be? It would be the full fry-up, including chips. I'm sorry, you cannot be dipping chips in egg. It's as simple as that. It doesn't work with hash browns. It's not the same. Matthew says, talking about ice skating, admittedly something I'm useless at, but as for Denise Van Outen, she looks awful. Talk about aged. Well, she's 46 now. The trouble is she's behaving like an 18-year-old, which of course she's not. She's not. It's a shame. Steve, how is it okay? COVID will not infect people without masks because they're exempt. Apparently, despite their respiratory issues, COVID gives them special treatment. Well, I don't understand that one either. They think walking around without a mask on, much as though they don't want to wear a mask for issues or whatever it happens to be, they think that they're then immune from catching COVID. I would have thought they're right at the top of the list. Right at the top of the list. It's as simple as that. We've got a poem for you. Because yesterday's poem, it turns out, we might have done 5 months ago. Although, to be honest with you, I don't remember doing it 5 months ago. I'm normally quite good at remembering things. And I don't remember... Corey, no, I didn't. I don't think we did. But Luke swore... You know what Luke's like. He's vegan. And he probably thinks all sorts of things happen like... This one's only short. It's by Shelby Greer. And it's The Life of a Cupcake. They put me in the oven to bake. Me, a deprived and miserable cake. Feeling the heat, I started to bubble. Watching the others, I knew I was in trouble. They opened the door and I started my life, frosting me with a silver knife, decorating me with candy jewels. The rest of my batch looked like fools. Lifting me up, she took off my wrapper. Feeling the breeze, I wanted to slap her. Opening her mouth with shiny teeth inside. This was the day this cupcake died. Oh, but they've gone to a better place, haven't they? Cupcakes. They always go to better places, which is inside you. I haven't had a cupcake for ages. former producer of mine, Giles, he had a cupcake wedding. The wedding cake was all cupcakes. And I think that was the first time I'd ever had a cupcake. They do them in Costco, but I've never bought them because it's all icing and stuff like that. I could bring some in tomorrow for the boys. I know that they wouldn't eat them because it's, they're both on diets and exercising. Well, Jake's bought his sort of gym equipment. So we're looking forward to seeing the photos of that, and Corey's not. So you walk to the fridge. I know you've managed to open the fridge by yourself. Managed to turn the cooker on, and the oven. Quite heavy pan. You've got cast iron pans. I think the sort of pans you have says a lot about you. Do you have Le Creuset? Do you have a Le Creuset? Very what? It's not non-stick. No, I know they're a bucket of wash. But they are supposed to be the pans of all pans, aren't they? They're so expensive. I refuse, because I'm not a cook. There's no point in me having a Le Creuset. If I had a super-duper big farmhouse kitchen, then I might have things like that. But at the moment, it's just not worth bothering. So I just get all my pots and pans from Robert Dias, because they're about 15 quid, 14 quid for a pan with a lid on it, and that does the job. And then, if after a while it's the non-stick comes off or something like that, I'll just get another one. Much easier. Another one here. This is says a well-known store near me is selling 5 badges saying I'm exempt from wearing a mask for £1, says Dave on the Wirral. Why would you need 5 badges? Surely one would be enough, wouldn't you think? Lawrence Fox, of course, getting his Just Desserts in all the paper today. He only wants to wear it because it makes him anxious. But the trouble is, if you don't... Oh, sorry, he doesn't want to wear it. But if you don't wear one, you stand a very good chance of picking up coronavirus. A very, very good chance. That's why people are wearing the masks. They're the ones who want to live. The ones who don't wear the masks, because you can't wear it for this reason or that, you're taking your life in your hands every time you walk outside the front door. You're the ones who are going to be taking up the hospital beds, not going to be us. But that's the way they want it. Seems to sort of make them happy. What have we got today? How many more jabs? Oh, I tell you what, they're so desperate to get some sort of attention from somebody who's on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here that nobody'd heard of apart from people in the business, but I hadn't, unfortunately. This is Jordan North. The story, I don't know who his agent is, but the story today is, and it's the only one that we've had in ages, is he's been inundated with offers of sex. Can't imagine why, looking at a picture of him, but there you go, far be it from me. Radio 1 star Jordan, he's not a star, he was the swing man, he was the one who covered for people, not star. And he says he's been warned by show bosses how graphic fans would get. Now, why would they do that? He's on the radio. Does he not know about things like that? Because obviously nobody'd heard of him before. He says couples as well, random couples, ask if I want to join in. And but I blocked them. I mean, honestly, is that the most publicity you can get, that somebody's asked you to have sex? Give up now, please. It's too embarrassing. Too embarrassing. Oh, honestly, it'd be good to say everybody gets those, dear. You don't need to go on the television for stuff like that. Steve, am I bad-mannered because I dunk biscuits in tea or coffee? Absolutely. Absolutely. You do not dunk biscuits in tea or coffee. Chocolate, digestives or otherwise. Unfortunately, I suspect that most of my two do. Or both. You do. You dunk biscuits. You dunk a McVitie's biscuit. You are a peasant. Get out of the studio. Get out of the studio. You are not fit to be in here. You don't dunk. Thank you. Jake's my favourite. He's just saying... You've dunked a custard cream. You don't know what I do you? I break the custard cream in half, separate the top from the bottom, and lick the cream bit. That's the best. I'm not as bad as you at all. I don't dip it. Oh, I know you would have one better, don't you? You do what? You scrape it off your teeth. I don't like you anymore. I don't want to be your friend. What I can do with a jammy dodger is nobody's business. They're really good fun. Have you had jammy dodgers? And as for wafers, I love wafers. I really do. But, I mean, no, definitely not dunker. And please don't write in. If you're a dunker, I'm going to bar you immediately. You're not going to go any further than the top of my list for dunking. Wag of the pair will zoom in for talks. This is boring old Colleen and Rebecca, two of the most dreariest people you've ever heard of. Did I hear correctly the other day that Wayne Rooney has decided to retire? Has he retired? I'm sure I read somewhere, I saw something on he has retired. Thank God for that. From what? Now a manager. Is he really? Why would you take any notice of him? For God's sake. What is your little predilection? Well, we all know that one, don't we? Also... more on poor little Joe Warren Plant, who's 18, but, looks about 12. And so he had some lessons. I would have thought that was absolutely to be applauded. Give him a huge round of applause. Jennifer Lopez insisted she's never had cosmetic surgery. Well, I've never had cosmetic surgery. Loads of people. Like Corey's absolutely riddled with that. But he's got a fridge full of those injections, that Botox stuff, to sort of make himself look all smooth and unlined. You're very lucky, actually. What do you use on your face? Vitamin E. Vitamin E. Oh, I've never done that one. Is that very good for you? Bits of oatmeal? Must be like dunking your head into a plate of porridge, then, isn't it? How funny. I like stuff like that. Ali Ross on TV, talking about just about everything, actually. The Masked Singer is moronic, but I see why it's taken off. Also... Best television drama of last week was the Pembrokeshire Murders, although I thought the fact that gay Welsh actor Luke Evans was portraying a straight English policeman. Steve Wilkins meant his performance lacked authenticity. Well, no, of course, I didn't. It would be the height of madness to contemplate something so small-minded. Quiz show host of the week was the heroic presenter of PE with Joe Wicks, who hit us with this curveball between star jumps on Wednesday's workout. What's the capital? Now, Cairo is the capital of... Oh, I got it wrong. What's the capital of Egypt? Now, Cairo is the capital city of which country? No conferring. That was how bizarre it was, I'm afraid. Very bizarre. Before you knew it, earnest daytime TV shows like Steph's Packed Lunch were opening up what TV people like to call an important conversation on the subject. That's to say, a conversation of absolutely no importance that really shouldn't be opened at all. Yeah, she was going, oh, and this is a different programme. Like exactly the same as all the other boring programmes on the television. In fact, it's made worse by the fact there's too many people on it, and it goes on for about an hour and a half too long. Glad to see the back of it. Also... Matthew Wright and his miniature ponytail as the long list of reasons he shouldn't be allowed anywhere in a TV camera. I love that. I mentioned that the other day, that he's got this little ponytail thing. Very sort of naff, isn't it? Perhaps he's having a breakdown or something. I've never heard of men with little ponytails unless they're sort of ex-wrestlers from America. Ghastly. And somebody says, of course you dunk. Of course I don't dunk. Heavens above, I was brought up in a burrow or something. Definitely not. Somebody says, I dunk my toast in my tea, says Wendy. Oh, dear me. What, so butter drips off it? Shane says, am I barred because I dunk biscuits? You are now. Goodbye. And another one which says, I can't believe it that people dunk toast in tea. And Mark in Romford says, I bought the box set of Steptoe and Son, still hilarious after all these years. You dirty old man. I loved the time that he came back and his father was sitting on the draining board washing himself in the sink. Because when I was little, we used to have to do that. Your mum would sit you on the draining board and wash you. Do you remember that? Oh, I'm surprised, actually. I thought your parents definitely would have done it. They have a hot tub. And so it's roughly the same kind of thing. To them, it's like a bath, but outdoors. Wash all the clothes and everything else to a spin cycle. I love it. Here's supermodel Helena Christensen. She's 52. They sort of put it down like 52 is really ancient now, but it's not ancient at all, is it? And a lingerie model, for that, read whatever you want. Need a policeman in the groin. Kaylee Laws. Kaylee. 28, attacked a police constable as she was arrested whilst in skimpy undies. Yesterday, she posed for pictures outside Worthing Magistrates Court. She was given 60 hours unpaid work. She'd been drinking Prosecco while she and a pal worked stints as hostesses at the Goodwood Revival Motorsport Festival. She was arrested when a row broke out. She had admitted assault. Stupid old baggage. Stupid old baggage. Honestly, look at the time. What are we doing now? Every 19 minutes, nearly 19 minutes past 5 this Tuesday morning with the wet weather around the corner. Absolutely ghastly. Jez says, dunking fig rolls. Oh. No. Somebody says, I used to like Farley's rusks dunked in milk. Yes, I should imagine that was probably a couple of weeks ago. And somebody says, I didn't mind my mum washing me on the draining board when I was a kid. It was just when she used the bottle cleaner. I didn't like it. Everybody did that. When they were kids, your mum would lift you up onto the draining board, you'd stick with your feet into the washing up bowl, and then she'd sort of wash you down. You weren't going to run a bath just for a little squirt like me, thank you very much indeed. And Jordan North is gorgeous, says Kath. I think you need to go to Specsavers. And I'll be fancy. It's only a bit of desperate publicity, and it's sort of people have propositioned him. Obviously, they didn't on the radio. Which, of course, means he's lagging behind just about everybody. Dave says, can we have a poem from Kylie Minogue lyrics? Yes, I'll do one specifically for you. There was a cake shop just off Wardour Street that sold cupcakes. Being Soho, you can imagine how they were shaped. Oh, you can get all sorts of things. Your producers, set your producers a challenge, Steve. Instead of poem of the day, have joke of the day. They have to find a joke that will make Steve Allen laugh. I don't laugh, okay? I don't do things like that. It's very difficult to find a joke. And they couldn't find anything that would make me laugh. They don't know me well enough. They really don't. Also, I think... Oh, somebody else talking about Michael Crawford's birthday, which is coming up. Let's go back. He's had a field day today, honestly. I think he's deleted more people than I've ever seen in my entire life. Here's this sad story. This is a holidaymaker called Warren Millington. He toppled 6 feet... okay, from a static caravan's plastic decking, landing on his head. He broke his neck and had a heart attack and died from a devastating brain injury. He was a scaffolder. And he lost his balance as he flicked away a cigarette. He was with his wife, Jane, and other family in Cornwall in August. They'd been holding onto the decking's 3-foot-high handrail when he fell. His wife said his hand might have slipped or his legs given way. He had been drinking, but they say he wasn't drunk. But he only fell 6 feet. Only goes to prove, doesn't it, that you only have to fall a short distance. If you land on your head, that was it. So he landed on his head, broke his neck, had a heart attack, and died from a devastating brain injury. Yes, gravity is... I had a friend of mine who used to run the Barmy Arms, Alex, and he fell out of the bath onto the floor, and he was in a terrible state for a long time. He now plays golf, I believe, and loves every minute of it, which is good. Another picture of Maya Jama. How boring, honestly, because she's doing a makeup programme on the television. Why is she even in the bizarre column? She's about the least interesting person you'll ever find. And Steps. You're still getting poor Ian H. Watkins. Remember, he was the one who came out as gay and we nearly all fell apart, going, he's gay. Surely somebody that butch could only have been a lorry driver. But he says that the reason that the band were all up for a manner of wacky things is that they were still drunk. Oh. Well, that's about as boring as you, mate. Who cared? You were drunk. Oh, dear, what an admittance to all those fan. They've got a new single out, and well, it's been out for ages, actually, now. Definitely. And Zayn Malik's long-awaited comeback album, Nobody Is Listening, was released on Friday. And at first glance, the title might turn out to be pretty apt. An early look at the official UK chart record show the record is poised to sneak in at a fairly underwhelming number 10 this Friday, despite strong early streaming numbers. And he's seen smoking and slugging from a bottle of beer and everything else. The trouble is, it's just not interesting enough, is it now? The music's got to speak, definitely. Also, Sam Smith, his third album's out, and already we're going to be treated to a fourth. So, I don't know anything about Sam Smith at all, apart from he's a pop singer, and that's about it. And zoinks! Here is Ashley Roberts' wardrobe. Showed up looking like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. The Pussycat Dolls singer, they've not sung for donkey's years, have they, the Pussycat Dolls, was snapped on her way into the Heart Breakfast in London wearing a green and tan combo. Do you know, is it only the women who get pictures walking into the building? I mean, I've been in and out of the building, you know, for years. Nobody snapped my picture. I suppose it's perhaps I need to sort of, you know, be a bit more controversial. That's obviously the way forward, I think. I quite worry about that. There's always photographers out there. There's a couple of photographers who sort of seem to live outside, and they always take pictures of people coming into the studio, and it's always the girlies. You know, nobody's taking pictures of Roman Kemp as he's walking in. I've said to him, walk in with your shirt off, they'll take pictures. He has taken his shirt off. Mind you, did you see the other day? I was watching the television, and it was a cookery programme, and lo and behold, Phil Vickery turned up with his shirt off. I've never seen anything like it in my entire life. Well, I have, but it was only when I looked in the mirror. Steve, the best thing ever is biting the corners off a McVitie's penguin and using it as a straw. Well, it's a bourbon biscuit, isn't it? A penguin, just covered in chocolat. Gertrude Pritchard and Maura Higgins have split up. Who cares? I mean, she was always a bit dreary. And Peaky Blinders fans crying tears of joy and sadness. Filming has begun on the latest series, but sadly it will be the last. The BBC has apologised after describing murderer Phil Spector as talented but flawed in headlines reporting his death on their news channel. They very quickly changed the word. What buffoon put that up there? What buffoon at the BBC? The BBC admitted the first version didn't meet our editorial standards. But really, we've seen your editorial standards. They're not very good at all, are they? Single Coronation Street star Kimberly Hart-Simpson, whoever she is. You ever heard of her? Kimberly Hart-Simpson says fame has killed her love life. Is COVID the reason I'm not getting dates, or is it Corrie? People interact with you different when you've been on a show. I don't even know who you are. Do you think they're trying to make people say, oh, she's on Coronation Street or something? They want to talk about Corrie. They'll ask, what's Roy like? But there's no scoop I can give them. Everybody's lovely. She played escort Nikki Wheatley on the cobbles, but says that isn't what's put people off. And the actress said, there's definitely an element of, so what do you do? And then they'd be like, oh, I knew you. Well, I've never even heard of her. Never even heard of her. So sorry, dear, but it's nice for you to get a little bit of publicity. Obviously, your agent's working very hard. Joey Essex, still not married, been linked to an awful lot of people, but they last about 5 seconds. You know why? He's got nothing to talk about. He's got absolutely zero. And when he does talk, it's such a big pile of rubbish. And he's split from a Brazilian model, Brenda Santos. She sold her story. I think she went out with him for a whole 3 months. And that was it. And, he is ultimately thick. He's ultimately thick. It's not his fault. He can't help it. Unfortunately, now he's sort of older, quite a bit older, and he's still playing the dumb card. Like Jade Goody played the dumb card. And once people sort of laughed, they go, and so she picked up on it and would start sort of doing it. In Joey Essex's case, you know, he went out with one of those Fahir's girls on the television, but there again, everybody's been out with them. And it was sort of in the early stages. I mean, what he does now, I've got no idea. He's had to start doing a few programmes, so obviously the money must be going down. And Mark Wright is a busy boy, puts it down to his twin talents of being entertaining and being likeable. Vote on that one. Not only is he doing the daily Keep Fit programme Workout the Right Way, but tomorrow he'll also be doing a weekly fitness segment on Loose Women. Oh, blimey. I tell you, Loose Women is a chat programme about, 4 or 5 people talking about issues of the day, not doing something like this. That's not there. He said the minute somebody does one, they apparently have no talents. So he gets very angry about the stigma of being on a reality show. Yeah, but 99% of people have got no talent. They really haven't. He says, I beg to differ. It's not easy to have a camera put in your face and be expected to be entertaining or likeable. And Andy Hall's Biz goes, you said it. Not sure whether that's a compliment or not. Difficult to tell, isn't it, really? 27 minutes past 5. I'm only telling you in case you've got a bus to catch or a train. I might buy a meat pie today, Mary, and eat it on the bus. I haven't quite decided, actually. I probably might do. The President to issue 100 pardons in the final hours. That'll be nice, won't it? Can't wait to see who he's going to be pardoning. I watched Who Wants to Be a Millionaire the other day. Some of the questions are unbelievably difficult, and some of them are so easy peasy. But here's a bloke called Grant Swanson. Nothing to do with that programme. He spent hours on end in front of a dubbed version of Peppa Pig, and he's taught himself Mandarin, which is not the easiest. He also tuned into Chinese podcasts, music and TV, and played computer games with Chinese teams. He said, I can semi-confidentially watch simple Chinese TV, although it still goes by quite fast for me. He wants to use his robotic degree to find work in China. So he's learnt in 10 months what many students take 2 or more years to achieve. Well, there's a bloke on the YouTube. In fact, there's a couple of them, Americans, and they speak fluent Chinese. And they love going out and just being ordinary Americans, and then they start speaking Cantonese or Mandarin. And the people go, you speak Chinese? And they go, yeah. Not very good. Of course, they're perfect. Absolutely perfect. Was it Rod Hull who fell off the roof fixing an aerial? It was. Yes. Yeah. Also, Sam Smith also has a brewery at Tadcaster in Yorkshire, says Reggie. Oh, lovely. And somebody says Mark Wright's playing football for League Two side Crawley. I've never even heard of Crawley Town. Anybody ever heard of them? No. They brought him on in the 95th minute, I think, last time round, which is practically the end of the game, I think. But I'm sure it'll go well. Also, the Chancellor may not need to raise taxes to reduce the budget deficit built up by the pandemic. Thank the Lord for that. There might be some saving grace. And here's a chef, Gareth Mason. He's made 15 kids' meals from a 20 quid Aldi shop. 15 kids' meals. Everything. He runs restaurants in Bolton. He rotated 4 snacks, including frozen fruit with yoghurt and banana and custard. He said there should be no kids starving or going hungry. So all they're doing is basically testing people to see what they can get out of 20 quid. Which is good. Holly Willoughby celebrating the first show of Dancing on Ice with a cheeky can of gin and tonic. She was seen wrapped up in a blue puffer jacket. And I don't know how she's got enough time. But then there's loads of them. You've got poor old Denise Van Outen shoving her face with something, full stage makeup on, and not wearing her mask. Philip Schofield gets into the back of his cab. He's not wearing a mask either. And there's a few others, which is not very good, is it? Perhaps they haven't heard about it. Perhaps we might need to refresh it so that they do know about these things. Bill Vickery says it was very hot. He said, I won't do it again. I've never seen Phil Vickery with a shirt off before. It was so funny, because I was sort of watching this sort of cookery programme, and I forget what it was, whatever it was very interesting. And I remember thinking, that looks very nice where it is, and it was obviously sort of quite... And then the next time we saw him without his shirt on. And I thought, good Lord, that's like me coming in here taking my shirt off in front of the boys. Also, we have a question for you, Phil. It's a cookery question. Ask Phil. They have Ask Cressida Dick. We have Ask Phil Vickery. The producer, Corey, wants to know why his pavlova went flat. So what he did, he made the meringue, spread it onto a tray. Was it onto a tray? A baking tray. And I think he was expecting it to rise, but of course it didn't rise because it wasn't over anything at all. And he said it just went a bit sort of... I mean, what would be the reason? Has he made it wrong? I think he's made it wrong. I said you should have just broken it up and used it in Eton mess. That would have been, But it was all squidgy. Oh, it was soft. Bit like nougat. I bought nougat the other day, actually. I haven't eaten it. I'm going to bring it in here because I used to like nougat when I was little. So what would the... What would the problem be, Phil? I don't like to ask, actually. It's a bit early in the morning for things like this. And he's already apologised in advance, so... there you go. I took my grandson, Bradley, to QPR versus Derby match. Rooney just came out of the stadium 1 foot away from Bradley, age 11, asked for his autograph, totally ignored us, says Sam. Well, I mean, I should imagine these people who get asked for their autograph all the time, they must get a little bit fed up with it, don't you? I would think that they do after a while. They sort of go, oh, somebody else. And eventually, you could stand there for days. Definitely. Talking earlier about three wishes. And I'll have to check that one out, actually, before I read it to you. Steve, imagine eating a meat pie on a bus. What goes through people's minds like Mary? Her brains, I should imagine. As if anybody would sit on the bus eating a meat pie. I mean, seriously. She wasted a stamp on it. Oh, here is the world's most stupid person. This is Kaya Jordan. There's a name, Kyah. What's she got? An e-scooter. She is the first person to be convicted of drink driving on an e-scooter. She's 20. She's a bit thick. She was almost 3 times over the limit when she went through a red light. She was tested to have 97 micrograms of alcohol in 100 millilitres of breath, with the legal limit at 35. Her lawyer tried to argue that she was travelling so slowly on the vehicle on Newport, the Isle of Wight, near to where she lives, she couldn't have posed a danger, but she was banned from the road for 2 years. The chair of the magistrates, Peter Redding, said the law was very clear on drink driving. She was given a community order of 12 months, ordered to carry out 40 hours of unpaid work, and banned, as I say, from 2 years. Good. Stupid. I wish they'd banned some of the people around here. It's a nightmare around London. I've never seen the police stopping anybody. I mean, we have seen 2 people before now on a scooter. I've seen quite a number of people doing that. Quite a number of people, which is not very good. Not very good. So we're hoping to find out from Phil Vickery why Corey's pavlova went flat on him. Which is, so far, I think Phil's ignoring it. He's decided he doesn't want to be Phone Phil. I mean, that would just be dreadful, wouldn't it? I mean, here we are putting the poor boy at 22 minutes to 6 in the morning to work. We don't normally do that. I mean, I'm hoping he doesn't reply, but I think he might do. Steve, I just watched Blue Danube Radio, 20 years of great sound on YouTube. You're such a good-looking man. You haven't changed much. I didn't even know it was on there. It was even on there. Good Lord above. Well, there you go. You're telling me something I don't know. I've got a photograph of all the team. He's back. He's back. He's more than happy to help. Okay, this is for you, Corey. You're very lucky to get... Normally you'd have to pay for this service. Very lucky. And he says, I reckon firstly he used too much sugar. Next, probably added the sugar too early before the egg whites were not firm enough. Golden rule, weigh the egg white, then allow exactly double the weight of sugar. Did you take that on board? I'm so sorry to have to ask you, Phil. I really am. I can only apologise humbly. Oh, he's sending you an invoice. I think so too. He'll be adding... Well, no, he hasn't said how much it is. It's just the invoice is in the post, he said. Yeah, you didn't whip the eggs enough. Oh, you now realise your own failings. Oh, God. I'm so sorry, Phil. I'm working with a complete idiot in the kitchen. Shan't be going round to Corey's house anytime soon for another thrown-together meal. Throw being the operative word. You're very lucky to get that from Phil Vickery. Wouldn't do that for anybody. Very cool. Very cool. You watch, he'd be cutting that bit out of the programme. He'd be going, he'd be playing it to his girlfriend. Oh, we were asking Phil Vickery this morning why the pavlova went all funny again. He's back again. He says it's a pleasure. See? That's what a nice person he is. You're very lucky to know him. Well, you don't know him. He's my friend. And we're not sharing him. I love it when people jump on the bandwagon. They go, oh, Phil Vickery could be my friend. No, I don't think so. It doesn't work like that. You know, you're not jumping on the bandwagon of fame off my back. Thank you very much indeed. Here we go. This will be a story for Phil Vickery. Food that fuels the feel-good factor. This is stuff that puts you in a good mood. Okay, you might agree or you might disagree. In a bad mood, number 8, cake. Cake puts you in a bad... Why would cake... I nearly bought a cake the other day. I haven't had cake for ages. 7 is pizza. 6 is sweets. 5 is burgers. And 4 is energy drinks. 3 fizzy drinks. 2 alcohol. And 1 donuts. Why would a donut put you in a bad mood? I can't think of anything nicer. But the stuff that puts you in a good mood... Oh, you can tell this is obviously put out by somebody who's concerned about the sort of food you eat. Number 8, oranges. There you go, they've had those this morning. They had nardicots. 7, salmon. 6, eggs. 5, yoghurt. 4, berries. 3, grapes. 2, dark chocolate. Number 1, coffee. Those things put you in a... So when you look at the other stuff that we all love, burgers, sweets, pizza, cake, donuts, alcohol, fizzy drinks, and energy drinks. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm going for the bad mood list. Sounds much nicer, doesn't it? All those... I mean, I could get quite excited about donuts. Imagine being able to eat a whole box of Krispy Kreme donuts. I think that would be just sort of... Oh, dear. I think I'd probably give myself a head rush on something like that. Paul says, when Corey's pavlova turned out flat, did he put a shilling in the meter? Oh, don't even ask, it's not worth it. Phil Vickery says, I find alcohol puts me in a top mood. Me too! It's odd that, isn't it? Why have they got it? You know why? Because the company that commission it are responsible for organic food. So they obviously want you to think that oranges and all these other things are good for you. Whereas, in fact, bad stuff would be cake. Whereas, in fact, you can't beat a good Swiss roll. A good Swiss roll, apricot... sliced, perhaps with some ice cream. That'd be quite nice. I could eat that now. Do you know I've not had ice cream for ages? Not had ice cream for ages and ages. I feel like buying a bit of ice cream today. I don't know. Well, I mean, I do make the mistake of going for Neapolitan, which is vanilla, strawberry and chocolate. And then I let it melt a bit and then stir it with a spoon. And so it all goes into this sort of revolting colour. I mean, that's what I tend to do. It doesn't work for everybody. Oh, and a can of Spam. Says, you see, Spam fritters my mum used to do. Or we'd have cold Spam with Branston pickle and chips. That was delicious. That was a simple meal. We didn't have much money when we were little. I think, we were in the iron and steel business. My mother ironed and my father stole. And, here all week, thank God. And, we didn't have anything like that. So we did have Spam, and we did have Branston pickle, not sort of tons of it, and a plate of chips. And that was and with some bread and butter. You didn't need anything else. All the simple things are good for you. The only thing I didn't have was alcohol. I didn't touch alcohol till I left home. I just couldn't bear the taste of it. And there's still now there's things I can't drink. The idea of doing, something like sort of a pint of bitter or something, I couldn't have that at all. But they're bringing back the Watney's 7, which would be very good. I saw somebody the other day, they were making something on the television. It said add cider or something. Anyway, she emptied a whole bottle of cider into this particular meal. Because I've never used alcohol. I think it's a terrible waste. Not Graham Kerr, who was the chef who used to drink all the time? Keith Floyd. He used to be so tiddled when he was doing the programme. It used to make me laugh. He used to berate the cameraman. He used to remind me of this programme. Dawn Neeson. Morning, Dawn. Wearing a skirt today, I hope. She's proving that women do have legs, because most people seem to think that all women turn up with sort of skirts on. Not with skirts on. So when occasionally she wears a skirt, people go, oh, you've got legs. Like, who was that girl who used to read the news, the woman on Channel 5? And I can't remember her name. She sort of took over reading the news on Channel 5, and they did lots of features on her in the newspaper. Oh, I can't remember her name now. Well, how annoying. Somebody will know it. You know the one I mean. But she definitely used to wear trousers all the time, because they used to talk about her legs. And I remember thinking, we've never seen her legs. She was one of those sort of people that constantly covered them up. She used to perch on the edge of the desk on Channel 5 News. Don't you remember that? Oh, yeah, hopeless, honestly. Wish they'd give me somebody my age to work with. I'm having to work with these young people. They don't know anything. She was the anchor, yes. Yes, Channel 5 News anchor. And she also does, I think she might do or might have done Desert Island Discs. No, not Sue Lawley. No, oh, hopeless. She never did Kirsty Young. Aha. Alan Partridge, aha. Yes, Kirsty Young. She used to wear... They did loads of features when she started at Channel 5 News, because we were in the same building, and I'd see her all the time in the lift. And she used to have lots of different colours in her hair, obviously to make it look more interesting on television. And so it was a case of they used to go, oh, she's got legs that go up to here. And I think, well, nobody's ever seen her legs. She wore trousers all the time. Dawn says, morning, gorgeous. She obviously knows the right things to say to me. You're helping me write my column this morning. Oh, no. Did you do the one about Gemma Collins, who wants to be a DJ now because she thinks she can earn £25,000 a night? She doesn't know anything about music. The last record I don't even think charted, or if it did, it was very low. But Dawn is with us this morning, because I started off by tweeting. I can't quite work out if it was light rain or sleet. Either way, I said, it's bloody cold out there. Very cold. It was cold, but we're going to get drenched, aren't we? I hope we're not going to get drenched this morning. I don't want that. Oh, let's have a check. Let's have a check. Oh, no, we can't. I'll be in trouble, actually, if I don't do this. Kirsty Young. Yes, thank you. And I threw a ball for my dog, Steve. Bit extravagant, I know, but it was his birthday. He looks great in a dinner jacket. Thank you. Did you hear about Gwyneth Paltrow's candle exploding? Yes, I did. I couldn't mention it on the programme. I just said it was... I can't even do it this morning. I seriously can't do it. It's just the producer will be going, what are you talking about? Steve, did you know if you go to McDonald's and ask for a Neapolitan milkshake, they actually make you a mix of chocolate, vanilla and strawberry, part of a secret McDonald's menu? Oh, you've been reading the internet again, haven't you? Whereas in fact most of these things are just that they say, if you ask for so-and-so, you can get this or you can get that, and it turns out to be a load of old rubbish. Oranges and salmon, a bit too acidic, Steve, says Peter. But he's more into the sort of sponge pudding and custard. Do you know, I love a sponge pudding and custard. I like Aunt Bessie. She's very good. Very good. Also, another one here. Pete says, Get fresh material. What you said about bad moods was on another radio station at 5:28. Who cares? Well, go and listen to them then, dear. Come back to us, boring us. You're barred. Also, if you're getting ice cream, there is an ice cream called Kelly's Berry Eaten Mess. You will fall in love. Oh, right. Steve, I must be in extremely bad mood after a box of yum-yums, says Monica, on the way to London, unless coffee neutralised it. I agree on salmon. Nice salmon sandwich. Brilliant. Brilliant thing. Monica's my favourite Jewish cabbie. We don't have any others, actually. I'm sure there must be some out there. I'm totally convinced. Totally. But she commandeered, first of all, which is good. And a lot of people saying, you're very lucky to get Phil Vickery to actually give Corey advice. Yeah, he only got it because I asked. He couldn't get it by himself because Corey doesn't have Phil's details. I've got his details, how to contact him. And Princess Anne. I can write to anybody now. All these people, they want to talk to me. It's as simple as that. I don't have the Queen, but can you imagine if you just phone her up going, "Hi, Steve, on the radio. You're on the radio now. Please don't swear." Just love it, wouldn't you? If the Queen ever swore. I don't think she does. The story that I did yesterday about adventurous lovers getting injured, having sex in dangerous parts of the house. Some people have been actually having sex on the furniture. Well, I don't think that's very nice, do you? And also in the garage. Apparently couples have suffered head, hand and hip injuries. I mean, some people have even made love in the kitchen. Well, that's ridiculous. Imagine you've got a hot water tap in there, an oven. You know the trouble I have in kitchens. Apparently, Olivia Bennett, spokesman for End of Tenancy Cleaning Service, which carried out... Oh, for God's sake, honestly. How much you have to pay for that little bit of interest? And clearly, if you venture outside of the bedroom and experiment in other rooms, you'll have a host of sex accident stories. Nice to have a host of sex. Let alone the accident side of it. I'm willing to risk that, you know. I'm really... Steve, how's the cystitis today? Very good. Very good. A lot better than yesterday. In fact, I think we may have found the secret to it. And it ain't, whatever they call it, that juice. What juice was it we were talking about? I can't remember. Cranberry juice. No, not that. Not for me. Not for me. Steve, I'm listening to you, says Lara, whilst watching ice hockey on television. It's very entertaining. The men are hunky, and when something goes away, they all start fighting each other. Yes, it's very entertaining, isn't it? The only reason they're actually huge is because they're padded out to within an inch of their life. That's all it is. Shopaholics. I would call myself a shopaholic. Not in a bad way. I like going out shopping. Sometimes I spend ages, but I've got to buy something. If I go out, I've got to buy something. They reckon you can be cured by having your brain zapped. The non-invasive electric therapy targets the orbitofrontal cortex, which is part of the brain that is slower in addicts. I love shopping. I think shopping's great. Shopping is so much fun. So much fun. Also, Mary Berry has called on the nation to stop bickering and get in line for the vaccine. Yeah, I tell people all the time, Mary. We love Mary Berry. Ex on the beach failure, Charlotte Dawson. My God, she's been nothing but an embarrassment. Thank God her father's not still alive. But she's... wait for this one. This is how desperate Charlotte Dawson is. She's allowing cameras to film the lead-up to and the immediate period after the birth of her first child with her not-yet-married partner. She says, I would love to have both Mum and Matthew there, but she's promised to honour her father in some of her child's name. Yes, I bet he's thrilled the way you turned out. Absolutely ex on the beach. Honestly, it really is. It's too dreadful. Too dreadful for words. I'm still trying to find out how much, you might better help me on this one. Eamon Holmes and Ruth are advertising this thing where Eamon puts his feet on it. And I can't find out how much it is. You know, I need to find that out. That'd be good. Steve, I had warm banana cake with vanilla ice cream the other day. Best dessert I've had in years, says Eric. And, Steve, do you think having sex on the furniture will invalidate the DFS warranty? Yeah. And so why did it break? We were having sex on the sideboard. It's not the same, is it, really? And, did we find out about Friday? Do we? It's there, yeah. Yeah, Friday's there. Friday's there. You need to perhaps turn on and reboot the system. If ever you decide that one of our podcasts is not there, and they're always there, unless there's some major flaw with the system, but they're always there, it just means that your system needs a reboot. So turn it on, turn it off, turn it on again, and then you'll find, no, it's there, because they do it. Otherwise, we would get thousands upon hundreds of thousands of people writing in if it wasn't there. But because you're the only one, wrong. You're wrong, OK? It's there. Trying to cause trouble for the boys. I nearly berated them, but luckily I'm able to hold my temper in. And so I just said to them, oh, it appears not to be there for Friday. And Corey goes, I'll have a check. You know. And then he types in, and lo and behold, 'tis there, ladies and gentlemen. Still to come, Wags at War, set for the final face-off. This is Rebecca Dreary-Vardy and Colleen Go-Away Rooney. And this, I mean, seriously, it's so boring. It really is. Who cares? Who cares? We're that desperate for this sort of attention. I mean, just get over yourself. You know, it's just really is nothing at all, nothing at all. They've got an 11th hour meeting, a last-ditch attempt to resolve their dispute. I mean, I'm tempted to say, oh, go to court. Let's see you waste money, because that's exactly what it's going to be. And in the middle of a pandemic, there's Rebecca Vardy's fee gone up the Swanee quite easily, I should imagine. We may love donuts, booze and burgers, but they don't make us happy, says a survey. This is lies. We are very happy with burgers, booze and donuts. We really are, I promise you. I don't know why people say we're not. There's another one here. 6 Tory rebels help Labour vote to extend benefit boost, but will the Prime Minister reverse the looming cut? Give them credit. And Apple works on iPhones you can fold. To rival the Samsung Galaxy Fold, Apple are working on a folding iPhone. Well, somebody's already done it. What are you copying for? Can't you come up with something that sort of, you know, is about the size of little tiddly, teeny tiny phone, but you can sort of do it on your wrist? That'd be so much better, wouldn't it? Smart motorways did contribute to deaths, and Gary Barlow at 50. Here he is, the wilderness years, the dark days, the solo success. He's obviously very clever, isn't he? He's not the most exciting person I've ever seen being interviewed. His hero wife is Dawn. They've been married for over 20 years. She was a backing dancer on Take That's tour. He says, I have to say my wife is pretty inspirational. Yeah, I would think that would be a very good description. I mean, put it this way, married 20 years. She's the person that he admires the most. They've got 3 children, Daniel, Emily and Daisy. I think that's nice. He says, I travel around, have an amazing life, but she's the most amazing partner in crime ever. Good. They've also faced tragedy and the bond that they have with the band. And his solo success, he's just very clever. He's very, very clever. You know, it's as simple as that. You can't turn it into something it's not. He's just a very clever person. What should we do? Oh, I know. We'll take a break for the news at 6 o'clock. It's Tuesday, the 19th of January. You all right? No, I know. I can tell, actually. It's one of those days, isn't it? Oh, dear. I mean, to be honest with you, you know, we just need to get through this. And the more of you who wear masks, the quicker we will get through it. Don't believe all the gubbins that you hear from the people who don't wear the masks. They're the ones who are going to be the ones that we're going to be propping up in hospital as they pick up the coronavirus. But that's their business. That's their... Just don't come anywhere near us. Thank you very much. Steve, these Revitive things that old Chubby Boy Holmes advertises, you can't use if you've got a pacemaker. Really? I don't know anybody with a pacemaker. Although, strangely, when I was in hospital having my heart surgery, there was a 90-year-old man who was having a pacemaker fitted. Do you know how easy it is? They make a little incision in your shoulder and pop it in. That's all they do. It's only something to start the heart, and it stays there for 10 years. Yeah, then you should... Well, because it's above your heart. Your heart is here. OK, make a little... What do you think they do? Push it up your veins? It's a pacemaker. It's got a battery in it. Goodness sake, you could turn on electric lights. Reminds me... Actually, there used to be the jingle for Capital Radio, our sister station. And it was something about, you can turn on the world, you can turn on... And it's Capital. I used to love the early jingles. There's something about listening to jingles. I know people that collect jingles of radio stations. I never did that. And I still never get over the excitement of having a jingle with my name on it. I always think that's me. Well, actually, I don't. It kind of washes over me quickly. So I like the Eamon and Ruth ad where Ruth asks if he's coming for a walk. You can see the excuses. He says, no, I'm waiting for a pizza delivery. He looks as though he's really old. He's aged. When you see him walking around the corner, he only has to walk for about a second. And that looks as though it stretched him a little bit. But I don't know how much these things are. You know, I need to know, because there's another one that's been advertised, and theirs is about 110, I think, or something like that. But, Steve, oh, here it is. Or just Google Revitive. It's actually quite decent. Suitable for diabetics. It would probably help Eamon, but he probably only did it for the money. Well, no, because is he a diabetic? I'm not sure if he is a diabetic. I can't remember if Eamon Holmes was diabetic. But it's for people who have problem with their feet, which would be diabetics. Johnny in Watford says Emily's second birthday on Sunday. Cake, presents and a play in the park. She was very happy, but I'm still picking up the little plastic confetti hearts that my wife Simona scattered everywhere. Lovely. I've got a little tiny vacuum cleaner. It's a little square thing which I bought. I saw it advertised, I think, on the television. I thought I'll buy one of those, so I bought it. And you just charge it up. You charge up the battery. And it's very good, actually, as you know. Tony says, kulfi, Indian ice cream, it's yummy. It is. I've had kulfi on many an occasion. I still quite like the idea of somebody saying, will having sex on the furniture invalidate your furniture warranty? Did you ever watch Rich Man, Poor Man back in the day with Nick Nolte? I didn't, said Cup Julie. I didn't. And the reason was I wasn't particularly... But there was so much stuff around when I was younger. It was a bit difficult to decide what to sort of watch. Can you find the Revitive website and find out how much that thing is that's being advertised on TV that you put your feet on? I don't think he's got diabetes either. He's obviously got something the matter with his feet, because he wears these orthopaedic type shoes, slip-ons. But his look like them. So here it is. This is this Revitive. So it's £250. So this is for aches, pains and cramping, swollen feet or ankles, varicose... Do you have varicose veins, Corey? Have you got varicose veins? No. You don't think... What do you mean you don't think so? You'd know if you had... Honestly. You got varicose veins, Jake? No. You don't know what they are? Oh, you know them if you saw them. You would say... My mother had hers stripped years ago. You could see them. It's a vein that sort of almost pops out of your leg. You can have quite a few of them, and what they do is make a small incision, and they strip them out. If you had them, you'd know you had them. I don't know if it's to do with standing up. I've never had them. But you don't think you've got varicose veins? Oh, no, the deep vein thrombosis is aeroplanes, isn't it? I think. If you don't get... Well, they always say get up and move. I hate the people on the planes. You know, you're all sitting there trying to get to sleep, and some buffoon wandering up and down. Just go and sit down. I love them when they're removed from the American planes. That's one of my most favourite things. They move them. Yeah, so £249.96 helps you walk further before aches and pains and increases circulation. Well, the other one they're advertising on the television is about only just over £100. A lot of difference. Doing exactly the same thing. I mean, they could argue the toss that it won't be exactly the same thing. But for osteoarthritis, diabetes, high blood pressure or high cholesterol, kind of covers most of us, doesn't it, really? Does it? Steve, my husband paid £200 for the machine, says Jill. And Martin says, have you tried pineapple Jaffa cakes? No, I can't do pineapple, I'm afraid. Interferes with my medication. Otherwise, I'd be eating pineapple and mango and everything else all the time. I was a bit naughty the other day. But that's my business. I did go to Costco to pick something up, and they do a mango smoothie. And I did buy it. But it always gives you brain freeze. You know when you have something that's so cold, you go, oh, awful. It's like freezes the top of your mouth. Do you know millions of people struggle to buy the basics because the places they're going to won't take cash? Well, I don't know where you're going to. Waitrose take cash. Iceland take cash. Marks and Spencer's takes cash. I've never been in a place that doesn't take cash. They all take it. But apparently one in three are told they can't use cash for groceries. Well, I use cash a lot of the time in Waitrose. Nobody's ever said anything at all. You can use cash in there. Marks and Spencer's, you can use it. They have machines. Because it's all self-service. I miss the days of the tills. But it's self-service, so you have to do it yourself, which unfortunately leads to a lot of shoplifting. And they've got two machines there that either do cards, debit cards, or they take cash. You just push the cash button. Loads of places. Fish and Chip Shop takes cash. I think you'll find the Kentucky Fried Chicken. Where are these people going to? There's loads of places that take cash. You know, I mean, there are some places, some of the DIY places that don't take cash. I found something here. This is very nice. It's a Henry III gold coin. Okay? This is one of only 7 surviving examples. They say the 20 pence coin, less than an inch wide and struck in 1257, is the first to show a true portrait of an old English king. It's coming up in Dallas in Texas. How much do they think it's going to go for? A Henry the... Why? It's in Dallas, Texas. I've got no idea. Why is it not here? But obviously a coin expert has it. What do they call them? Numismatists, I think. How much is this worth? From Henry III, so it's 1257 when it was struck. £700,000. Wow! It's gold, yeah. It's a gold coin. That's why people used to clip coins in the early days. You've heard of clipping? Where you take a gold coin and you used to get people and they used to hang them if they caught them doing it. With a pair of clippers, they would clip round the edge of the gold coin and then melt it all together. So the coin looked roughly the same, but it had been clipped. And there's numerous recorded cases of people being hanged for clipping coins. You know, if you didn't have any money, and most people didn't have any money. And this one looks like it's been clipped on a few occasions. You can tell by the way that it just looks. But that's amazing, isn't it? That it's worth £700,000. Oh, Struth, honestly. I do wish, I mean, I've got, you know, bits and pieces in my place. Don't you wish that somebody comes in and goes, where'd you get that from? I don't know. It's just like, you know, sort of a table. That's Chippendale, is it? We were talking earlier on, Jake and I, about watching the Antiques Roadshow. And they always ask them the same question. Have you ever had this valued? And they go, no. You think, yes, you have. Don't be so stupid. And they go, no. And they go, well, I would put this at £100 to £120. And you can see the look of disappointment on their face. You know, like, oh. And then they go, I think we should put it into auction with a reserve of 60 to 80, would that be okay? And they go, yeah. And I'm thinking, you're that desperate for 60 to 80 pounds, you'll sell your family heirlooms? I wouldn't sell anything. I really wouldn't. Even if I was broke, I wouldn't sell anything. Definitely. Set fire to it, maybe. Apparently, Eamon had a hip op. So maybe he has problems with that. Do you think that would affect his feet, Mel? I don't know. But also, he's doing it because it's an advert. He's been paid for it. Both of them are being paid. Trouble is, she can do anything. She could sell snow to the Eskimos. You watch her on QVC. She knows more than the presenters. She's obviously she's a professional presenter. That's why she's good. Steve, I like ice cream, says Matthew. Viennetta, my favourite. Not sure if they still do it. Yeah, they do. They still make a Viennetta, which I quite like, actually. My favourite was Arctic Roll. It was just a Swiss roll with ice cream in the middle of it. That was a good one, wasn't it? Cheap and cheerful. Steve, you need a sexy assistant on your breakfast show. Chris Tarrant had Cara. I've got sexy assistants. I know, dear. I heard you, thank you. I have 2 sexy assistants on my show. One is called Luke, and the other one... Look at disappointment. Look, almost a tear emerged then. Almost a tear. Oh, Steve, we're your glamorous assistants. Yes, they are. Of course they are. Listen, why would we work together every single day? I see him more than his girlfriend does. His girlfriend, Bob. And, no, it's funny. You do. If you work in radio, you spend a lot of time with people. In fact, you probably spend more time here than you do at home. Well, probably not, actually. I've never quite worked out how much time I spent. I can remember going all the way to Brighton one year, about 30 years ago, and having an argument on the way down there with a friend of mine, who's still a friend of mine, strangely, saying, oh, it's easy what you do. You just go on the radio and talk. And you go, yeah, well, if it's that easy, why is everybody not doing it? The answer is, because they can't do it. I've seen people struggle. I'm not one of them. I don't struggle. But no, we do have the glamorous assistants, and they're very good. Kevin says, what do you think about Conor McGregor spending £1 million on a watch? Well, if you really want my opinion, and you probably don't, listen, what somebody does with their money is their business. If, of course, somebody attacks him and rips it off his wrist, that's his problem. You know, if you advertise that you've got £1 million watch, then you're asking for trouble. Absolutely asking. Whether it's Conor McGregor or Winnie the Pooh or Sooty and Sweep, if you're wearing a watch that's worth it, I mean, to tell the time. I've seen people before driving through London. There used to be a bit of a problem, actually, on the Goldhawk Road. People, with their window open, leaning on it in the middle of the summer. And so people, youths, would patrol the roads And if they saw somebody with their hand out, they would just grab it. Or failing that, people used to keep their telephones on the seat next to them, on the passenger seat, and somebody would smash the window, grab the phone and run. And, of course, if you're stuck in traffic, what can you do? Nothing at all. Donny says, cornetto for me every time. Somebody says, do you work with anyone sexy and single? No. No, don't think so. No, well, apart from me. Sexy and single. Have you seen the watch? No. I haven't. I'm not interested, actually. I wouldn't spend £1 million on a watch, even if I had £1 million to spare. That would be the last thing I'd buy. I mean, I've seen what they call, what do they call them now? Copy watches. They're identical to the real thing. They weigh the same, they look identical, but they're copy watches, which is very naughty, and I wouldn't advise anybody to buy them because you're sort of doing... But if you can't afford the real thing, what are you supposed to do? I don't know. Steve, how about you take the week off next week and I stand in on the show, says Donny. You'd never manage it. Seriously, I've heard people attempting to do my show, but they can't do my show. That's unique to me. They can only do their show. Now I'm in trouble. Russ, who is my friend Mike's other half, he says, you've just mentioned Arctic Swiss roll. I'm just getting ready for work, and I just stayed thinking about lunch. If the hospital canteen doesn't have Arctic Swiss roll in the pudding section today, I may have to pop to Iceland and buy one. They're only a couple of quid. I mean, to be honest with you, Russ, you should have a freezer full of these things. You should have a freezer full. I mean, there's something about Arctic roll. That was our treat when we were little. That was considered a posh pudding. When I was at little boys' school, when I was 9, when it was your birthday, the whole school who were boarding at the school, we were only 9 years old, got Arctic roll. Your parents would send down a pound, and with that they would buy enough Arctic rolls to feed all the boarders, of which there might have been about 50 or so, I can't remember actually, but we all got a slice of Arctic roll and all the school had to sing happy birthday. And so it was almost a constant source of eating Arctic roll. And I grew to like Swiss roll with jam and ice cream. I mean, it was absolutely the gift that keeps... And if you really want to go berserk, squirty cream. Squirty cream over the top of it is enough to make you go... Well, they do all these cakes in Costco. I don't know if Russ has been there. And you get a box of, like, little donut-type things with cream in, and they do... And I keep meaning to bring them in for the boys, but I know what they'll do. They'll just eat them. And so I might go and have a look later on today. That's what I keep telling myself. And then I get there and I think, perhaps I'll just have one. And the trouble is, it's not possible. But these are lovely. They're like little... Oh, they're delicious. Absolutely delicious. So I'm sorry, Russ. You're going to have to buy the Arctic roll. Keep them in the freezer and take one into work. The trouble is, by the time you get to work, it's gonna melt, isn't it? Somebody told me you'd moved within the NHS. You're doing something else now, which is good. Another one here says, I see you back to your usual chat, because I had to turn the volume down when you were talking about varicose veins and their removal. They strip them. What they do is... Oh, sorry, we're talking about the same thing, aren't we? And my mother had them stripped. They come across as very blue. And I don't know whether or not you get them for standing up on your feet or something. I really don't know, actually. I've got no idea. And Steve says, Sean, I used to eat ice cream and cake out of an Arctic bowl. I've always wanted to make, for a party, an ice bowl. Have you ever seen an ice bowl? This is really clever. Get 2 bowls, one that fits inside the other one. Plastic or glass, whatever you want. And you fill the bottom one with with water, okay? And you put flowers from the garden, or you buy some flowers or little bits and pieces. Then you put the other bowl into the water and you put some heavy weights on it so it pushes down, and then you freeze it. When you take it out the freezer, the ice bowl, the top one, you take out, and there is an ice bowl with all flowers in it. You can pour vodka in or anything like that. I'm a mine of useless information. It was very, very popular. It's like going to a party and they've got an ice sculpture. Have you ever been to see an ice sculpture? Some of them are beautiful. And they spend the whole evening dripping. We went to the launch of Fleetwood Mac's album some years ago, and they had a huge ice sculpture. And I remember sitting there thinking, that's lovely. They last for days. Days on end. Really lovely. Really, really lovely. This one says, in Blithe Spirit, Dame Judi Dench plays medium Madame Akati, who raises the souls of the dead in a séance. I got people listening to this programme a bit like that. I'm like Madam McCarthy. RuPaul's Drag Race, Ian Hyland only gives it 2 stars. And yet, I know people who are obsessed, but I mean, these aren't just drag. They don't look like any sort of drag you'd ever see in a drag show. They really don't. Funny Girls, for example, are sort of comedy drag. These people who do drag on RuPaul's Drag Race, they seem to be so into it. So into it. And I have seen the programme, and it's okay. It's okay, but, you know. Also, Betty White, the Golden Girl star, the only one surviving, 99th birthday, she says, which means I can stay up as late as I want without asking. Who are you going to ask? Who are you going to ask? Nobody. You do what you want. Listen, at 99, you have earned the right to do whatever you want to do. You can behave badly. You can really behave badly. The cocaine hippos facing the cull. These are the ones, dozens of them, descended from a handful freed from Pablo Escobar's zoo after he was shot dead 28 years ago. 28 years ago. 28 years ago. It's just almost frightening, isn't it, when you discover how long ago things happened, and as if it was yesterday. Miranda takes a career break because she mourns her dog. Some people get very affected by pets dying. I mean, seriously affected. It's almost like losing a child, and she wrote about this dog, and it features in her biography. And so Miranda Hart has said she was just increasingly sad. She put it on television. She did everything. And she said, last week I said goodbye to my beautiful darling dog Peggy. I share because I shared her with you when I wrote Peggy and Me. It was done years ago by somebody else. And it was Jacqueline Suzanne who wrote about Josephine. Josephine was a chocolate brown poodle who came into Jacqueline Suzanne's life, her and her husband. He hated it. So she wrote a book about it, and it's a very funny book about if you've ever had a poodle or you've had a dog and the other half hates it, read Jacqueline Suzanne's Josephine. Very good. Very, very good. The Carnage of Christoph. Makes it sound vaguely Greek for some reason, doesn't it? 8 inches of rain in 48 hours. So, I didn't do it, did I? I didn't do it. Hey, Siri, are we having rain today?
It'll probably rain in the afternoon starting at 1400 hours, with rain continuing into the early morning tomorrow.
70% chance of rain. 70% chance of rain at 1400 hours. That's 2 o'clock for those of us in the real world. Up north, heavy rain, mild, 10 degrees. Down south, mild with heavy rain later, 11 degrees. Tomorrow, blustery with heavy rain turning chilly. We also get the same. We get 1 degree higher. And Thursday, cold and blustery, wintry showers up north. We get blustery with sunny spells. Blustery with... just what we need, isn't it, really? Blustery with sunny spells. Whatever it is, better not rain when we leave this building. I hate it when it rains. And you walk outside the front door and it's tipping down and you go, oh, the producer never brings his sou'wester in and his umbrella or anything. He doesn't bring anything in at all. So by the time we get to Trafalgar Square, he's soaking wet, and I have to sort of try and build him up a little bit, go, no, you really don't look that bad. Your hair's ruined, but, you really don't look that bad. So what a surprise. We'll do this after the news, actually. Money can buy you happiness. I don't know why they say money can't buy you happiness. Of course it can. Don't be so ridiculous. If you're made happy by spending £1 million on a watch, that means money can make you happy. If you're happy buying a flashy car or a new house, that means it's buying you happiness. I mean, of course, you're working on the assumption that people start off miserable. But if you're a happy person, you just become more happy, more ecstatic, because you've got things. I can be happy having boeuf bourguignon with some nice mashed potato. Anything. Of course it can buy you happiness. What a ridiculous thing to say. LBC News. Steve, if money can't buy you happiness, at least you can be miserable in comfort. And Steph's packed lunch is now watched by a whopping 1.4 thousand cats. Even the Moggies nod off after 10 minutes of watching. The programme is ghastly. I've never seen such a dreadful hodgepodge. And she's constantly saying, oh, we're different. No, they're not. They're as boring as heck. Dreadful. Do you know that savings rates have hit a new low? 10,000 earns £1 a year. Hardly worth bothering, is it? Hardly worth bothering. A typical easy access account pays 0.18% compared with 0.59% last year. Oh, don't even want to think about it. Far too depressing, isn't it? Far too depressing. If you start checking your... Mind you, I suppose for a lot of people with their pensions and stuff like that, You know, it can be very depressing. A simple and cheap test could save thousands of lives from bowel cancer. The NHS urged to use it on the over 50s to save thousands of lives. They examined data, and it cost just £4. Already sent out to the over 60s every 2 years, but scientists says it also works for the over 50s. Wow. I don't know what the actual numbers of people... It kills 45 people every day in the UK get bowel cancer. 45 people which might not seem an awful lot, but, you know, multiply that over the year and you'll suddenly realise that seems like quite a lot of people. If they could do something about it, that would be good. The Olympian who broke her neck, the soap star who stabbed herself in the head with her own skate, as Denise Van Outen dislocates her shoulder in Dancing on Ice. Welcome to the reality shows where it's lights, camera, fracture. Yes, here they all are. Splash on ITV, axed after 2 series. Even Tom Daley said diving is a dangerous sport. Of course it is. Why would you want to climb? He couldn't even get his other half to climb to the top of the diving boards and jump up. I wouldn't do it. I felt ill watching. In fact, Rav Wilding developed a blood clot on his lung after surgery to treat a leg injury. I'm a Celebrity, get me out of here. John Barrowman ended up in hospital. He sprained his ankle. Gillian McKeith, good Lord, remember her? She fainted during the Bush Tucker trial, apparently due to dehydration. So they said. Waltzing into A&E, Strictly Come Dancing. Paralympic table tennis champion Will Bailey was born with something called arthrogryposis, which inhibits the movement of all limbs, was heartbroken after he injured his knee in rehearsals. The jump was very popular, and I think retired Olympic gymnast Beth Tweddle is currently in litigation with the makers of the show because she suffered life-changing injuries. Good grief. Dancing on pretty thin ice, last year's winner Joe Swash was injured when his partner accidentally caught his ear with her skate, leaving Swash wearing a bandage on his head. At least it covered the hair up, I suppose. Also, the professionals have been injured this month. And Celebrity Wipeout, Total Wipeout, Joe Swash, they just keep using... He doesn't really have any particular talent, does he? Not using him for acting. He dislocated his shoulder. And comedian, well, beg to differ, Dom Jolly, apparently broke his foot in 5 places. I used to like that Total Wipeout. I don't know why they ever axed it. I thought it was a brilliant programme. It was so funny. So funny. But, you know, they go, I don't know. So Dolly Parton, she's released 47 solo albums. She's 75. She's sold more than 100 million records. She's a major philanthropist who's given away more than 130 million books to children, donated 1 million to coronavirus research. And she says it takes a lot to make me look this cheap. And that's why cheap. She looks like trash. Sir Simon Rattle is 66, former conductor of the Birmingham Symphony Orchestra and Berlin Philharmonic, announced he'll be leaving the London Symphony Orchestra to return to work in Munich. He's a staunch critic of Brexit. He's also applied for a German passport. Shan't be mentioning him again then on the programme. Definitely not. Also, Edgar Allan Poe was born on this day in 1809. And in 1978, after making more than 16 million, the last Beetle made in Germany left VW's plant in Emden. 1984, The Living Planet, David Attenborough's sequel to his landmark Life on Earth series, was first broadcast. And January the 19th, the marriage, 1996 this was, the marriage of Michael Jackson and Lisa Marie Presley is over after just 20 months. She's divorcing him, citing irreconcilable differences. The coupling of the man from Neverland and the woman from Graceland all seemed the most likely of unions. And in 1998, Bill Clinton faced a further damaging sex scandal after an ex-White House worker gave sworn testimony that he propositioned her in the Oval Office. Kathleen Willey has told investigators the president fondled her before asking for sex. I don't know where that one went, actually. I wasn't sure what sort of happened to that one. Oh, look, a picture of... good God, she's not still around, is she? Anthea Turner. Poor old Anthea, honestly. Never mind. Princess Tippy Toes. Eamon Holmes hated her. Hated her. Princess Tippy Toes. I thought it was the funniest thing ever. And Richard Spur is up making leek, onion and potato soup. That sounds good. I'm not sure about the onion. I think just leek and potato. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it? I could do, especially if you had some nice fresh bread and butter. That's nice. And you fold it over and you dip it in the soup. There's a new £5 mask, morning Richard, which could kill the COVID virus, they say. They say wearing 2 masks instead of 1 could be the best way to protect yourself. Certainly better than not wearing a mask at all. You know, irrespective of what illnesses you have or anything else, not wearing a mask would be seen as being foolish, because there's a very good chance you can pick up all sorts of things. Dame Cressida Dick is with Nick Ferrari this morning, taking your calls. Also, Alison said DIY stores tend not to take cash as they sell a lot of dangerous or potentially harmful equipment, like chainsaws. Therefore, they want a record of who bought it, should the police come a-knocking. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the only place I've been to where they only take cards. But no, supermarkets taking cash, they're not going to turn it away. Listen, they let people in without masks on. So why would they turn away cash? And, as I say, even Waitrose, the mighty Waitrose, take cash. Nobody's ever gone, oh, do you have something else? Never. Never anything like that at all. Also, popular treatment for incontinence may be a waste of money. God, dear, that is a nightmare, isn't it? They keep doing adverts on the television for lady tenor pants, which is, to sort of stop things like incontinence. It must be a nightmare. It must be a nightmare if you suffer with stuff like that. You have my undying sympathy. It must be, every day must be a bit of a strain. The Guardian are talking about James Comey, how I would bring Trump to justice. Oh, it's all gone pear-shaped. And the president will issue 100 pardons in his final hours. Like whom? Who are these people he's pardoning? Honestly, can't we reverse it immediately? It worries me that this man is still there. And, of course, the worst thing is little Melania, who up until now, I didn't mind Melania. I mean, I just thought, she was okay. She refuses to show Joe Biden's wife around the White House. It's normal, for them to go, listen, come into the house because you're going to be living here for the next few years, and this is where everything is. She refused to do it. Stupid woman. Honestly, what's the matter? Also, who should get priority? Key groups argue for first place in the queue for the COVID vaccination. Retail staff, people with learning disabilities, transport workers, politicians, police, teachers, loads of people. I mean, you'd be mad, wouldn't you, if you actually didn't, go for the mask when it's there, because that's it should be. And another one here from Dawn Neeson, which is what I like. I like Dawn Neeson. Unfortunately, I never sort of... He's back in... this one is white working class English and proud of it. Unfortunately, only 106 followers. Only 106 followers, which doesn't sound like very many at all, actually. Not very many at all. But I couldn't read whatever... Unless that's all it was, Dawn. I've got no idea. No idea. The fixation on freedom that could seriously harm our health. Here's a load of people sitting out in Soho in the summer after the first lifting of the first lockdown. It was as if it never happened. And, of course, what happened? It got worse. It got much worse. So all we can say to you is put a mask on, go and do your shopping, or failing that, just ask somebody else to do your shopping, OK? And that way you stay safe, because otherwise you're going to be the next one looking for the hospital bed. We wouldn't want that. In Benfleet, says Steve, I'm having the jab tomorrow. Fantastic. Everybody should. I spoke to somebody the other day, though, who was saying they went along for the jab, but it was amazing the amount of people who didn't go along for it, even though they'd been told you can have it. I mean, you should have it. I mean, it's in your best interest, surely. But, you can't force somebody to go if they don't want to go. But what are we on now? The over 75s? It's getting ever nearer me. Over 70s? Oh, great. Oh, well, I must be the next one down, then. I must be the next, yes, I mean, well, I hope so. If they're doing the over 70s, I'm in that kind of category, sort of. Makes you sound so old, doesn't it, really, which is awful. Steve, it's impossible to know who's a carrier of COVID, so when offered, I will gladly take the jab. Yes, absolutely. But I would think that the people who aren't wearing the masks are the people who might have it and could spread it very easily. They might have an illness, in which case steer well clear of the rest of us. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, the death toll from COVID will break through the grim milestone of 90,000. When it passed 60,000, there was a huge outcry in the press. Now the press is primarily focused on the new vaccination centres and the targets. Well, the papers are full of it. today, as you can well imagine, because there's another group of people who are being offered the vaccine. I mean, if you don't want the vaccine, nothing on God's earth could persuade you to go there. If you think you're going to be safer without it, but I promise you, having seen the images of people who've got coronavirus, the people in hospitals who are breathing their last, you don't want it. And what more can people do? And it's not scaremongering. You get the sort of people who believe the rubbish that you read on the internet. But it isn't scaremongering. Hospitals are full of people who have coronavirus, many of whom will die. And you don't want that. You really don't. Steve. Who elected any of the Lords? Well, they're sort of a self-elected body. You sort of move up, don't you, to get to be House of Lords, and then you sit there and go to sleep. I think that's what most of them appear to be doing, and they get so much for turning up for the day, like £300-400, and it's a bit of a boys' club. You put on the robes and you do the thing, and then you pick up your 300 quid. You probably go to a cash office and they sort of give you a little chitty, and you walk off and you go and have sort of something in the House of Commons bar, sit there watching the Thames go by, or you sit in the dining room and have gorgeous food at much reduced prices, but all it is, it's a title. But I think most of them put it on their checkbooks. They like it. They like to be known as Lord so-and-so. And you think, well, it's like, I can remember years ago, there was a play, where was it? Oh, it was a music venue, and it became sponsored. And so you had to call it this particular name. And I thought, I didn't want to. I wasn't being paid to mention the sponsorship. And I think lords and ladies and sirs and people like that, I mean, some people just go, yeah, it's very nice, but they don't do it. And other people play up to it. You know? Ross says the president should pardon Joe Exotic from Tiger King. He's asked for it. I mean, absolutely not. Man is mad as a broomstick. Both of them, actually. Both of them mad as broomsticks. The Prime Minister is considering delaying the cut to benefits. I think the Tory MPs have asked for a £20 a week boost to continue during the pandemic. And furlough's coming to an end, isn't it? I'm pretty certain that furlough is coming to an end. 4 million people have got the vaccine. How many are in this country? 66 million. You know, it doesn't matter how many they tell you, we're a long way off. People in their 80s are still waiting for the first injection. It depends how fast your area moves. In my area, they're moving really fast. And it's alphabetical. So, I mean, if you're in your 80s, I mean, there was a woman the other day, or perhaps she's in the papers today, she's in her 90s, and she's not been called for it yet. And you think, why not? Round my area, when I checked with the surgery, they said to me, well, they've done this age group and they've done that age group. So, hopefully, I mean, I could be around the corner. I don't know what I'm waiting for, though. I don't know if I'm waiting for a phone call or I'm waiting for a letter. I don't really mind either, actually. I'm open to offers on these things. Who are these people here? Who are these people? And it's people who wear skinny jeans. There's something odd about men who wear skinny jeans. It's not. I don't wear skinny jeans. You think I wear skinny jeans? Oh, you do? Do you? They're not skinny jeans, are they? Is that, Corey, are they skinny jeans? Really? Yeah. I've seen skinnier jeans than that. I mean, they don't look... They're called spray-on. Oh, right. Do you have to have particularly spindly legs to put on? But I'm looking at a picture of some men here. They obviously all sort of work out. I mean, they look ridiculous. And they're wearing trousers that basically don't fit. That's all it is. It's not skinny jeans at all. It's trousers. It's like people who actually go out with sort of jeans with rips in them. Have you seen those people? Where are they from? Is there a mad area of the country, Wales, where people go out with sort of ripped... What do you want to wear ripped jeans from? That was so 2 years ago. And yet they're still wearing them. Still wearing them. Sheila Fine-Silver says, I'm having the vaccine today. Good for you. We love you, Sheila. We love you. We love everybody who's actually... who's prepared to do it. So good for you. And lovely to hear from you as well. Steve... I've heard that people are not turning up to their vaccine appointments. Consequently, the vaccine has to be thrown away. Yes, they have to throw away. They get it out ready for the person. They don't turn up. They throw it. You can't put it back in the fridge again. Doesn't work like that. Somebody says I get regular cystitis. Well, actually, at the moment, I'm okay, which is good news. So much happier than I was yesterday when it started coming back. I sent a thing to a friend of mine. I've not spoken to her for a couple of days, saying I'm going to bed early. I think it's come back again. Luckily, we seem to have it's abated. which as far as I'm concerned is very, very good. So why don't men ever get stick for having lots of children with different women? Ulrika Johnson is complaining in the papers today about calling her a 4x4 because she's got 4 children with 4 different fathers. But yet if you look down the list, Liam Gallagher is a 4x4 as well. He's got 4 children with 4 different women. Eddie Murphy, wait for this one, he's 10x5. 10x5. Paul Weller, 8x4. 8 children with 4 different women. Jude Law, 6x4. Rod Stewart, wait for this one, 8x5. 5 different women, 8 different children. And Bob Marley, 9x7. So perhaps we shouldn't be taking the mickey out of Ulrika, because she's a 4x4, because all the men are just as guilty, if not worse. If not, can you believe it? I can't believe that all these people have got all these children. They pay for them. Nothing worse, is there? Mind you, what's I can't quite work out what Jordan would be. I think she's got, I forget how many children I've lost track of how many children she's got. Also, do you remember the lorry demo, which we got the other day? We got a lorry demo in London. I saw the pictures of it. I'm so glad I was out of London at the time. I wish people wouldn't actually come into London and have their demonstrations. We really don't need it. Go and do it somewhere else. Go and do it in a field out in the middle of nowhere. Thank you very much indeed. The chef who shows that 20 quid can feed a child for 3 weeks, which is good. And Mary Berry's simple recipe for beating the lockdown blues. If you've got the lockdown blues, I can help you immediately with the help of lovely Mary Berry to beat that, that dreadful feeling you have where you just think, oh, what's the point? Phone a friend each day. You must have at least, even the people I work with, they must have friends. Admittedly, they're not all tagged, but some of them, phone a friend. Have a chat to somebody. I tend to speak to the same sort of 2 people most days. Most days. Occasionally I don't, but... somebody said about Boris Johnson. I don't know the answer to that one, actually. Steve, read the vaccine. I think you'll get a phone call. Yeah, I don't mind, actually. Listen, the moment they actually... I know where it is. I know where I've got to go. I just want it. I've got to go. I just realised. I'm so sorry. Today, please download my free Little Bit Extra podcast. Rod Stewart's taken up boxing in a bid today to stay fit. Can't see him getting in the ring with anybody. Melania Trump won't show Jill Biden around the White House. You're as bad as your husband, dear. And Joan Collins calls the police on a group of maskless scaffolders. It's not difficult to wear one.